Loyal to the fun, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart
feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. Cause I'm out here staying, it's life to my soul. Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So much passion, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me dancing till the sun comes up. It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I think I'm up in heaven, cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom, made me well. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. Cause I'm out here staying, it's life to my soul. Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I
every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Turn my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go.
mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black, 'cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you, it bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No. I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to life.
operators are busy at this time.
Well, last week was a shortened week of 6 Masters, but fortunately tonight we've got all of the action here as we kickstart play day number 11. My name is Xenox. Joining me tonight, of course, is the lovely Dev Marta. How are you doing, buddy?
Good, yeah, great to get back into 6 Masters. Had a bit of a week off last week. We've had some pretty crazy upsets in the meantime, and we're really getting to that end of the season where anything can happen. There's still a lot of movement possible about who's going to get those top 4 playoff spots. So really tonight we'll be telling for how things are going to end up.
Yeah, for certain. We was talking off air for probably almost an hour about the many different possibilities of the way tonight can go, tomorrow night, etc. We want to hear, though, your possibilities of how you think these games are going to go. Of course, the socials down below, get involved, get on those poll votes, and let us know how you think these matches are going to play out. But Dev, last week was a bit different, of course, only playing the Playday 9. So Playday 10 has been, of course, rescheduled for the end of next week after Playdays 13 and 14.
Yep, and so we still have just a couple more games to go, 2 more Playdays. This week we'll have 2 best of 2s tonight, and looking to get pretty close in terms of who's going to make those top 4. Like I was alluding to earlier, we've had a lot of shift. In fact, Elevate slipped out of those top spots. We still have Wildcard doing really well, and this is really that part of the season when we start to question, wait, maybe some of those teams that we thought were going to be guaranteed for playoffs, maybe not even going to make it through.
Yeah, exactly right. But then there's now that new dynamic that we didn't think was going to be the case, but some teams have played extra games. You know, Wildcard have actually got a game in hand, and yet they're 3 points still clear in first place. It goes to show how dominating they have been. But teams like SINISTER and Pittsburgh Knights, they got to play last week, whereas a few others didn't. So while they play, you know, again tonight, they still need to, of course, get the job done. Otherwise, those teams that look like they're very far away, Dev, aren't really all that far away.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Xenox, about how some of these teams haven't played last week. And for example, one of the teams that did in fact play last week is Elevate. But despite having those extra games under their belt, due to not getting any points over Knights last week in their match, they're actually sitting outside the playoffs bracket right now. We're talking about Elevate, the seed 1, coming into this whole season. So there's been a huge shakeup here and a lot of possibility for movement. Like you're saying, if any of these teams here win 2 maps, they're going to get 6 points and leapfrog up over some of their opponents. Really, anyone from 1st into 6th could end up in those top 4 spots. And look, there's even a look in for Ferox down there in 7th as well.
Definitely correct. Of course, we'll have a quick look at tonight's games, the ones that are going to be played tonight for this Playday. LFO versus SINISTER will be the matchup that we will be seeing first. And again, continuing on with that storyline, SINISTER did play last week. They did play against Kenga. LFO haven't played for 2 weeks now, since May 19, Dev, so they might be a bit cold coming into this series.
Yeah, that said, LFO are a team that like to do their preparation. They like to do their counter-strating, their VOD work. So they've had a bit of extra time to do that, refine some of their strategies, and that could work out. Let's have a look at LFO. These are the guys who came in qualified for this tournament through the open qualifier, and they really have come out with a bang, taking some maps off of some really serious teams. We're talking Knights, Wildcard, and some of these other big boys. These guys have been sending it all the way.
Yeah, exactly right. And sort of, again, touching on what I mentioned as we sort of alluded to with LFO not playing for 2 weeks, will they be a bit rusty? Or potentially, if you look at it as a positive, that is extra time for VOD review as well for these guys.
Pardon me there, had a bit of a coughing fit. And probably just in anticipation of this game with LFO, these guys have actually drawn every single match that they've played so far. So they've played, let's have a look at Elevate, Akami, Wildcard. These are some of the best teams that ANZ has to offer. And on top of that, Knights last week, who's gotten all the way up into 3rd place. LFO's taken a map off of all of those teams, and some of them were landslides. I'm talking 7-2 over Elevate in their first Playday. That is just nuts. So we really have a lot of expectation riding on these guys who have really kind of come in as dark horses into this season, but they do have a challenging opponent this week in SINISTER that definitely could put a stop to their upset potential.
And speaking of SINISTER, you get what you ask, and SINISTER here on the board, we mentioned they did play last week. They played against Kanga, who really took it to them in that first match. 8-7 in the end on Cafe, SINISTER getting the win. But I believe, if I remember correctly, there was 2 match points for Kanga. So very well could have been Kanga's first map pick win against SINISTER. Fortunately, they were able to come out on top, get that win, and then kind of cruise to a win on Theme Park as well. But they've had that extra game, or their series, I guess, under their belt from last week. They should still be pretty warmed up, ready to go against LFO.
Yeah, that said, SINISTER, like you're saying, they did struggle a little bit last week. That game against Kanga really was a nail-biter on Cafe. It made you really worried looking at SINISTER, the team that we thought that they, coming into this season, were finally, all their practice had paid off. We've seen Vinny and Molluska get MVPs so far in the 6 Masters. And I think that these guys have a good trajectory, but that hiccup last week against Kanga, although they did get the full 6 points, does make you a little bit worried, because if you're at showing any weakness at all, LFO is the team that's going to punish you for it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And LFO, we spoke to Enigma just slightly prior to the broadcast, and, he was basically saying how if they can get through to tonight, beat SINISTER, Kanga, and then Ferox, they're not the hardest opponents, especially if you look at the leaderboards that we just saw. So they must feel confident that if they can win tonight, I think even Enigma said, if they can at least just take one, split it 1-1, their chances of them making top 4 are pretty likely.
Yeah, LFO, after this week, they have the 2 quote-unquote easiest teams remaining. Kanga and Ferox are currently 7th and 8th. So, like you're saying, even a draw here against SINISTER isn't that bad, but I know that LFO are gunning for both maps.
Well, let's have a look at the maps that we've got. I'm not expecting to see Consulate at all in the pick. It should be in the ban, and it is through SINISTER. LFO then going to be banning out Coastline. Not too much of a surprise there either. They, in fact, have not played it at all this season of 6 Masters Dev. And in fact, you said to me, you're like, well, I haven't really seen much Coastline actually this season. It's only been played 4 times for the entire season thus far.
Yeah, I think LFO a bit of a comfort band there, and we're going to see the picks come out nice and fast as well. SINISTER picking up Clubhouse, one of the most common picks. In fact, we're seeing the 2 6 Masters maps, I think, Clubhouse and Cafe. They're 2 that always get played. And what's super exciting about this, for this matchup, is they're both maps that these teams thrive on. Looking at SINISTER first, picking Clubhouse, they're taking LFO to a map that LFO has had some seriously good performances. I'm talking 7-5 over Wildcard, 7-2 over Elevate. However, that momentum was somewhat stopped last week when LFO lost Clubhouse 7-2 to Knights. And maybe SINISTER, taking a look at that VOD from, I guess it was 2 weeks ago now, they saw some weakness there and they want to take LFO to Clubhouse, and they think they can have that confidence despite LFO having previous success on it. On
the other end of this, though, LFO picking Cafe, you said they both thrive on it, but for LFO, they beat Knights on Cafe, but they lost to Akami on Cafe, right? So do you just think because they beat Knights in the more recent matchup that they then feel comfortable going on to Cafe? I mean, Sinister, really, besides Kenga, yes, they lost to Elevate, Akami on Cafe. So it's not a horrible pick, but I wouldn't sit back and say, oh, LFO definitely going to win Cafe. This is easy. But I think both of these maps can go either way.
Definitely. And we've definitely seen a trend of maybe contrasting to what you would logically think is going to happen, where teams are more likely to win their map picks, especially in this video system where you only get the one ban. We've actually seen the opposite happen. A lot of teams are winning their opponent's map picks. And I think that comes down to a lot of gambles in the map veto from some of these teams with their picks. For example, LFO, you're mentioning here, they picked up Cafe for their pick. And we've seen good performances from Sinister on that map. LFO have a fairly strong history going way back, even the Six Masters qualifiers. They won multiple times on Cafe against teams such as Yura and PC419. And in fact, the last time these two teams played against each other was in the LPL Pro Grand Final, which was back in April. And Sinister won the series, but LFO won Cafe. So I think that's something that they're bringing into this, thinking, okay, we actually have the head-to-head advantage coming into this map.
A bit of history there, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. And of course, we've given our thoughts on it. We're a bit divided, but we do want to hear how you guys at home are thinking this is going to play out. And a very large portion expecting a Sinister win. The draw vote as well, low at 14%. Not many siding with LFO here, Dev.
Yeah, well, LFO, I mean, seeing that 27% even is pretty encouraging, I think, for LFO fans, because coming into this season, they were the no-one team. They hadn't played in Pro League previously. Sinister have developed fans over seasons and seasons worth, and they are veterans of the ANZ community. LFO are the new and rising stars, and seeing even that 27%, even without any kind of organization behind them, whereas Sinister, obviously quite a large organization hailing from North America, LFO still have that 27%. We've seen more lopsided polls than this, so I think this is very much a kind of an accurate reaction of what the community believes is the likeliness of this match, and I can see it favoring Sinister just a little bit. They do have that extra experience, but honestly, I've got to say draw, just because LFO have drawn every single match they've played so far, and I just want to see that trend continue.
It does feel like, though, at some point, the damn wall may break, right? So I do agree with you. I think the draw is a very likely outcome in this series. LFO has been the draw kings. What's interesting about LFO is actually we casted them last because they were 2 weeks ago, right? So when we saw that match, they went and split it with Pittsburgh Knights, but they picked Clubhouse. They lost Clubhouse. We now expect a lot from LFO. At the beginning of the season, not a whole lot was expected from them. We head into Clubhouse as well here to kickstart this series. A massive one about to play out between LFO and Sinister.
Two teams ready to clash. Let's jump straight on into the operator bans. Clubhouse, a map where those hard breaches are really important and often see those banned out, but LFO is actually going to get rid of the buck. A very unusual ban on this particular map, but we know Sinister, they have Nico, and he is such a good buck player, and the way that he can utilize buck, particularly on that cash bomb site from below inside of stock and displace people inside of cash, I think that's something that LFO are targeting here, trying to remove that from Sinister's arsenal. And on board with the Thatcher ban as well, it means that we have all three hard breaches with Hibana, Thermite, and most importantly, Maverick in the game. It's really going to change the landscape of how these attacks pan out.
Yeah, and another thing that we were speaking a little bit about before we came onto the broadcast was these bans, and Mira and Ying continue to be the most banned out operators, but something that has sort of changed in the last 2 weeks is Mira has been banned now, as we've just seen it again, 12 out of 13 matches, 12 of the last 13, 12 in a row. It's getting ridiculous. And obviously she's a very strong operator. She's able to lock down an area and get that information. Teams just don't want to deal with her. But surprisingly, now those Ying bans have also dropped down.
Yeah, and I mean, funnily enough, you do need both teams to kind of contribute to that ban phase. So LFO here, in their case, they very much go for counter bans rather than just the comfort bans. And Ying and Mira typically fall under that comfort ban category. To some degree, Thatcher is as well these days. And I think with Sinister going for those more comfort bans, Thatcher and Mira, we see in contrast, LFO, they get rid of the buck. In my guess, to counter Nico playing on the block. He's going to switch over to the Sledge instead. And that Valkyrie, who also we've seen some great plays from various players on Sinister, and is just in general a really good information gathering operator. I think that that's why we're not seeing, you know, that Ying ban, because in LFO's games, in their mind, they're just going for those counter bans rather than the comfort ones.
And as we head into Clubhouse for this first match, LFO going to be defending, Sinister going to be attacking, and I mean, the poll vote says Sinister are favored heavily here. And if that's going to be the case, I'm expecting them to then come out here on attack, pick up a few early rounds, and really put maybe the pressure right onto LFO from the get-go. Might see them be a bit more aggressive than usual, but at the same time, we're getting towards the end of the season. You don't want to be too careless, because for Sinister's sake, they've only actually got one more series after this. Next week is their last week.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got Ferox to play still. Both of these teams, in fact, still have yet Ferox to play. I think both of these teams probably going into this match, they're thinking, all right, we need to lock out 2 points here, and then probably going to take 2 points in each of the remaining games as well, especially for Sinister here. Now, they are currently sitting in that second place on the standings, and they want to make sure that they can stay there even after Elevate gets a few more games under their belt, and Akami as well. So Sinister does have to be careful. But as for this particular round, it is this basement bomb site. Wow! Aggressive play from Angmo, but he actually fails to jump out there. Not quite sure what happened. Close, but no cigar. And in fact, he'll just remain aggressive here in storage as Sinister try to flush him out. They're going for this full pop-down take, it seems.
And Sinister, this is exactly what I said they probably need to be trying to achieve to start things, get these early kills, make it very difficult for LFO. And the 5v4 now moving forward makes things a bit easier for them. Moving in pretty quickly, they've got a lot of time still remaining as well as they continue to clear out this second floor. Looking good for now, but for LFO as well, they cannot get too congested and locked up and feel like the pressure's mounting on them. Hold your positions, stay safe, and wait for the push to come from Sinister. And who knows, maybe they might just slip up.
I quite like this mentality on the defensive side from LFO. Instead of going for that full die-hard SSG roam where you bring the castle and you have a hard roam game, they just put a couple of mood jammers and a couple of Mozzie pests upstairs to try to delay Sinister on their take. And it's worked perfectly. Mind you, Sinister have also had all of these hatches and such pre-opened by the defenders, so they won't have to spend too much time doing that. But in fact, Nico will have to open up some of this floor. He doesn't have the buck available, so he's simply going to have to shoot this wall and try to get long angles all the way into kitchen, where Sinister attempts to flush out that player of the Kaid, Mims, playing deep. And it might be quite difficult for Sinister here, and all the while, they'll be vulnerable to those C4s as well.
44 seconds remaining. A little bit of damage done early, but now LFO right back in this one, especially if they can find an entry frag or someone who pushes in. He goes down, doesn't find anyone there for Nico. With only 30 seconds remaining, there might be a case where Sinister are just going to have to funnel in, which does give a big advantage back over to LFO here towards the end, even though they're down a player depth.
And that's the second kill on the round for Vinny. Derpe jumps in as well. A good flank position from Fisho. But Vinny's just going nuts. It's all on Nasty now. He's a good player, but he's got to delay a lot of time. And that's a flawless opening for Sinister on their map pick. Making a statement here against LFO.
Yep. That's exactly what you want to see, though, from Sinister. As I mentioned, go to Church at Arsenal here for the second round. And for Sinister's sake, and, you know, considering that they're getting towards the end of their season, you come out and take this first map, it probably just eases any nerves that they may have. That going into that next map on Cafe, they can feel a bit more comfortable, a bit more relaxed, and really take it to LFO there. So, you know, you mentioned the draw, but if Sinister take Clubhouse, I might then side with the poll vote and go with Sinister.
Anything's possible at this stage, and look, Sinister, I think the main thing we can take away from that opening round is they're not messing around here. They're totally ready to take the fight to LFO. It started off with a nice early pick onto Hills, who was that lone roamer. We did see a bit of aggression from Ungmo, but didn't get too die-hard into it. So this is just cleaned house. They found that first kill, and then from then on, started to push on, collapse from all sides, and when the execute came around, LFO just wasn't prepared for it. But despite that, LFO will intend to take this bomb site once again of Church and Arsenal. A very similar setup as well, using these mute jammers, a couple of reinforcements invested upstairs, as well as some Mozzie pests, no doubt, to try to delay this take from Sinister. But as demonstrated from the lads in red, even if it does take them some time, they can be very efficient on this roam clear. Ungmo continuing to play this aggressive position around storage and into lounge. Sinister, how will they deal with this extra aggression? Nasty as well, roaming in bar currently. Still have a few players down on that bomb site, including Mims hanging around blue. But where's Sinister going to mount this push? It's a moment, it's a collapse from all sides. Sogs, very aggressive in kitchen. As soon as some of these LFO players start getting found out, it could get dangerous, but Ungmo takes out Fisho to kick things off, pushing in through the garage. Some good utility taken out there from Fisho's hands, and now Sinister is going to have to deal with this read we've seen from LFO, that extra aggression. And right on the back of that pick, all of those LFO roamers, just the 3 of them, have defaulted back onto the objective downstairs. Sinister now have to re-drone. They have 1 man down, and no doubt the drones that Fisho would have brought have been neutralized. A great read here from LFO to delay as much time as possible. In fact, they've changed some of their reinforcements around and using that Rio on this Moto hatch, forcing Derp to use that utility. That's one of the LFO players keen for an aggressive peek, and that's Nasty punished for it. Vinny's been on fire tonight. I believe that's his 4th kill in the game. Now together with Nico, trying to open up as much of this floor as possible. Another drone taken out, but this is good progress thus far from Sinister, despite that early pick against them. This is where Nico tries to find angles through the floor. The hatch actually gets tricked from the Kaid Electroclaw, destroying those Hibana X Kairos pellets. Meanwhile, Sogs also did find that nice pick onto Vinny, who's been popping off so far. A minute left. Sinister still cautious of these flanks. Unreinforced hatch will be dealt with nicely here. Another reattempt at this main hatch. Will Sinister be able to take that open? They're in a similar position to how they were in the previous round, except they've lost that player. In fact, 2 players from their lineup. They do have that pick, but things are looking pretty desperate, and Sogs is going to pile on with yet another. Poor Derp going down. Just holding from in church. 15 seconds left. Nungmo finds another one. Just Nico now. What's he going to be able to do? What a change from the flawless start. Nico dropping down the hatch, finished off in the crossfire. And LFO, a very confident response to Sinister's first flawless round.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that one, Dev. I know you love the
I always enjoy
screen time. I'll give you the air time as well. You had a coughing fit. I had a coughing fit. We'll have a coughing fit. But hey, we're back. Second round going the way of LFO. CTTV Cash is where we're going. But good to see the response from LFO. I mentioned it a little bit in that first round that, Sinister probably looking to come out, put the pressure right onto LFO. They're able to bounce back, respond, which is good to see. And I'm expecting to see a pretty close series between these 2 teams, even here on Clubhouse as well.
What really makes me impressed so far for LFO is, despite losing so dramatically on that first round, they completely changed things up. Decided, okay, instead of faking out our aggression and forcing Sinister to just clear the map and hoping that we can play the late round, LFO decided to dial up that aggression. They had 3 roamers in the very first portion of that action phase. As soon as they got a single pick that was Ungmo, he got taken quite low, but he did finish off Fisho guy pushing into the garage. All of those roamers from LFO just went straight back to the bomb site and conserved their numbers advantage and forced Sinister to drone out the rest of the map with less manpower and less drones. Really smart move. And it proved very effective.
I believe it is the first time we're seeing CCTV in cash as well, which is usually very common. I mean, the second floor itself is usually a common location on Clubhouse. Kennel's going to be super important with the Habana and the Maverick. You think that Sinister should be able to open it up pretty comfortably. Depp is already going to make his way up there to the Kennel's wall. So Mayan Garage, super important as well, just in terms of presence in there. Up at the rafters for Mims. Depp, you're already getting quite good progress actually on this.
Nice strategy here from Sogs, but I don't know how effective it'll be. He's trying to use those gas canisters to choke out Derpe, but as you can see, Derpe only took a tiny amount of damage and successfully unreinforced that wall with what we call the Maverick trick, using his blowtorch, making a line at the top, line at the bottom. Wall becomes unreinforced, and then Fisho can use his lifeline explosives to open up that rotate hole into the bomb site. We have this bandit as well from Ungmo, but I'm not sure how relevant that will be unless if we see a rotate from Sinister into construction, trying to open this cash wall, and it seems that is the play here. Fisho getting nice and aggressive here, peeking towards the top of red stairs.
Really aggressive from Fisher Guy, just pushing into construction, like you said. I think you still probably want to have this presence, though. Outside of CCTV. He's going to stay there for now, see what he can find with the drone. Send it in. Minute 27 seconds left. Still a lot of time for Sinister. They've got a lot of entryways opened up as well, so they're not going to just have to funnel in from one direction. Oscar wants to flash in, but he's going to now open up that wall above, throw another one above it. Minute 10 seconds remaining. There's the nade from Nico.
I think that was Nico doing his job from just on the balcony here, throwing a nade all the way in. You see Milo start to open up this wall into Cash, exposing more angles, but Hills finds one aggressively peeking into Con. Milo's going to re-peek that. Now he's used his X-Kairos, and Hills is stuck between a rock and a hard place here. He'll have to keep trying to contest these angles and hope that his aim is true.
40 seconds remaining. He goes down. Oscar takes his place, spray through the wall. A lot of damage onto Nasty Hills and Mims. Very, very low. Hills takes a lot more damage as well. 25 seconds remaining. I mean, LFO are completely banged up here. In a 4v4, not much time, but should be a pretty quick plant when it does go down. And Sinister are going to go straight in. Fisher Guy finds Mims. Up at Rafters finds a second one. It does get traded out though by Hills. Down at Garage. And it's now a 1 versus 2. The fuse has been planted. Retake is now the option.
With barely any health to his name. What real chance is there for Hills? Milo has been lit up very significantly, so just one bullet from Hills and Milo will go down. But Sinister, the players just waiting, holding this crossfire. Milo will be able to see if Hills crosses. Oh, and just a tiny tap under the foot will finish him off. Oh, a tough spot for Hills, but yeah, fortunately for Milo, Hills just so low on HP there. Nice, easy.
It's never that easy, though. And really, the round as a whole wasn't easy. LFO pressured from pretty much every side. Not a lot of focus, though, from Kennels, even after the wall was blown up, which was interesting to see from Sinister. But considering how much control they had over that construction site, not much of a surprise, really, at all. CCTV and Cash again. Second try, second chance for LFO. We'll see if second time's the charm.
Hey, that mentality worked when it came to Church and Arsenal. They got flaws the first time round, and well, they turned it back onto Sinister for their second attempt. Could we see some kind of adaptation here from LFO to make the difference? They did lose the opening pick on that previous round, and well, it seems like the pattern may continue from their Church Arsenal defenses. From Sinister's perspective, though, they found that first pick, but then Hills got aggressive through into Con from Cash and managed to take out one of their players as well. So we ended up at a 4 versus 4 with 17 seconds left. As you mentioned, none of the players from Sinister were really pressuring from that Kennels wall. Instead, choosing, I think it was Fisher Guy, jumped in through that CCTV window on the west side and went straight for Garage. That distraction, in tandem with the other Sinister players pushing in primarily from the construction doorway into Cash itself, really proved to overwhelm LFO, allowed them to get that plant down. Mind you, that 4v4 managed to turn into a 2 versus 1. There was a significant cost there for Sinister.
But the 2 versus 1 wasn't impossible. I mean, I know Hills had no health, but you mentioned it as well. Milo was like 1 shot too. But I think the problem for Hills was more so the direction he was coming from more than anything.
And I'm impressed with SINISTER. Great job with those crossfires as well. You can see Sogs making an adaptation here. He was the first to die in the previous round, and now he wants to get aggressive. This run out all the way from Strip. See if there's any cameras to help him. No, all those default exterior cameras have been eliminated by SINISTER, fortunately. Sogs wants some kind of info. He can run out this door, and he'll actually catch Milo if he does. Potentially Nico as well. Derp is sending a drone in, and that's about to spot Sogs. There's a drone hole right there. Derp spots him, no doubt. And someone will surely be watching for this.
Heart's beating in my chest for Sogs right now. I'm that nervous for it, but I think he gets away unscathed in terms of location. He's now just able to move out. Is careful though, of course. Doesn't want to sort of get picked up as he rotates back. Would be disastrous if LFO lose a play this early on. But a minute 40, I mean, time has passed. SINISTER wasted a little bit of time looking around for him, droning him out. But, I mean, you kind of got to do that. Nice angle, spam from Nico onto Angmo. And for the pre-fire, expecting a trade from Stairs, doesn't find it. And luckily for him, didn't find one trading him back. Vince also gets Mims, and now it makes it difficult for LFO. Sogs has got to probably step things up. The pace is not quite there. Doesn't even get Nico. Throws out the C4, but he went to the left side. He's able to get at least the elimination in the end.
Oh. Wow, what a way to close things out there for SINISTER. We didn't really see the majority of the action, but I'm pretty sure SINISTER just overwhelmed the bomb site. They definitely had tabs on Sogs as we saw them find him going for a run out from Strip. They didn't manage to catch him out, but they had Nico waiting for him in bar, at which point LFO were aware of that and they completely tunnel vision on trying to help Sogs. We saw that player of Ungmo peeking through that construction hatch down towards lobby, but Nico saw that angle first and managed to find that pick. Meanwhile, Vinny and the rest of SINISTER just decided to go straight into that bomb site and take the very few players remaining who were on site, overwhelm the defenders and move from there.
And it's hard to criticize Sogs a bit too much there in that situation, because for his sake, you know, it's not his fault that they got so rushed, I guess, on site, and that they were losing players left, right, and center. He can't just speed up too quickly, and otherwise he makes too much noise, gets picked off pretty easily. He does get Nico in the end, but I don't think he played that horribly. He was able to be at least in an aggressive position on his roam without getting sort of flushed out by those drones, or at least that we know of. Unfortunately, just time was against him, even though the clock still said about a minute and a half. SINISTER didn't care. They just went straight in.
Yeah, and it's the second time, in fact, that we've had LFO in a position where SINISTER have that bomb site taken away from them. LFO forced to retake from a disadvantageous position. Previously, it was Hills trying to come up red stairs, and ooh, that's a nice drone spot. Surely it's seen, though. No, in fact, Fisher keeps that drone alive. That's a nice one. Might add that to my arsenal. I think it's going to get taken out, surely. Nope, maybe not. The rotation down to that bottom floor bomb site of Church and Arsenal. If you recall, LFO lost this to a flawless attack from SINISTER in that first round, and then came back to bite them with a very aggressive start. Found that first pick, and then went full turtle onto that bomb site, and it worked to perfection for LFO. They're going to continue that aggression to some degree. We saw Ungmo roaming previously. He's going to sit in storage at the moment. Sogs and Nasty both go back to the bomb site, but Sogs, with that Vigil, he can use his ERC-7 Disruptor to jam up some of those drones from SINISTER, and then while they're clearing the top floor with their drones, they won't know for certain where that Vigil is.
Well, if you don't want to capture the drones, then you can try and avoid them. Sog's making it pretty clear, just doesn't want to have to deal with that. Means he can get to a decent position above the basement. And it'll be a bit more difficult for SINISTER to probably just rush straight in on this site, let's say the next 20-25 seconds, because that's how quick it really was in that last round. In 20 seconds time, SINISTER pushed straight onto the site, picked up 3 kills. Don't envision that happening here. Shugai, you're out at rafters for now. SINISTER haven't really picked up the pace so much here for this basement bomb site.
That said, this looks a lot more to me like that first round we saw from Sinister, where things went very slowly. They did find an initial pick onto Hills, and that's the thing that's really missing this round. But it looks much more like that first round than it did LFO's reply, where they had such confidence. But what will it be like if LFO have a 5-man on site and Sinister have 5 men to attack it? That's the question.
Although I'm trying to see where Sogs is. We haven't seen him for a little while, and playing the Vigil, thought maybe there would have been a chance that he had been playing on that first floor. Elects not to. Oh, this is not as aggressive as I thought he was going to be.
Part of the mentality here from Sogs, no doubt, is keeping that Vigil disruptor going so that the attackers don't know whether he's on the bottom floor and they assume he's roaming. But now they've droned him out. He might try to look for an opportunity to rotate upstairs, but it's very dangerous. And he looks to be trapped in blue. Now we shift our focus to this hatch. Nice nade thrown out. And in fact, the X-Kairos do detonate successfully, opening that kitchen hatch, something that can prove to be so difficult. Meanwhile, the first pick goes Sinister's way. 20 seconds, and things are looking like they'll need to explode shortly.
See if that happens literally or figuratively as Fisher got Vince quickly line up the kill feed in a very quick manner, and it looks like the explosions have commenced. Hills is going to wait for the drop down. He had already found one prior to that. Nasty found a third too, so it's only a 1 versus 2s. He does drop down. Miloska's going to get the plant down in a 1 versus 2 with a bit of time. Never mind, headbangs the wall. Sinister take the round. Right now, they're looking quite comfortable on Clubhouse.
Sinister demonstrating that slow and steady wins the race, and that they have the ability to collapse within those last 20 seconds and come out on top. If we compare that to the very first successful attack from Sinister onto that Church and Arsenal bomb site, they had that nice early pick onto Hills, didn't have to worry about that, and they only had to eliminate those 4 players on the bomb site and force themselves down. And that ended up flawless. This time around, they didn't get that initial pick, so it ended up much closer when push came to shove. And of course, Hills managed to deny 2 of those entries from Sinister with those 2 picks underneath the kitchen hatch, but it clearly wasn't enough. And Sinister, covering all their bases, they might take them a really long time to get to the point where they can drop on and execute, but their executes are just so good, and it's too much for LFO to handle.
LFO just right now look like a team that hasn't played a competitive match for 2 weeks. When I mean competitive match, I mean just a 6 Masters match. It's been 2 weeks for them, of course. Sinister were able to play last week. They look switched on. They look ready. They look warmed up, whereas LFO just a bit cold out of the gate right now. 1-4, it's not over just yet. They can find a couple of rounds to finish off the half. But even then, of course, then they're going to have their attacking side as well, Dev. So I'm not counting them out yet. But if they do lose this map, Sinister's form going into Cafe, it's more of a 50-50 map as well. It's going to prove to be difficult for LFO. You know, you mentioned the draw streak. They would hate to then lose both maps.
Yeah, definitely. It would be a first for LFO. We have seen a bit of hit and miss for LFO on this map of Clubhouse. We've talked about that 7-2 against Elevate and that victory 7-5 against Wildcard. But we've also seen, just in their most recent match 2 weeks ago, LFO really got smacked about by Knights on this map, 7-2. That's their most recent performance. No doubt Sinister would have been watching that VOD to find what weaknesses there are for LFO. And at the moment, I think the biggest weakness for LFO is the fact that the only round they've won on defense here has been due to success in their aggression by getting that opening pick. And multiple times here we've seen LFO go for this aggression, but it's working against them more than it's working for them because Sinister are good at punishing it. Perfect example right there.
Yeah, you're going to run the Vigil and the Mozzie. Unfortunately, though, the Vigil Mims does get droned out and spotted out and eliminated. The aggression's good, but it backfires just like that, though, Dev. You can play aggressive. That's fine. You get the reward. They won the round in round 2. But then things like this can happen. Unless Sogs can find one here and even it up, it's going to prove to be very difficult for LFO. Big opportunity coming up against Vince. Vince spots him, run through. Bad timing for Sogs. 3 versus 5 now. And LFO's aggressive round to close out the half has gone into tatters.
And Hills is actually going to pile on here. After Ungmo got that pick, Hills gets nice and aggressive. He does need to be cautious, however, because Sinister no doubt have drones all over Garage. That's why he's hiding in this corner, because previously LFO spotted that Sinister put a drone on the northeast corner of Garage on top of the tires. Hills hidden from that drone's position right now. He'll hear the drop here from Fisher Guy. Gonna peek on out and get that kill. That's another one, evening up the man count, 3 versus 3.
With a minute 10 seconds remaining as well. 3v3 sounds a lot more doable here for LFO. I'm not sure what Vince was thinking there. Just ran around, didn't even think to check that maybe someone would be standing. Angmo finds a kill, and how this game has quickly turned into the favor of LFO. It was 3-5 in front of for Sinister's favor. And now it's 3 versus 2. Miloska and Derpo got a lot of work to do down in the basement. Fortunately, Derpo's already in Arsenal. And a lot of that goes due to the fact that LFO have sent pretty much everyone out of the basement. Derpo just gets sprayed through anyway from Angmo. Hills does it upstairs, Angmo does it downstairs.
All on Miloska. 30 seconds to play with. He has to make this 3 1v1s. Just a small magazine as well. Dropping this hatch would be suicide. So many angles to contest with, but he does have a flashbang. Oh no, flashing himself. Somehow he survives just a bit longer, but Angmo will finish him off. A bit of an embarrassment there for Miloska, but more so for Sinister. LFO, I was talking about their aggression. It was punished, and they piled on further, and it worked.
It's that interesting take of risk versus reward. 3-5, you lose your first 2 roamers, send in another one, see if that works, and it did. And you got to give credit to LFO for that, I think, to close out the round. They really needed to at least make it 2-4, because 1-5 almost feels impossible, that mountain that they would have to then climb back from. But at the very least, they stuck to their guns. They had a game plan going into that round, Dev. They stuck to it, and from there, they were at least able to bring it back, and then from there, capitalize and win the round.
It really just goes to show that these aggressive players from LFO, we've talked about how they've really been the detriment of some of these rounds, but they've also been the singular cause for both of the victories that LFO had on their defensive half. And it really comes down to those judgment calls. If you have one of those aggressive plays and it's a good judgment and it works, then great, you're gonna pat you on the back. But more, it's also been not working, and that's why we're looking at Sinister in the lead going into their attacking rather their defending half now. Although I wouldn't count out LFO. They had some good adaptations, and now that they're on the attack, we'll see if they can take us to overtime or potentially even have a reverse sweep here against Sinister.
I mean, what is interesting, though, is that LFO, the only 2 rounds that they actually won on defense was down in Church and Arsenal. And, of course, now we go into round 7 here on Church and Arsenal. Although this time, LFO is going to be attacking. So we'll see if that trend that transpired in the first half maybe continues here for LFO's sake. If they can continue to play this bomb site well, but from the attacking side of things, make it 3-4, all of a sudden, we've got ourselves a map. It's then very, very close between those 2 teams. But if it goes 2-5, Sinister can probably pull away on the defensive side.
We do see this typical SSG roam from Sinister. However, that Vigil that was teased out in the reveal phase was 6-picked by Nico over onto that Wamai, likely to reinforce an aggressive position on site where he likes to anchor, using those discs to protect his shield. But never mind that for now. It does look like he has a shield up there, but for now it's really LFO we're looking at as they attempt to counter this SSG roam with that information denial. No Mozzie, but we do have the mute and the castle to protect any rotations. A lot of rotations opened up, but how effective will LFO be at droning out these players? Because so far, Sinister, I'm pretty sure that's a 5-man on-site defense. Indeed it is. 5 players turtling down. And LFO has spent half the round just trying to figure out whether there's anyone roaming.
Do you think it maybe is that mindset that LFO's defense, they were very aggressive with roamers, thinking then Sinister are going to try and play a bit of the same cards that was dealt, right? And maybe they're expecting roamers themselves.
Yeah, definitely possible. And this SSG info denial roam is very common in the meta at the moment, but one of the things that makes this so good is that you don't actually have to roam with this setup. You can do this setup and then not roam, but the attackers still have to spend all that time trying to look for those roamers. I think Sinister believe that LFO are less efficient at doing that map clear than LFO are, and look, it seems to be working for them so far. Man, Sinister just finding those 2 picks nice and early. This is really going to hamstring LFO for the rest of this.
Taking blue is going to be very difficult. Angmo already taking damage. They know his position. 33 seconds, not a lot of time. I mean, you got nothing to lose though. You're going to try and smoke off, then push right side. I mean, fair enough, but Hills can just drop down right in front of you, but dies immediately. Not too much of a surprise.
no.
There almost feels like he was getting baited. Look, the team kill doesn't really matter too much here. Sinister are going to win the round, barring a catastrophe. Doubt it though. Sogs has a lot of work to do from dirt.
10 seconds left.
Sogs trying to push in from blue, but no, caught in that crossfire, and Sinister just looked so good there. Never for a moment did it seem like LFO had a look in on that round. From start, with that setup, LFO too inefficient at dealing with it, and Sinister, when eventually the attackers started to cascade onto the bomb site, they found all of the opening picks.
And it goes back to sort of what you were saying in that round though. Around this, I think it was a minute and a half into that round, and you mentioned just how long it took them to really clear a lot of that first floor presence, which there was none. We knew that. They probably, at least it seems like, didn't. But in saying that, if they suspected that they were playing 5 on site, then the reason then would be, why did it take so long for them to sort of clear that first floor, put a lot of pressure on? So I don't want to assume for what they were thinking, Dev, but from what we saw and how they were playing it, a little too slow.
Perhaps LFO need a little bit more practice and need to work on their map clears a little bit more efficiently, because in contrast, when LFO didn't get aggressive on their defenses, when they did the exact same strategy we just saw from Sinister, where you have that information denial upstairs, you pretend you're roaming, but you don't actually roam, Sinister didn't care. They just did their due diligence, they cleared the entire map, and they had half the round left to execute. And we talked about how good they were at executing, even with just 20 seconds left. They always use that time to get themselves an advantageous position to capitalize upon for the rest of the round. And LFO just weren't efficient in the way that we saw from Sinister.
Either way, we go back to CCTV and Cash on the second floor. Another opportunity for LFO to not let Clubhouse slip away from them. It does feel like Sinister have got the grasp right over it. Straight for Kennel's wall. We'll see though if they're going to put a lot of pressure on this, because Sinister didn't. They elected more so to try and gain control of construction in the north side and push in from there.
I'm sorry, this is the most painful thing to look at. Sinister have just bullied LFO. Well, I guess as a response, Hills does take out Milo. Fortunately, it's just a Jaeger, so his utility's been placed down. But just talking about that wall for a second, Sinister did completely mince it up. Whoa, that's a nice C4. Misses out. My God, I can't even get a point across because Sinister and LFO won't let me get a word in edgeways. But it looks like mincing up that wall didn't seem to have an impact by the end of it, because LFO, more specifically Nasty, managed to be quite efficient with that blowtorch and open up that wall. LFO numbers advantage and the Kennel's wall open. Let's see what they can do from here on.
Yeah, because it does feel like this round's in their favor. You mentioned the numbers advantage, but Fisher Guy's also very low, so that numbers advantage is maybe even more increased than what it seems as just the normal 5v4. It's more like a 5v3.5. This is the perfect time to sort of get back into this map. 2-5, things are going against you. You've been really unfortunate in a lot of rounds. Vince does get mims though, and again, that means it's 4 versus 4. And only a minute and 18 seconds, and within the last 30 seconds, not a lot of movement from LFO. Ooh. Not too much of a surprise. I mean, CCTV and Cash, you do see these push-ins at the last second, but then at the same time, Sinister are finding these picks.
You know, there's 2 LFO players trying to file up from red stairs. They both go down. 2 players try to file in from garage. Nico down from oil pit. Takes out one of them, Mungmo, outside the Kennel's wall. What's he going to do? There's no presence at all from LFO attempting to take from the construction side, the attack we saw from Sinister. Instead, LFO just committing fully to this Kennel's take. Through garage now, Nasty finds that first pick. Nico's also roaming downstairs, so if LFO attempt to go for that plant, no doubt Nico can deny with his C4 still in the pocket, or he could flank through garage. C4 goes out to the default plant spot, detonates, takes a lot of damage off of Nasty, but still no cigar. The plant has to come down.
Double kill for Nico. Fisher Guy's down. It's a 1v1, but Nasty's very, very low. He'll finish off Fisher Guy, find his third kill. Oh, through the floor, Nasty goes down. Nico wins the round for Sinister, and LFO's nightmare is a reality still.
Sorry, Nico, but what? I actually thought LFO had done the impossible there and come back from, what was it, a 2 versus 4? And they had no control. All they were doing was trying to push in from Garage, where there was a player hard holding, and Kennel's Wall. But somehow they managed to make it happen, turn it into a 1 versus 1. Nico, though, in that power position from Lounge, not only is he able to deal a lot of damage with that C4, but he gets both of those last 2 players as well. Absolutely nuts.
Huge performance, and for LFO now, it just feels dire, desperate. Match point Sinister. 7-2 was something I wasn't expecting, Dev. If it happens, which at this point looks likely.
For LFO, need to see a little bit more accomplished in their attacks, not just in simply results, because they're yet to win an attack, forcing Sinister to go around the world, go to their 3rd choice bomb site. First time we've actually seen Bedroom and Gym here on this map. LFO never took it on their half. LFO, that's in that previous round, we didn't see any kind of pressure from construction at all, which really has become the norm. What is this from Citizen? They're just making so many holes. Are they just trying to mess around with the Maverick? Who's going to reinforce it? Come on, guys. No one? Oh, Derp is going to put reinforce it from outside. What?
Interesting tactics for what's been an interesting round. At this point, I'm not too surprised to see some different things come out. Look, LFO probably going to lose this, Dev. Going into Cafe, I'm almost... Oh, wow. If Miloska had waited 1 more second, I think he does get Sogsa or Angmo, whoever went by.
Yeah. We've gotten traded, though, by Angmo and Garage, so... Yeah, bit of a risky play that Molluska decides not to go for. Probably wise. Oh, no! Oh, I can't do that to him. Sogs. Wallbang. We talked about it. Poor Milo. Not having a great day.
I think LFO's not having a great day, though, more so than Milo. Milo's probably happy as a team, Dev. That's the main thing. 2 minutes. Or what could very well be the final attack from LFO here on Clubhouse. It's a better start, though. This is their problem. Now you've got this sort of scoreboard pressure as well. 2-6. You feel like, okay, even if we win this round, still a long way to try and send it to overtime. Angmo, don't walk into that. Oh, never mind. It's nasty. Minute 30 seconds remaining though, Dev, and LFO have struggled on their attacks when they really take their time, leaving things to the last second. Sinister finding picks. This time it has changed though in terms of the pick department. It's actually LFO that are finding the picks. And Sinister getting picked apart one by one here at Bedroom. Remains Vince.
Bomb located by attackers.
Wants to find a player on this angle. Oh, peeking on through. Does land that one bullet, I believe. Droned out, though. A player in logistic. Oh, finds that one. Hills goes down. Vinny ready to contest, but concussed by the lifeline. Just holding on. Forced out, and oh, the timing on that C4 was not in his favor. 4 versus 2 now. 4 versus 1 now. What can Nico show for us? Absolutely nothing. LFO finally come back and get an attack.
There's not too much to celebrate though for LFO's sake. 3-6 now. But small steps, baby steps, I guess, Dev, and thinking that, okay, you get 1, let's get a next one, make it 4-6, and then maybe the pressure falls towards Sinister. Long way to go here, but it's a decent start. Not only that, but then to also look to take the form going into Cafe. Try and land your shots, play a little bit better.
Well, you gotta start somewhere here for LFO, and well, it's a tumultuous task ahead of him. Sinister looking in control of this map. They did pick it, and they did get a chance to watch LFO 2 weeks ago lose it 7-2 to Knights. Well, at least LFO have gotten more rounds they did against Knights here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
But yeah, I'm as much a skeptic as you are, Jake. I just don't see LFO really being able to call this back to a 6-6. We'll need to see a lot more sophistication on their attacks. And strangely, SINISTER have actually changed their operator lineup on this defense, which previously was just so effective with that SSG-style roam lineup, using the Mute and the Castle, which neither of which have been picks now, because it played into the weakness of LFO, which is slow map control taking. They just were so inefficient at clearing out that roam with those Mute jammers upstairs and the Castle barricades. Despite that, SINISTER are going to opt just to go for a much more
5 seconds left.
turtle-style hold without putting much utility upstairs. I had a couple players upstairs. Fisher was opening a few hatches. Nico's upstairs at the moment, but surely there's just a full default back onto site.
I mean, LFO have sort of shown as well to SINISTER that they really do take their time trying to be wary of roamers. If that's going to be the case, you might as well just turtle on site. Wait for them to sort of waste about a minute and a half before they really start to open up the floorboards and then put some pressure onto SINISTER. So SINISTER are fine with that. They also know that this has worked for them successfully in the past. Why not do it again? They only need one more round, so there's no reason to run around and take too many risks. They don't need to take risks right now. Just play safe, play smart. And honestly, wait for LFO maybe to mess up, because that just seems the way it's been going so far in this match.
Yeah, I totally agree with you with the sentiment that SINISTER could just kind of chill out and wait for LFO to make a mistake. But that's why I'm confused as to why SINISTER have changed their operator lineup, changed their defensive mentality here. They're still going for that full turtle, 5 players on site, but are investing that utility upstairs, which means LFO can much more efficiently clear the map, which is exactly what they've done. You can see only 1 minute and 20 seconds, 1 minute and 10 seconds down, and they're already starting to get a look in on blue and start taking out some of these players, wasting the my discs now to enable Ungmo to try and fry that player behind the generator. And LFO have making really good time at the moment.
Yeah, I was literally about to mention that. To credit LFO, they've been a lot quicker in this round. They had to be. And fortunately, Ungmo is successful. Turns out they're playing in blue. They can drone it out. They have so much time, 1:20. If they can get this drop down secured, I think LFO should be able to at least find another couple of kills, get position, go for the plant if necessary. May not even come to that though, Dev. If they can find a couple more picks, they can then push in, get the last couple holding angles.
Tap, tap. Oh, he sees one. Does just skim Vinny. You can see tiny lick of damage on him. But Vinny contesting this with the ACOG of his own. Some utility put both directions, and you can see the contest coming out on blue. Couple pre-fires through the smoke for Vinny. But still, LFO don't have this control. Oh no, what an ill-timed prone. Fisher guy does find that pick on the Sogs, and now SINISTER are in the driver's seat once again here on this blue take.
They should know where Fisher guy is. They have the location of him. Shouldn't be too impossible to potentially trade it back out. Nico's watching, then looking for the retrade if Fisher guy does go down. And time for drop down for Angmo. They knew Fisher guy's location. There's the trade that was mentioned though. Nico was ready for that in position. 3 versus 2. 10 seconds, but the plan's going to go down from Nasty. Nico realizes this. Wants to see if he can disrupt it. Isn't going to be able to. Takes the pick. A bit of damage is now done. 45 seconds here. Big opportunity for SINISTER to finish this round if Nico and Vincia find his last 3 players.
Vinny still has a C4 in the pocket as well. Finds that first kill. Vinny with the C4 could make all the difference. He doesn't even need it. Just gonna find 2 with the shotgun. All on hills here, and it's match point against him. He has to hold on as long as possible. No utility. He'll need to trust in his rifle. Finds the first one. All on Vinny. 1 versus 1. Peeking around the corner. Can he close it out? The map on the line. He gets the injure. And there's time. But does he start it? He does. That's going to be the map for SINISTER.
Oh my days. 0.41 seconds. GG. SINISTER take Clubhouse. In a dramatic fashion, in a dramatic finish. It looked like LFO were maybe mounting a comeback. It's cut short, stopped dead in its tracks from Vincia.
That was a 2 versus 3, but Vinny got all of those kills. It was almost like a 1 versus 3 there. That was nuts. And to close out the map, 7-3 with 17 kills, man. He's plus 12. That's over a 3.0 KD for Vincia. Unparalleled right there.
Unparalleled as a team as well, I think, for Sinister. 17 kills. Look, it's hard to not say, wow, what a game from Vincia. But as a team, Sinister played that really, really convincing on Clubhouse. And I just want to take us back a bit here, Dev. I did say, coming into this series, Sinister got to play their match last week. LFO didn't. Is that something that maybe is playing a factor? I wouldn't put everything on it, and I don't want to then provide LFO with an excuse to Sinister earned that. They played absolutely sublime, both attack and defense, and Vincia popped off, and everything is in their corner. And now going into Cafe, that poll vote suddenly looks a lot more realistic, and I think there's a big opportunity for Sinister to maybe end this draw streak of LFO.
It's true, but bear in mind that was Sinister's map pick, and LFO don't have the greatest form on Clubhouse 2 weeks ago, losing 7-2 to Knights. Sinister saw that weakness and outclassed them today. Vinny in particular, but it was a team performance, and LFO, a lot of the rounds that they lost, that was also a team loss. Mistakes that Sinister were able to capitalize upon with unsuccessful aggression, and the rounds that they won were usually on the back of successful aggression. Overall, Sinister outclassed LFO there on Clubhouse, but secondly, we'll be going on to Cafe, which is LFO's own map pick. We're seeing good performances from both teams on this map, but it could go any way.
It could go in any direction. For LFO's sake, will they keep the draw streak alive? We'll be back after the break.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Book a plane, fly away.
once, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now.
Well, Clubhouse went all the way into Sinister's favor, 7-3. LFO's draw streak is now being threatened as we head into Cafe. Fortunately, Dev, they at least picked Cafe, so they've got their hopes up going into this next round.
Yeah, and hey, last time these two teams played each other, LFO one map on Cafe. It was an overtime 8-6. Hey, maybe it'll happen again. They also played Clubhouse last time, and Sinister won that, so I mean, maybe we'll just see a repeat. It's possible, and that allows the LFO draw streak that I'm a huge fan of to continue. Who knows?
Look, you know, coming into this series, pumping up LFO's tires a little bit, I thought maybe there was a chance that draw streak would end in the opposite fashion with 2 wins. It was all dependent on how Clubhouse was going to go. That very evidently did not go in their way at all. And so Sinister taking that map, now they've got an opportunity to end that draw streak. You probably do feel like we are going to see LFO at least play a bit tighter to Sinister on this next map on Cafe. Of course, we have the poll vote that you guys entered at the beginning of the series. You were all pretty convinced that Sinister were going to win. Dev, they're looking pretty on the money right now with this 59%.
If the game continues to go as it did on Clubhouse, Sinister outclassing LFO, then yeah, I would definitely say Sinister's on the money. But that said, last week, or I guess 2 weeks ago, when LFO last played, they played both of these maps against Knights, and they lost Clubhouse 7-2, and they won Cafe 7-5. So I would not be surprised to see LFO come back stronger on Cafe, especially because last week when Sinister played Cafe, they were pushed against Kanga. I think it's pretty safe to say the weakest team in the league, all the way to overtime 8-7 and barely won that. So Sinister maybe not the best form on Cafe, LFO quite the opposite.
Well, it's their last chance for tonight for LFO to keep the draw streak alive. As we head into Cafe, Sinister looking to pick up a 2-0. It would definitely go a long way of increasing their chances of staying in the top 4 dev, because they've only got one more play day to come, which is next week against Ferox.
Yep, still a lot of opportunity to move for these two teams, and heck of a lot on the line, especially for Sinister, currently sitting in second place on the Six Masters standings. And, well, a win here would leapfrog them into first place in the Six Masters. Now, that is amazing coming from the trajectory these guys have been on throughout Pro League and 2020 in general. And on the flip side of things, LFO, the dark horses of Six Masters, came in through that open qualifier, but still haven't managed to penetrate that top 4 spots that goes to playoffs. If they win this map, they will leapfrog over Elevate and get much, much closer to Okami as well.
Coming on to Cafe, some different bands coming out. Sledge, well, not usually seeing those too often.
Very unusual.
The mirror streak's live, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like we just come to know LFO as the team that, like, if anyone is going to ban some weird operators, it's going to be them. And I'm just going to say that Wamai was played quite persistently by Sinister on that previous map on, I believe, all 3 bomb sites. I can't remember about Gym and Bedroom. And Sledge was also played by Nico to quite significant effect. Remembering that on this particular map, specifically for those kitchen defenses downstairs, that Sledge is super powerful, not only for opening up the floor inside of mining and fireplace and train to attack those players on site, eliminate those anchors, but also you've got those grenades, and we know when they're in the hands of Nico how powerful they are. So once again, some counter bans from LFO. I don't know how much that'll hamstring Sinister. We'll have to see how good they are at adapting on the fly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, we had the poll vote of the community dev. I want your vote going into this match of Cafe. I know you are a fan of the draw streak, but what's your gut saying? What's your mind saying as we head into Cafe? Because for me right now, I'm kind of backing in Sinister. Despite what recent match history says and how LFO perform on Cafe, the way that Sinister played on Clubhouse, they've had that extra week's game under their belt. It's hard to see past them.
Look, I totally concede. Sinister are looking in great form, especially after that last map. And what I was saying is they outclassed LFO on Clubhouse, and well, I think that is definitely accurate. They just look like a much more sophisticated team. And it could be that that continues on to Cafe, but once I remember that LFO played Cafe last week and did a great job taking out Knight 7-5, and Sinister played against Kanga, the weakest team in the league, last week, and only barely won 8-7. That really does give me some credence towards supporting LFO for Cafe here, especially as they picked this map. They knew going into tonight, this is where they would end up.
Byron Cocktail to start things off here for the first round of Cafe. If you've just joined us, Sinister took out Clubhouse 7-3, rather convincingly as well, both attack and defense. They are going to be on defense first here on Cafe. Byron Cocktail has had some mixed results this season of Six Masters. Some cases, attackers have taken it quite easily. In other cases, defenders have been able to hold off the attackers with ease as well. So very much hard to get a read on this. Nico, though, a bit of an interesting roam.
Yeah. I mean, Nico is that player on these defenses from Sinister. Fairly unorthodox uses of the castle barricades to try and enable Milo to play in piano quite aggressively. And usually Nico's playing around the middle hallway downstairs near mining and looking up through that piano hatch to contest on those windows. But I think he was maybe going all the way downstairs to tempt a run out. He goes back though. Not doing so at the moment. And Milo, he's the player to really watch here, and in a very aggressive position in piano, but funnily enough, he doesn't play this position very aggressively typically, and it worked so well against Kanga when Milo simply sat in this corner where he can't get shot from any of the windows and just waited for the attackers to file in through all their utility and just delayed as much time as possible.
I believe we saw
to jump out.
a couple of weeks
He
ago
just jumped
against LFO as well from Knight. Miliska jumps out, gets The elimination onto Nasty. Detected, but he's going to get straight back into Bakery. I mean, that's one way to run out and get a kill.
The attackers,
I'm not
Surely
sure
they're
if
gonna hunt
Nasty's
it down,
expecting
right?
that.
attackers recovered the
Oh,
diffuser.
they don't have the
Sogs looking the wrong
information, though,
way.
to do that.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
No way! There you go.
Okay, now it's the
Finally,
right
that
way.
refrag comes out. Oh man.
Device in position.
30 seconds left. This has been a
Attackers
very
have recovered
intriguing
their
round. Not one that we normally would see play out in this manner. And we're going to push through Pixel. Just very much confirms that there's no one there. 20 seconds. And it's now down to a 4 versus 3, though, in favor of Sinister, considering the time on the clock. Not a lot of position in favor as well for LFO. This is going to be very difficult for them to achieve much here. Sogs is very low already, taking a lot of damage.
5 seconds
As
left.
Nikos will finish him off, Angmo does trade back, but no time remaining. Diffuser's down, and the round's going to go the way of Sinister, and they pick up right where they left off from Clubhouse.
Really started off quite explosively. Milo just jumped straight on out those piano windows and peeked really aggressively onto Nasty. We saw nice on and early that it was actually Nico downstairs who was trying to get aggressive onto those players on the windows, but I guess Milo, once he realized that the attackers had pushed into Cigar, he notably saw those little players dropping through the hatch. There was that tiny little pixel angle above that reinforced wall in piano looking to top red. He saw those little drops. He knew how many people had gone downstairs. He knew that they had control of Cigar. He knew he was a dead man at that point. His rotation is cut off from those windows, and they're about to open the castle barricade and kill him from Cigar. So he has to either make a play or try and rotate back, which probably dies. So he goes for making a play, and it was a smart play, jumping out the window, and the player that he eliminated was the only hard breacher from LFO, Nasty, the Maverick. And taking out that player not only obviously furthers the mount count in his advantage, but it also meant that LFO had to abandon any idea of trying to open up the freezer wall and the backstore wall and really just focus on funneling through choke points, which so rarely favors the attackers.
I mean, Sogs was able to trade him back pretty quickly, not immediately. He was, as you mentioned, looking in the wrong direction, then turned around. He obviously would have just heard him running towards him, so did get the trade in the end, so it was, I guess, a 1-for-1. But as you said, taking out the hard breacher, to the effect is that because LFO was taking so long in the beginning of that round, it didn't leave them much time. When things got a bit chaotic, when things got a bit messy, which in my opinion, that whole round was actually quite messy, very different. You know, Nico roaming in Bakery, not something you see too often. But in the end, goes the way of Sinister, because it was only about 20 seconds left that when we saw Sogs start to push in, and the rest of LFO try and sort of file in as well on Bar and Cocktail. So well played from Sinister. We'll see if that trend continues, of course, here on Cafe. But the way we saw them play on Clubhouse, they've kind of brought that mentality now to Cafe as well. For Sinister's sake, they just look up and about. LFO just a bit asleep right now.
The thing that confuses me most about LFO in that round is they knew going into today that they would be playing Cafe. No doubt, they had a week off last week. They would have watched Sinister's game knowing that they'd be playing Sinister and they were going to pick Cafe. So what do? You study the absolute heck out of Sinister's VOD of Cafe. And Milo just did the exact same thing that he was doing last week, playing in that position. And I really would have thought that LFO would have constructed some kind of counter strat to that specific pocket strategy that Sinister used. And the most obvious one I can think of is using Capitao, using his firebolts, playing from the windows, having someone cut off his rotation if he moves out of that position, and just firebolting into that corner. We know how much LFO likes to bring the Capitao. They brought it was Ungmo previously on Clubhouse, so I don't understand why they wouldn't do that here. And I have two possible ideas. One, either they didn't analyze the VOD well enough and didn't locate that strategy and develop a counter strat to it. Or two, they just got so tunnel visioned on something else in the round that all of their prep went out the window. And that's just very uncharacteristic of LFO, the team that we know so typically is characterized for their counter strategy.
How does LFO get back into this series now? You've lost the first map. You've now lost the first opening round on Cafe. I know you don't want to take too much into it. You know, it's only one round on Cafe. We still got a lot more that we need to see from LFO's attack, and then potentially their defense as well then after that. But to me, the LFO that we saw last time out, I was going to say last week, I've got to change that, 2 weeks ago against Pittsburgh's Knights, that, you know, they split that, but they looked really good. And even though they didn't take that second map on Clubhouse, which again was a bit of their weaker map, they still played a bit better than what we saw from them tonight. And it almost just feels like I'm waiting for LFO to arrive. I'm waiting for LFO to just pick up a bit and start to frag out. We saw them on Clubhouse get a bit aggressive. There was almost a bit of a comeback. And I was thinking maybe then they're sort of perked up and ready to go here to go into Cafe. Only one round, but still messy, not clean. And we've seen that Bar and Cocktail is quite vulnerable.
Yes, very much so. That's a great point, actually, you make. We talked in previous Six Masters weeks about Bar Cocktail. What was typically the most favored bomb site was actually becoming the worst result bomb site, the least defensible, and more teams were winning on their attack than their defense. And then we saw a trend of almost no picks on Bar Cocktail at all, which was strange. But Sinister, they've developed this new and unusual strategy of keeping Milo in that dark corner near the Christmas tree, between the Christmas tree and the minibar in Piano, where he can't get shot from any windows. And that seems to work really well against Kanga last week. Sinister are keeping on with using that strategy. LFO haven't developed a counter to it. And I'm going to reinforce that. LFO, like their Capital, Ungmo plays it all the time. When Mai is banned, there is literally no utility that can prevent those firebolts from landing on the floor there. Why not bring the Capital, force Milo out of that position, and then cut him off as he tries to rotate out? A bit of an oversight there from LFO. I know I am being a bit hypercritical here. I don't know what's happening in their coaching sessions. I don't know what's happening in their VOD reviews, but I feel like there is an opportunity there, and I would love to see later in this game when Sinister returns to that top floor for that Capital to come out on Ungmo and to see that adaptation counter what Sinister's brought to the table.
Well, we mentioned Bar and Cocktail has been vulnerable. I was going to say that Reading and Fireplace has usually sort of been, now at least in this season of Six Masters, the harder site to take. And yeah, we're going to see Sinister take us down to Kitchen, Service and Cooking, and see what they can cook up for us here. We're going to get those kitchen puns going, Dev. Come on.
Like it, yeah. Well, I mean, LFO have been in the frying pan. Maybe Sinister's going to put him in the fire.
Oh,
A couple of yeah. Well, I like that one, yeah. Kind of a twist on the whole add the frying pan into the fire. Love that. Sinister looking to have some kind of presence upstairs. Fisher guy on the Valkyrie. LFO Bandit on map number 1. No doubt there will be a few Valkyrie cameras placed on that second floor
10 seconds
to enable Sinister to go for those C4s through the floor and attack any of those LFO players who might be trying to mince up that floor. We're really going to be looking at Sogs and Hills who have breaching charges in their pocket to open up the floor inside of Fireplace and Train and Mining, where we typically see the attackers do when they're going for that map control take. But we actually have mute jammers as well from Derpe and a bit of an aggressive roam from Milo, which is potentially going to stall out this LFO roam clear and mean that they have even less time to open up that floor and find those anchors.
I'm intrigued to see where Milo is going to finish his roam, though. Because if you, I guess, push into Train, it's very hard to push out of it. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him just take a few shots, make his way back down red stairs, as it looks like that's what he may elect to do. Holding that second floor in terms of roamers, very difficult to then drop back down to, say, first floor.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think that Sinister's mentality here is, look, they did it on Clubhouse. Put that information and I'll use those mute jammers and make it so it takes a little bit longer for LFO to clear the map. And then what do? Just don't care about roaming at all. Or go back to site. LFO is going to waste a lot of time clearing the map. Made decent control so far. Ungmo's already pushed on nicely down towards the hallway. 90. Mims and Nasty together droning out down to bottom white stairs. Ungmo with the Nomad can place those air jabs nicely. I think I just heard a Valkyrie camera get taken out by Hills, so that's a nice little bit of work there. And you see these breaching charges get employed by Sogs to try to open up the floor and expose these anchors. Do we see any successful C4s from Sinister there?
So far, only the breaching charges used. No C4s just yet. Still a minute remaining, but never mind. There's one from Nico. There's a successful one for you, Dev. You call it. As
you know what's kind of
with a minute
ironic
remaining,
there
I was expecting to see them start to throw them out. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Perfectly timed from Nico.
I was just going to say, it's kind of ironic that it's the IQ who dies first, and it's the information gathering on that Valkyrie camera who are spectating that no doubt would help with these kinds of C4 plays. So Hills can't find that Valkyrie camera any longer, and LFO are just going to have to deal with that. Sinister have a lot of tools still in their arsenal, and time is ticking.
30 seconds to be exact as he starts to break down this wall. 3v5 is going to make it very difficult though for LFO. We had seen them at one point turn a 3v5 disadvantage into a 3 versus 2 advantage over on Clubhouse. That's not going to be the same case here as the trades come out back and forth over in Kitchen Service. Nasty's going to go for the plant.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Doesn't even get it down as Fisho guy will flush him out of the kitchen. 2 rounds in a row to Sinister. 9-3 technically now over the course of the 2 maps. It's all one-sided tonight.
Well, Sinister has certainly been giving LFO a hard time here on map number 2. Untouchable on their defenses thus far, and they'll head to Reading Fireplace, their 3rd defense. Not only did Sinister find the opening pick with that C4 through the floor, but by the time LFO started to go for what their intention was, that rotate to Bakery and open up that front wall into the kitchen from using that Maverick torch, I mean, there were no picks from the side of LFO, and Sinister really had that numbers advantage overwhelmingly in their favor. And there was no time for LFO to try to get it back.
I wager, though, that we're going to see 3-0 to Sinister. LFO have got a task ahead of them here on the 2nd floor, which has been, I don't want to say impenetrable, Dev, but just about this season of Six Masters.
Yeah, there's definitely a good opportunity here for Sinister to really run away with this first half. Do remember, though, that we have Sledge and Thatcher banned out, both very strong operators for the attack, and maybe we see a bit of a slide towards the defense being favored here. Another good Valkyrie camera placed by Hills. Notably, Echo has not... he's managed to escape this ban phase. And as such, we did see Vinny bring it last round. So that puts even more pressure on this IQ player. Not only does Hills have to worry about those Valkyrie cameras, any potential mute jammers, Legion mines, etc., but also those Echo drones as well, which are really just almost impossible to find without the IQ.
Not really too much of a surprise setup from Sinister so far. Bit of a presence over in Cocktail. And then just fall straight back down. But Sears there, but there is 3 roaming around. Derpe just wants to maybe lurk around Pixel. Maloska lurking around White Stairs, as Vince is obviously holding out and will provide the defensive fortitude over in Cocktail. This is very aggressive actually from Sinister, but it buys so much time. And LFO are going to find it very difficult to push in with a lot of time remaining. By the time they clear this 3rd floor, there's only going to be seconds remaining, and not like 5 seconds, but probably something like 40 seconds or so, Dev.
And that's exactly what happened last round. By the time LFO cleared the map and started to rotate towards Bakery, just 30 seconds left. Not sure where that firebolt from the Capital went off. I think that was at Pixel. And the Nomad air jab. There you go. So Derpe fully flushed off of this position, and White can start to be pressured by LFO, but you've got to go a lot further than that, mate. It's Cocktail that's really the big business.
And it's like taking a bomb site in itself, though, Cocktail.
Oh, yeah.
By the time you get to it, it's as if you're ready to plant. Mosca then just falls down, gets away for free. It's becoming a very common theme on Cafe, on these Reading and Fireplaces, and that's just what adds to the effect that makes that 2nd floor site so difficult to take as the attackers.
Not to mention, there are still a few gas babes left in the pocket. Milo sends out his penultimate one. He's got 1 more left. Might use that to flush out Pixel and allow him to get downstairs. But Fisho, that through the floor must have been. That's the last gas taken out. Nico finds one as well. LFO just falling apart here, all on Nasty and Hills against 5 Sinister players.
Didn't even get to the point of having to fall back. Maloska, though, continued to push forward. Does get punished by Hills. They don't want to just start throwing everything forward as Nasty opens up the wall. Then, well, Hills finds Vince. Nasty can continue to put pressure onto this bomb site now as well. This may just turn into the favor of LFO.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Or not.
Good nades, but no cigar yet, and there you go. Close out from Sinister. It started very strongly, 3 picks all in their favor, and really it didn't let up from there. There was maybe a bit of a glimpse of hope there for Nasty, but nothing that you can take to the bank.
3-0 Dev. I think really now the series is running away from LFO. Clubhouse got out of hand. They lost too many rounds too quickly and too many in a row, and it's a trend that has now taken place here on Cafe as well. And really there's not an excuse. It's not like, oh, you know, this is really, really defender-sided. You know, they're going to turn around on defense. Well, we've seen in the last few weeks, really actually this entire season of 6 Masters, it's 50-50 here. A lot of teams have dominated the attack of Cafe. Back to Bar and Cocktail, which if they don't win this round, I'm almost ready to call it and say that draw streak's over.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
I gotta agree with you there, and especially because Sinister seem to be, for the most part, doing the same kind of strategy, bringing that castle. Milo setting up ADSs inside of Piano, so he'll likely play in that dark corner in between Christmas Tree and the half bar. And I was really hoping we'd see the Capital used to counter that, similar to how it was used to counter the position at Pixel in the previous round when Mims brought it. But no Capital taken at all. The Nomad's still present. The Hibana removed. Sog's going to switch onto the Ash instead, but I really don't know what the idea here is from LFO to clear Milo from that position. Because it's not even like once you kill him, that's the entire round gone. It's just step 1. So you need to get it away, get it done nice and quickly. If you have a hard counter like the Firebolts from Capital, just do it. Just finish it off, start taking control and moving on from there. But I don't see this working. They're going to have to waste these ADSs using flashbangs and then try to flush them out using a grenade, for which they only have the 2 on Nasty. And he really needs to be alive into the late round. And we know that as soon as LFO find that, Sinister find that pick onto the hard breacher, it just eliminates so many more options for LFO.
Nasty just took a big chunk of damage as well. And he's meant to be that sort of protected property, as you were saying. And this is going to slow LFO down even further. As the diffuser in hand as well. It hasn't been easy going for Nasty on Cafe. I mean, it hasn't really been easy going for LFO on Cafe. Or Clubhouse for that matter. Droned in, down immediately.
Oh no.
Try and just clear out the ADS as Moloska's still holding that aggressive position over at Piano Stage. Now pushes over to the window. And they've just dropped in, if I saw it correctly. May not have though. Fisho guy does get heals. And this is proving to be an uphill battle now for LFO in this 4th round of Cafe.
Finally Milo gets injured though. But Fisher guy's still aggressive here. I think that was Nasty's second grenade used to take that out, but Nico jumps out from the fireplace window and trades Sogs. Milo, he might not be dead, but LFO have no idea he's injured unless they got a drone in there, and I don't think they did. Really struggling to see LFO come back from this, even though they have that pick. Milo no doubt going to bleed out, and there you go. But 4 versus 3, and Fisher guy keen with this rifle, rather the shotgun. Eliminated though. Good start for Ungmo. Now it's a 3v3.
And now it's a possibility. Done the work to get to this point, but still a minute on the clock. So really, if you look at it as a positive for LFO, plenty of time. Don't have to rush this, but as a negative, there was plenty of time then for Sinister to just fall back a bit if they needed to. Oh, Vince, just quick little peek above the shield, and Pixel finds it, makes it 3 versus 2. Goes for a second pre-fire. This time doesn't find the target that he was looking for. Nasty, of course, has been sort of playing back a bit this time. He does find Vince, though, over at Pixel. 2 versus 2, but Nasty is injured as that return trade did come out. Luckily, Ungmo is able to shoot straight through the wall, gets Nico, and they've got vision, though. But Derpe, all by his lonesome. This is 1 versus 1. Nasty injured.
10 seconds left.
Big chance for LFO. It's their best chance they've had. Goes for the plant.
5
And we
seconds
see how it plays out from here. Derpe trying to find the information. He's got it. Oh, he stops it at the last second as well.
Operator,
Sinister
you
win the
have run
round.
out of
LFO just can't take a trick.
No chance at all for LFO there. It really started strong for Sinister, opening picks in abundance, but somehow LFO managed to claw it back just closely. And I mean, I'm impressed it got to that 1v1, but when the Echo is the last player alive and Derpe wasn't even playing at Cocktail, maybe if he was on the bomb site, there would have been an opportunity for Ungmo to go find him, hunt him down, and take him out. But Derpe was just sitting safely downstairs. I don't know whether exactly it was in reading or in the hallway of pillars, but either way, he can sit safely on his yokai drones. Got 2 of them. Either of them can deny plant. That's exactly what happened. And the defenders win on time. 4 straight rounds, Jake, and I don't know how LFO is going to go getting even a glimpse of this game.
Feels like you're now starting to turn a tide here, Dev, and join my way of thinking for how the series is going to go. The dark side. The sinister side. That's really what it is right now, because it's just one-way traffic. As we go down to the first floor, kitchen and service and cooking. And for LFO, well, they've been just about thrown in the trash right now.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Be it individual plays from Sinister, such as Fisher Guy going nuts, Nico jumping out windows, Milo delaying time, or just overall strategies, Sinister just seem to be more proficient at everything than LFO. And you can see the confidence from Fisher Guy to place his Valkyrie cameras in such exposed positions, because previously Hills wasn't able to take him out. Now it looks like now LFO is going to completely bypass that map control take, at least for now, and primarily focus on pushing in through Bakery so they can open up these main walls. Now the Nomad will help this by denying aggressive pushes up through small Bakery and prep here. But typically, that map control is so instrumental to the attack, and if LFO don't challenge it, Derpe, who's on the roam at the moment, can open up vertical holes to his own advantage.
And I'll just say that it's very much looking like Sinister's going to take this map as well. And if that does become the case, at least for a moment in time, they will occupy first place on the standings, in which it feels like Wildcard has been up there all season. Of course, it helps that they've played an extra series, Dev, but we don't worry about that.
It's possible that Wildcard could just jump back over Sinister once they finally get some extra games on the board. But, I mean, you've got to credit Sinister. The fact that they were within an arm's reach of being first place on the standings, what a nade there. And Vincia is taking out the Echo, no less. We've seen how impactful those yokai drones can be. Perfect grenades from Nasty, as well as a drone from the rest of the team to find that position. Really excellent work. And it looks like potentially now in a 5 versus 3, this Bakery take is possible.
Nasty's going to go for the plant down. There's a trade out. No, doesn't mind. It was stopped completely. 5 versus 1. Fisho guys the one. A very unlikely one to win this immediately. Wall-banged. Flawless round for LFO. Their best round all of tonight.
They finally did it. They got that plant down. They just completely abandoned what I was saying they should do and go for map control. They just went through Bakery. Use that Nomad to just bite off the...
Bite off the... I don't know what we're biting off exactly, but...
Oh, I may have tapped my mouse and muted my mic while I was mid-sentence, but I was in the middle of making an analogy.
You left us all hanging now. What are we biting off?
My mic. I bit off my mic, I think. No, what I was saying is LFO adopted the strategy of trying not to bite off more than they can chew.
Locate and defuse as many bombs as they
And instead of going for full map control, which Sinister was happy to play into, LFO just prioritized getting the minimum amount of ground that they needed to get that plant down. And it works so well for them. Just go straight for Bakery, use the Nomad air jabs to prevent any kind of aggression. And it helps that Nasty got to nade that Echo out of existence. And from there on, it wasn't too difficult to plant there.
Well, this is going to be difficult, though.
10 seconds left before
Back
insertion.
down to that second floor, reading the fireplace. And how convincing it was for Sinister to hold this last time around. They'll get it for their final defense here on
Attacker's
Cafe.
objective is to locate a bomb
They
and
make it
defuse
1-5. Very unlikely for LFO to then come back on their defense. Be very surprised if LFO can take this site, but if they can, Dev, it does mean they can take a lot of confidence going into their defensive half.
Very much so, and even a 4-2 here has got to be a good position for Sinister going into their attacks. So the pressure is absolutely on LFO. They finally got a look in, and I mean, let's take a look, and taking into account Clubhouse as well, that previous round was the first time in 6 rounds LFO had finally had success and struck around in their column. Now attacking Reading and Fireplace. They stalled out last time. Can they do any better and actually successfully take control of Cocktail? That's a nice way to kick things off for Angmo. Taking out the player at Pixel, it's Derpe. So already things looking up.
Well, they need to be looking down soon, though. Once they can take control of Cocktail. At least they've been able to push past towards Pixel a lot sooner than they did in the previous round that it was Reading in Fireplace. Nice all the time for Hills to clear out any gadgets. They can push into washrooms now to try and avoid that white corridor. The stairs you can see Vincia. So Sogs can at least get a different angle, a different entryway and pathway opened up towards Cocktail. Mosca has dropped down and they've given up on that 3rd floor.
It's always a bit of a gamble. How long do you stay upstairs? But Molosca deciding to... I think he's actually all out of... I don't know whether he used his smoke babes. He actually has one still in the pocket. So he held on as long as he thought possible. But now he can deny these pushes with his last gas grenades. Once finally LFO do take control of Cocktail, he can prevent them from getting aggressive down White Stairs with that last gas. But LFO, the question is how well can they use this vertical positions now to take out the Sinister players? Because Sinister, even though they're in that numbers deficit, they can just play in more safer positions, such as we have from Molosca, not exposed to the floor above him. And it's really on Sinister, rather LFO, to get some more work done.
Yeah, Molosca's the one that they need to take out. They can clear out White Stairs. This is the push coming through. Oh, he looks away at the wrong time. Looks back, but not quick enough. Hills will be able to win that one, although it was very close. Almost a trade. Oh, did he just see him through the floorboards? I think he may have. But he had the IQ scanner out rather than his gun, and that allowed Fisho Guy to keep moving forward a bit. They all just dropped down. Hopefully they all don't just fall in it utterly at the same time. No, guys, that's not how it's done. Fortunately, they get him, but maybe has the damage been done? Hills is very low. Angmo's injured. Hills on 1 HP. He's going to go for the plant. As Vincia and Nico look to finish this round off, to finish this half off. Nico will take out Angmo. Sogs is injured. Hills is the last one standing no more. And that will be the round. A very messy round, but Sinister will also then take the half, 5-1.
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
What was that, Xenox? What was that? I mean, Fisho Guy, the last man to hold the Reading doorway. I mean, he was an unfortunate moment for Milo, but really, watching Fisho here take out 2 of those players was so essential. The fact that he got that second injure, and the fact that Hills was so low on HP from that earlier engagement really made this possible here for Sinister on the retake. And I mean, man, it was just so intense that it got down to that 1 versus 1, but Sinister have got to be pretty happy with how they're tracking to close out this series 2-0.
Not just the series, Dev, but to close out potentially the season going into next week. They're taking on Ferox. No disrespect to Ferox, but Sinister would back themselves in to win that series. At the very least, draw it and take a map, which now is a very likely 2-0 coming into tonight. They then get 1 more next week. You'd think it's all but almost certain that they find themselves a top 4 position. Of course, a lot of games still to be played elsewhere. You've got the Playday 10 to be played still, of course, as well on the 11th of June. But SINISTER, this was the test for them tonight. And so far, they're passing it with flying colors.
Very much so. SINISTER looking red hot and ready to go here for Six Masters. And I'm sure they are eagerly awaiting that first place on the standings, even if they can't stay there for long. But remember here that, as you said, SINISTER, they've actually played their hardest games of the season already. And they've just got LFO here and then Ferox to go. Whereas the teams that they're going to be most worried about are the likes of Wildcard, Elevate. Whoa, it's a rush! I'm sorry, what, SINISTER? You really want to go for it? Yes, they do. That's map control, that's site control. It's all on nasty, and goodness, things have got nasty here. 3 versus 1. What can you do? Absolutely nothing. That's match point for SINISTER.
You blink and you miss it, I guess. I mean, that's the only thing I can really say. They walked in, they got some frags, they walked out with the round win, and they are now potentially about to walk out of this series with a 2-0. And not just a 2-0, Dev, but a commanding 2-0. 7-3 on Clubhouse, and what's now very likely to be 7-1 with how this has transpired on Cafe. Of course, recall, this is the map pick of LFO. It has gone upside down, topsy-turvy, all kinds of ways of messed up for LFO here on Cafe tonight.
Yeah, just think of some kind of metaphor for messed up. That's exactly what, any metaphor, anything. Just that's what's happened here. 7-1 is on the cards here for the SINISTER. And I mean, just to go back to what I had to rudely interrupt myself while I was saying, SINISTER, I mean, it's pretty safe here that they're probably going to take this against LFO unless we see one of the most maddest reverse sweeps ever. So then going into next week, their only remaining game in the Six Masters is Ferox. I think they're going to be backing themselves to get the full 6 points in that match. And compared to their competitors who are really gunning for those top 4 spots, we're talking Wildcard, Elevate, Okami. Those teams all have not played each other yet. SINISTER, their toughest games are behind them. But for their competitors, the other teams gunning for that first spot in the standings and those top 4 for playoffs, I mean, SINISTER, they're just looking so good right now, and I think they can take it all the way.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, I definitely think they could take it all the way. There's only one more way to go, and that's one more round win. And LFO are all sitting on kitchen, maybe anticipating yet another rush. I'm not sure if SINISTER are planning with the same strategy 2 rounds in a row, but it puts the doubt into the mind of LFO that if you're expecting it even slightly, you've got to play to that expectation. And that's potentially the way that they're going to do it here. Not messing about on second floor at all. Although typically, it's not too unsurprising to see a 5-man hold in that first floor and kitchen.
And to think of the air of confidence SINISTER are emanating at the moment to storm through with a rush on your first attack round and take it with only losing 2 players. And now you're putting your opponents in a position backed up into a corner. LFO doubting themselves, no doubt, right now. Just trying to hold on, and it's a long run back to overtime. And when does the doubt set in for LFO here? SINISTER just seem too good to dominate.
And that's, look, I've said it once before and I'll say it again. That's to the credit of LFO that they created these expectations going into the second half of this season based off their first half performances. This has undoubtedly been their worst performance, though, their worst night of seed this season of Six Masters. Because we mentioned the draw streak, that's now very likely to be over unless they can have an amazing comeback from this position. Very much doubt it, because to the credit of SINISTER, they just look unbeatable right now.
Just going to have keeping an eye here. This is how SINISTER like to deal with the Electroclaw on this hatch. As Thatcher is banned, they use a grenade banked on that cabinet. And I like the way LFO has tried to counter that, putting an ADS there. Oh, no, surely that... Oh, it did get it. There you go. Did get the Electroclaw, and now the hatch can be open. But I like the counter there from LFO to put an ADS there, chew up that nade, but it didn't make the full difference. Ooh, good 2 picks from Sogs. Surely there's a refrag here for the 3rd one. Doesn't get too aggressive onto Dirtbear. Takes out Milo. Is he good for 4? Scares off Dirt. Way back up the stairs. Angmo on the Jaeger's now ready to support him as well. This could be some kind of a redemption here for LFO.
Hills goes down. It's very tricky though for LFO. You can't get excited with what's taken place so far. We saw them on Clubhouse where they picked up 2 rounds towards the end to make it 7-3. Well, I think it was 1 round towards the end. They almost made it 7-4, but that was lost pretty quickly. Well, they win this round, but it's hard to get excited for them, Dev.
Hey, there's only one way to go from here for LFO, and I mean, that's upwards, right? You can either lose or you can start to claw away rounds one at a time. And even if a win, an outright victory for LFO isn't on the cards here, every single round that they win back is not only a redemption for them and a little bit more pride that they can salvage out of this series, but on top of that, that round differential also can come into play if there's a tiebreaker. And with how close the teams have been on the standings, I wouldn't be surprised if LFO ends the season on the same number of points as another team, and we may see that round differential come into factor to break that tie.
Well, I said it on Clubhouse. The only way to win it back from here is 1 round at a time. It's exactly what needs to be done, but it didn't work on Clubhouse. Not sure if that's going to work here on Cafe. Bar and Cocktail. But LFO, Dev, they can only just try now. That's all they can really do. Give it a crack. Unfortunately for them, this is also their final couple of rounds for the night. Fortunately, they will get to play next week, though.
And yeah, I mean, LFO, they still have a few games in the bag. We're talking about how SINISTER just have Ferox left to play after this one, but LFO are also yet to play Kanga. And we talked to Enigma before the game tonight. He's backing himself to win both of those series 2-0. Sogs misses that drone there, unfortunate. I think the story that we're talking about right now is SINISTER, and they've just been on fire tonight and throughout this season of Six Masters. As we come to the back half of this season, nearly coming to a close, SINISTER have got to be proud of what they've achieved. And once they can lock out this map, they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Well, you mentioned that with Enigma, though, but he also mentioned how they were anticipating, at the very least, a 1-1 here tonight against SINISTER. And, I mean, you wouldn't have put it past him, really, considering their history and the amount of times you brought up the fact that they play really well on Cafe. Well, this was certainly a night off for them, and definitely does mean, I think, for their chances to then make top 4, they probably have no choice but to 2-0 Kanga, and then in their last matchup will be against Ferox to then 2-0 Ferox, which very well Ferox might be then fighting for top 4 as well going into that series, depending on how their matches play out before the hand.
There's definitely still a lot of moving parts. Ooh, it takes a lot of damage there. Backs off of that position at Pixel. The SINISTER have made really good time here. Less than half the round done, and that's full control of Piano. Ooh, unfortunately, Fisher misses that shield somehow. Flashbangs go out. I think that's also one of the Mozzie Pest hacked drones that was shot there. Nade's going to chew up that shield nicely. And Fisher is just on flank watch duty. Gonna place a Claymore down, I believe, to prevent any kind of push-up aggressively. And Derp gets to work on this wall.
It's hard now, though, because Angmo being so low health, it's very difficult for him to sort of hold an angle. One tap, he'll go down. Up to Nasty to try and delay for as long as possible. Derpe's just gonna make his way in anyway. Doesn't delay him for very long. Definitely can't peek for Pixel, though. That's being pretty much watched like a hawk from Fisher guy. Behind Derpe, Vince is going to get Angmo, like I said. Really didn't have to take too much for him to go down. 40 seconds remaining. Not a lot opened up. There is a bit, but not too much. 4 versus 4 now. There's the trade from Mims. Fortunately for LFO. Can they get any more? They get Moloska pretty low. Half health. Nico, though, gets Mims. back, who was shooting and being aggressive. 25 seconds remaining. Is this the end of LFO for tonight? We're about to find out.
Numbers advantage squarely in their favor. A couple players taking some damage on their side, but just 15 seconds left. Spots out one player on the cocktail. Hills finds the pick onto Milo, but still numbers advantage for Sinister. How can they progress from this point? For LFO, can they keep the dream alive? One player goes down, all on Hills. Plant goes down, and Fisho Guy closes this map. Sinister take first place in the Six Masters standings with a convincing 2-0 victory over LFO.
Well, what can I say, Dev? LFO were put to the sword on Clubhouse, and then subsequently they were sliced apart on Cafe. And as you said, 2-0 to Sinister, top of the standings, at least for the time being. Of course, a game in hand over Wildcard. They've got technically 2 series to play, but impressively enough, this draw streak is over. No more draw for LFO, but on the wrong side of where you'd want that draw streak to finish.
Yeah, a bit of a moment for LFO. They have been so good this season. They've taken the fight to these best teams that we've seen from the ANZ region. Teams like Wildcard, Elevate, Akami, who we know are mainstays for top 4. But at the moment, there is a new contender who has risen, and that is Sinister, sitting at first place on the Six Masters standings and getting there with no mean feat. They have taken some incredibly strong performances, and I think tonight was just an epitome of that. Absolutely manhandling LFO on not only Clubhouse, but also LFO's own map pick of Cafe. A much better performance than Sinister last week against Kanga on the same map, and I think that they're just going to continue this streak all the way to the end of Six Masters.
Yep, I definitely would agree with you. I think their chances now of making top 4 isn't sealed. It's not locked in. It's not 100%. We can't probably go to that degree. But one more map next week against Ferox. You take that first map, and I'd say that should very well do it. What would that put them on, like 27 points, if I'm correct?
I think that to note as well, Sinister, at the moment, they're not just got their eyes on top 4. Surely they've got their eyes on that top 1 spot. Now that they can taste it, now that they're sitting there, at least for now, I think that they want to go all the way, and I think it's definitely possible. Sinister have only lost 4 maps so far in Six Masters, and they have been to Okami, Elevate, and then 2 to Wildcard. So only for those really top big dog teams have they even faltered. And that's not so much that teams like Elevate and Wildcard and even Okami can boast. So Sinister have definitely primed and ready and in a position to take that number 1 spot for good in Six Masters.
What about LFO and sort of where their season now lies, Dev? They've got 2 more matches to be played over the next week. Obviously, we've spoken about it. They've got Kanga coming up next week, and then technically, 2 days after that, they will then be playing again against Ferox. I think to give them the benefit, the way that they've played this season, you definitely favor them in both of those matchups, but I think for LFO's sake now going forward, Dev, it's definitely going to be a matter of having to win those matches. Now, we do have our first interview of the night up and ready. It's going to be Enigma, who had some choice words. Enigma, buddy, not the way you probably envisioned tonight to go. You thought potentially 1-1. You wanted that 2-0. In the end, the draw streak's over.
Yeah, unfortunately so, but I think it's actually a very good thing that the team had that. At some point, it had to happen, and all teams need to learn how to be able to bounce back from a defeat. And credit to Sinister, they played exceptionally well, and completely just stomped us. But at the end of the day, yeah, we just take what we learned from that game, and we got to just bounce back next week, just being resilient about it.
I want to pick your brain a little bit, Enigma, specifically on Cafe. That pick, you guys picked that map. You guys have won it in the past. So have Sinister. You guys have quite a lot of VODs as well to go off. You probably had seen Sinister with that aggressive hold inside a piano where Milo sits around the Christmas tree dancing between stage and minibar. But there didn't seem to be like a perfect solution to that for you guys. What was your thought process in that, and how did you encounter that in the game?
Well, Because obviously, I'm hearing comms and then I'm watching what I'm seeing, but what I'm hearing is just a lack of communication from the team. But we know you are completely right. We knew exactly what they were going to do, just like on Clubhouse as well, because we anticipated they were going to take us there, and we had an idea that they were going to be playing in a certain way. But from what I was listening to the team, we just weren't really firing ourselves up and really pushing ourselves to play as a team. We were, as you could see, individually all playing around everywhere, and it just wasn't the way we usually play. And unfortunately, it's been our worst series of Six Masters, but at the same time too, as I said, you can always take learning points away from this, and that's the most important thing that we can do from tonight. So it is what it is.
Enigma, you guys unfortunately lose that draw streak. As you said, it's good to learn, I guess, from a loss in the end. But moving forward now into your next matchups, you've got Kanga, and then of course you've got Ferox. That wasn't played as well. You feel comfortable going into those matchups and feeling like, okay, we can bounce back here, pick up those wins, and give ourselves still a very big chance of making top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said to you guys, I think last time I spoke, if I don't believe in my team, then I shouldn't be there in the first place. Again, I will keep going back no matter what. I'll always back my team. So I believe that we can take, both maps of both teams. But at the same time, too, we can't disrespect them, and we can't just say that we're going to do it. No, we need to work hard for it, because tonight is a clear indication that we didn't work hard enough for it, and Sinister did. And consequently, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and really just work it out for next week. And hopefully, we'll have our first game. Hopefully win that one, then after the next, have our next game after that. It's just hard work, but I think the boys can handle it, and so can I.
Thanks for your time, Enigma. Best of luck in both your matches next week.
Fantastic. Thanks for your time, guys. See you guys later.
Yep. Always humble, both in victory and defeat, is the lovely Enigma. Always the lovely new suit as well. But look, he is correct. Of course, he's always got to believe in his team. Beforehand, he thought 2-0, very likely he could have got that, or they could have got that against Sinister. 1-1 was also in the cards of where they were thinking the series might go. In the end, you do suffer that defeat. You do have to learn from it.
Yeah, and the thing that always strikes me when we talk to Enigma is he's ever so humble, as you mentioned, and always looking to find a solution to the problems, identifying the problems. He talked about the communication issues, particularly with dealing with some of the things that Sinister, they knew Sinister were going to do those things. They knew that those setups were going to happen, but they just, when it got into game, when they jumped into the server, there was something a little bit short. And the fact that Enigma knows that, and the fact that LFO are well aware of the things that are holding them back from being in the top 4 at the moment, that's what's going to enable them to strive for and start to take a shot at those top 4 spots for playoffs.
Yeah, and I agree. And look, while he's been respectful to Kanga and maybe to a degree Ferox as well, the chances for LFO to win, I think a 2-0 in both of those is very strong. So the draw streak may have ended 0-2 for them this week, but they might then find their first 2-0 next week. We do have our next interview, of course, from the winning team. It is Milo from Sinister.
How you doing,
Firstly,
boys?
I love the shades. I love that. You've got to be feeling extremely happy with the win, not just the win itself, but also how you guys won that.
Oh, I'm pretty happy with the result, to be honest. I ain't gonna lie. Pretty happy with it.
Can I just, before I ask my questions, can I just say, mate, you did the rehearsal for this interview in like a tiny little singlet, and now you come in with, it's full suit, the sunnies. Mate, you look like a man who means business, and I think you've shown that tonight. How's it feel to be first place in Six Masters?
I think I'm pretty happy with that, TBH. I ain't gonna lie. I'm actually pretty happy with that, yeah. That's all I can say.
I'll try and ask you maybe a bit of a serious question here. I just want to ask about that rush on Kitchen. It was like, what, round 6 or 7? What was sort of what was the plan? How did you guys just think, oh, we're just going to rush it? Was this something that was pre-planned maybe before the series?
Oh, of course. So Sinister, we've been, obviously, we're a team. We like to play together. We're playing a lot of ranked. So we've been perfecting our rush strats quite a lot as well. And we identified in our pod review not too long ago that they are susceptible to rushes. So we came pretty handy prepared. We were holding nothing back.
I love it. I love the confidence, and I think you guys will probably be confident going into next week against Ferox as well. Thanks a lot for your time, mate.
No worries, man. Thanks for the interview.
No worries. Very dapper dapper looking Milo tonight. Very different to how we last saw him before the broadcast as well.
It's just a full 180. You know, he was fully,
Yeah.
you know, casual and like I said, he was literally wearing a singlet. And then, you know, game face, absolutely wiped clean like he did with the floor for LFO. And I mean, man, one more match, one more series is remaining for SINISTER, and they're very close to not just keeping themselves and getting to that first space in Six Masters, but locking it in and really sending it home. I think they can do it, and I can't wait for their game next week.
Well, Milo was cool, calm, and collected, so all SINISTER in that matchup against LFO, taking it 2-0, breaking the draw streak. We're going to go to a break, but on the other side, it's going to be a Kami and Pittsburgh Knights. Don't want to miss it.
single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers, looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
We had an amazing first series between LFO and SINISTER. 2-0. SINISTER looked the goods, but we've still got one more series to come tonight. Akami versus Pittsburgh Knights. And Devin, if I thought LFO and SINISTER was going to be close, which it wasn't, this is definitely going to be closer.
Hopefully we'll get another close one. Yeah, I mean, on paper,
Hopefully.
we totally should. These guys are right next to each other in the standings at the moment. Knights managed after last week, where they managed to take 2 maps off of Elevate. Crazy. They've leapfrogged all the way up to 3rd place, and Akami sitting at 4th. Now, keep in mind, Akami have played 2 less maps than Knights has, but these guys are totally neck and neck on cards, on paper, in the standings. So, I mean, hopefully we see a close series. And there's an opportunity here for Akami to take back that 3rd place off of Knights if they do secure both map wins as well.
Yep. Socials below as well. Everyone get voting. The poll vote was pretty much accurate, actually.
It's more accurate than us.
Voted. Yeah, definitely more than us. I was expecting it to be closer, but everyone at home clearly was on the money. 59% voted for SINISTER. They were correct. So let us know what you think Akami and Pittsburgh Knights is going to end. We'll have that poll vote up soon. Going into this series, though, as we now sort of shift our attention away from LFO and SINISTER over to Knights and Akami. Again, we have that similar circumstance where, of course, Pittsburgh Knights were able to play their Playday last week, Dev, but for Akami, theirs has been shifted to next week, where they will then be, of course, playing 2 matches next week.
Yep, and that's because we had the R6 Classics on last week. If you remember, we had some fun games. Wildcard played against... Actually, I can't remember who... Oh, it was Wildcard played against Vodafone Giants, and Fnatic played against Nora, so that was a lot of fun. And that's why we moved the games onto this week. But yeah, Knights Akami should be fantastic. Let's bring up the first one of the rosters here and take a look at how these guys are going. It's going to be Akami, and these guys currently sitting at 4th place. As you mentioned, Jake, they missed out on a game last week, but they've been doing pretty well this season so far. Some good games against Kanga. They took a map off of LFO, but they have had a few ties as well.
Yeah, look, they've been thereabouts, and the fact that they're still in 4th place, even though they've got 3 matches technically still to be played, of course, this one with Knights, then, you know, their next 2 next week. The fact that they're still in 4th place sort of spells how well that they have been playing this season thus far, and their chances of finishing in the top 4, especially if they can push through Knights this week. You know, they've got a bit of a tough one next week against Wildcard and Elevate. So this might be their best bet to find a 2-0 against some of these tougher teams, where then probably against Elevate and Wildcard, they'll be looking more so to go 1-1.
Yeah, very much so. Elevate and Wildcard will both be really tough opponents for Akami, so they've got to knock out some points here. They've had quite a few ties already, and I really want to see them get some more victories under the belt. If you're looking for a player to keep an eye on here on these guys, it's going to be Ippy style for those early round bits of aggression. And yeah, definitely, he's often trying to make a play, but I also want to point out Cutie, who's been instrumental in a lot of clutches. I remember one particular game on Villa. I'm going to say it was against SINISTER. And Cutie managed to put an air jab down and get a 7-second plant time down while the timer was at 0-0 and clutch the round in a 1 versus 1. Absolutely nut stuff. So I'm definitely going to keep my eye on Cutie for those impact plays too.
I mean, as a team, though, yeah, you mentioned Cutie, Ippy style, of course, no brainer. The entry fragger, a lot of the times it's going to get a decent amount of kills and he's going to be highlighted. But Joker, Mangoes, Jack Dad, these guys all contribute. They all make up what has been a solid team, right? A team, not just a couple of individuals playing really well. And that's why they're sitting, 5-3 right now. They got a +6 round differential, 15 points. They're close to securing top 4. Been saying that, they probably haven't been as tested maybe as a couple of other teams have so far this season. A lot of these, wild cards, Pittsburgh and Elevate all still remaining. I'm intrigued by so much to see how these guys now perform against a bit of a tougher opponent. That test will start tonight, though, of course, against Pittsburgh Knights, which we'll have a look at their roster. Now, they did play last week. They demolished Elevate 2-0, especially on that last map on Cafe, 7-2. Very one-sided for a team, Elevate, that you would expect to see around that top 4.
Yeah, definitely. Knights coming into the latter half of the season, that's when things have really started to get challenging in terms of the teams they have to play. So Elevate last week, which on paper should have been a really tough game. Akami tonight, another really tough game. And then one more game to go, which is Wildcard just next week. But as you mentioned, they demolished Elevate 7-2 and 8-6. And I mean, maybe that's a good sign for the Knights. Maybe that shows that they could keep on going, take the fight to Akami, and then maybe even wildcard. And I think that's really what Knights need to see. Currently sitting in 3rd place on the standings, but they can definitely drop down from there. And I don't have full confidence because looking at some of their past results, they dropped a map to LFO, dropped the map to Sinister, dropped the map to Ferox. So by no means has this been an exceedingly strong season for the Knights.
We're going to go and have a look at the maps very, very shortly here, but I'm expecting Theme Park and Consulate to be banned out. I haven't seen the vetoes. Those are my guesses. It's just something that has been a bit of an insta-ban for both of those two teams going forward this season. Akami generally banning Theme Park. And, well, I got one of them right. It was Consulate from Pittsburgh, but Coastline taken away. Now, that's generally because Pittsburgh have been playing quite well on Coastline.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a funny one. Akami, it's a pretty weak map for them, but they haven't banned it yet in Six Masters. As you mentioned, Theme Park's basically been Akami's insta-ban. And yeah, on the flip side, Knights have some mixed results. They played Sinister previously in the Six Masters on Coastline and lost it 7-2. Before that, though, they were undefeated for quite some time. So I can definitely see Knights being strong on Coastline, so it makes sense for Akami to ban it out. Consulate, I mean, that's just basically the insta-ban for Knights, so it makes sense. Let's move on to the picks. Akami gonna pick Clubhouse. Clubhouse and Cafe, what is it with ANZ teams? Clubhouse and Cafe every single week. Week in, week out. What is it? Please tell me.
Look, what I'll say is, just finishing up on that Coastline, is Knights, despite their mixed results on it, they have picked it twice out of the first 5 weeks, so it is something that they generally do go ahead and pick. So I guess Akami kind of looked at that and like, okay, we want to take away one of their picks. But Clubhouse and Cafe, I mean, Cafe, they're both really strong on this. Generally, it's picked by Pittsburgh. They continue that trend here. But I think for Akami, they're more than happy to just leave that open. They got a 2-1 record this season. So I don't think they'd be too scared to go to Cafe. And I'd probably say Clubhouse is 50-50 between the both of them. We've seen Akami pick it a couple of times. We haven't seen Knights pick it or ban it this season, but they've played it like 4 times. No surprise, because it's the most picked map this season of Six Masters. So both teams are very affluent on both of the maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to call at this stage because, like you're saying, both of these teams have mixed results on both maps. For Cafe, Akami been really, really strong. They did drop it to Elevate previously. I'll bring up the poll vote, see where you guys think it's going to land. And that's actually super, super split, isn't it? Damn.
3% difference really between the two teams. I think we said it the last time we were casting 2 weeks ago that one of the games was like the closest we'd seen. I don't know if 3% has been beaten. 45 and 42. No one expecting really a draw though. That's the intriguing thing to take out of this, is that everyone is expecting a 2-0 in some fashion here, which I'm going to go against the grain, Dev. I'm going to go on the outside here and say I think a draw may be likely here based off these map picks, which are both a bit 50-50 here, which probably does lend credence to the fact that then, of course, if it's 50-50, whoever wins that first map can then make it 2-0, but I'm going to back in a draw here.
It's time for Clubhouse. It is Okami's own map pick after previously banning it earlier in the season. That's the frontier for Okami against Knights tonight. And we'll kick off this second series right now. Let's jump into it.
Oh, good. I thought we were gonna have to wait.
No,
Luckily,
no, I wouldn't make you wait.
you made that clear that we're going straight into it right now. Well, considering the map picks, Clubhouse and Cafe, which are by far and away the two most common picks this season, I'm then now potentially expecting some very common bans to come out. Wouldn't be too surprised. I say that though, the Capital completely blows me away there because that's either the first or only time that it's come out.
Capital has actually been a super prominent operator across. Oh my god, are we stuck at 0-0? That's
Wahoo! Says Jack.
Wahoo! Says
But
Jack.
in that second that we had time, I can confirm this is the first time that Capital has been banned this season.
Oh, nice. Well, what's funny is
So,
Capital is
go
actually
me.
really powerful on Clubhouse, particularly for clearing out blue, which is a technique we saw employed really effectively by LFO just earlier tonight, clearing blue by using the firebolts on either side. Yes, I think the server has crashed, so we're probably going to give and show you our lovely faces, which is great because
That's
we
unfortunate
love
for
the
everyone at
attention.
home.
We do poses, do all kinds of things.
I think it's more so you, Dev. Let's be real. Have we still got that backup of the dev only, the dev only picture that we had last time?
No, please no.
Actually,
you left me alone once, not happening again.
Did you end up posting that dev desk only picture on Twitter? I'm not sure if you posted it or not.
I haven't yet.
You've got to
but
put that.
I shall later. But
Yeah.
look, back to business, mate. What I wanted to talk about was Clubhouse because it's where we landed. I'll finish off rounding out about Capital because that was a super common ban overseas, particularly in EU. The European teams are just so good at using that Capital, but locally hasn't been as prominent. Okami banned it out. I think it's not sure which player it is from Knights. I always forget. Might be Hayward, but they do tend to use it, and it can be powerful. So I guess Okami's logic is get rid of it. We're not going to use it. Might hamstring some of their attacks. Maybe it's based on some FODs. But I want to talk about our expectations for Clubhouse. I'm actually just surprised that Okami has picked it because when they played against SINISTER, this was their one and only ban. They banned Clubhouse. And in recent times, 2 games ago over in Six Masters, Okami played Ferox and only barely won Clubhouse 8-7. And I mean, that is not a scoreline that instills me with confidence here, Jake.
No, I mean, it's not. But at the same time, there hasn't been, a whole lot of play from them on Clubhouse. And then yet they still won that only game. I mean, Ferox is not a bad team, right? They can push a lot of these teams to the brink. 8-7 in some cases. We've seen some very, very close games that go back and forth. In other cases, maybe an 8-7 scoreline. I don't necessarily recall that off the top of my head, but sometimes the scoreline doesn't always tell the story as well. And for Okami, this is the most played map in the pool. You've got to be able to play it. And so they've got to back themselves in to be able to take Knights on Clubhouse. And look, in saying that, while it is the most played, what's interesting is Knights have never picked Clubhouse. I'll repeat that, Dev. They've never picked Clubhouse. They've played it 4 times, though. They've never picked or banned it. They love it. Mixed results, 2-2. A lot of their better results have been in more recent times, LFO and Kanga, for Knights' sake. So if Okami look at that and say, okay, well, Kanga 7-2, all right, that's fine. LFO 7-2, that's a decent result. I look at that as a decent result. But before that, they lost to SINISTER and Ferox on Clubhouse. It's very much a bit of a coin flip here. Not a whole lot of information, but the information we do have says this is something that could go either way.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. Knights are playing 5 series so far in Six Masters, and 4 of those times, their opponent has picked Clubhouse, and half of the times that Knights have played it, they've won it. So this is very much mixed result territory, and Okami are the ones who've decided we want to take him there. I've got to theorize, if I'm Knights, I wouldn't have expected Okami to pick up Clubhouse. I would totally have expected Okami to pick something like, well, honestly, the best maps I had for Okami were Cafe and Consulate. So, I mean, maybe Villa, because they've had decent results on there in the past as well. Despite some losses.
They knew that Consulate was never going to make it through. That's been an
Yeah.
insta ban for Knights pretty much every single series. They don't even think that for them Consulate doesn't exist, right? And I looked at the Villa as well. And I thought, I think we were both going along the same train of thought there. Villa was an option, but you look at their last time they picked and played Villa, they lost that to Sinister 5-7. So maybe you lose a bit of confidence in that.
I mean, Villa's a weird one. I know I don't want to talk about it too much because it's not on the table here, but we're trying to get some insight into Akami's thought process here, picking Clubhouse, which in theory is almost as good maybe for Knights as it is for themselves. So with Villa, right, that was their alternate option. I think the most obvious second choice. And their opponents, Knights, have banned it twice so far in 6 Masters. They haven't played it since March. And Akami, they've lost it twice so far in 6 Masters, 5-7 against Sinister, 7-8 against LFO. But prior to that, back in the Pro League season, Akami, this was like their home turf. They won it several times, including a 7-3 against Fnatic and a 7-3 against Wildcard back at when they were at their height. So, I mean, I'm trying to think like Akami, this is a bit of a gamble here.
You're not wrong. And looking further into it, they beat LFO on Villa 7-4 earlier on in the season. Even though they didn't pick it that time, they still played it and they still won it. At that point, it was actually the first time we'd seen Villa even come out by that point.
Talking about Akami?
Yeah, Akami.
No, it was Cafe they won 7-4. I'm pretty sure Villa was the 7-8 because you remember right at the end, I can't remember if I was casting with you, but right at the end, LFO picked up that other bomb site.
Well, then that kind of just puts even more credence in the fact as to why then they probably haven't gone the way of Villa, right? So then even better. That makes it so much easier. And, they were obviously going to ban out Coastline because that's something that Knights have been picking. Consulate was never going to be on the table. Theme Park has been insta-banned generally a lot for Akami as well this season. So I understand where you're going with Villa being an option, but I think Clubhouse actually was a better option than Villa in this the way that they've been playing at least recently. Clubhouse is probably the better option.
Look, Knights lost this to Sinister way back on the second round, but other than that, they have been undefeated. Sorry, no, they also lost it to Ferox. But they've been undefeated since. So they've played it twice since they lost it to Sinister. And I mean, Knights' form on Clubhouse is good. In contrast, Akami's been banning it against Sinister. So, I mean, I'm not questioning the decision for Akami. I'm just pointing out that this is a gamble, and it could slide either way.
One thing I want to talk about, moving maybe just slightly away from the maps here, because we were in the ban phase when the server did go down, but looking at the bans coming out from Akami so far this season, it's been mostly Ying and Mirror, and the one time that it wasn't Ying and Mirror, it was like Ying and Echo, because Mirror had already been banned by the other team. But what we have seen, maybe over just the last 2 weeks, Dev, is that Ying bans have kind of just dropped off in the rate that we've at least seen over the first couple of weeks of this season, where she was getting banned like constantly. She was like an instant ban. Mirror, though, has now become that instant ban. It's like 13 times in a row now. I'm expecting to see Mirror get banned out on both maps, but will we see that Ying ban still take place? Because teams look like they've maybe just dropped off from banning her for a bit.
What's funny about the Ying there is we also haven't seen a lot of Ying play, even when she's not banned. Like, for example, tonight she wasn't banned at all on Cafe or Club, and she wasn't picked once either. There was like one point where LFO had it picked, and then they just switched off of it. Maybe they changed their mind. Maybe it was a misclick or whatever. But I think it goes to show that at once, when that Ying buff came out, teams were particularly scared. And I think Akami is a team where they're like, look, if we're not going to use it, just ban it. I don't want to think about it. But maybe since they've started to see, oh, well, no one's actually using Ying, we might be able to figure out how to counter it. She did get one Candela removed. She's got 3 now, so a bit of a slight reversion of that previous buff. And I think that maybe what I'm hoping for Akami is they've said, okay, we want to do a target ban here. We've identified Capital, and the way that Knights use that's highly impactful. What happens to Knights when we restrict Capital from their arsenal? What are they going to bring to the table? And I guess we'll have to find that out once Knights get onto their attacks.
Yeah, but also sort of what Knights are going to respond with in terms of bans for themselves. I think Maverick's a very likely ban. They've shown that they're going to ban that out a lot, especially going into Clubhouse. Kennel's walls generally opened up very easily with Maverick. So that's my guess here. That's all I can really sort of guess about in terms of what they're going to do for the attacking side. For defense, like I don't see a way in any way that Mirror is going to get through here on Clubhouse. So it's a matter of who's going to then, so who's an Akami then going to choose? Is it Echo on Clubhouse?
Yeah. I don't know, to be honest. Like, you could go for a kind of left of field thing, ban like a Valkyrie, prevent that aggressive play. If I'm Akami, I kind of do want to ban something that gives Knights a bit more mobility. Maybe even we could see something crazy and just ban out the Vigil and really try to prevent that information denial. You could see a mute ban. I mean, I'm going to theorize all this stuff, and then we're going to see some really boring bans like an Echo.
That is very crazy of you, though. I think the Vigil ban. I mean, it wouldn't. I think Mozzie sees a bit more play in that capacity, more so than the Vigil. But even then, I don't think that's going to come out.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised. But look, Xenox, now that we've had a chance to really kind of dive into Club, I mean, I've expressed my misgivings with Akami's decision to take us to Club. And look, they're the ones who have been in their scrims and watching their scrim results and such. I haven't been involved in that, so they know better than me. But like, what are you thinking right now? Are you feeling that Akami actually has the capacity to take their map pick here on Clubhouse, or is Knights going to put up a fight?
Oh, I mean, Knights are definitely going to put up a fight. They've got a lot of experience on Clubhouse. So, I mean, I've said all along, I think Clubhouse is 50-50. It's hard to make that call. So I very much, I mean, I'm sitting on the fence here. I know that's a bit cheap to come out and say that, but that's just how I feel here, that it could go either way. A lot of it probably comes down to the attacker side, who can be a bit more aggressive and be more clean with their entries. We've seen at times that on Clubhouse, teams can get kind of stalled out a little bit, especially like third floor, sitting around like kennels and the balcony. If you don't find picks and you come in with the last 30 seconds, it can be quite difficult. We don't generally see a lot of construction pushes, even though in the last series we saw it once and it was successful, but typically not too much more going on to like CCTV and cash, for example, through construction. So I want to see how teams sort of play this out. We're going to see a lot of runouts. We're going to see someone be aggressive. And then on the defensive side, that same thing we were seeing in our last series matchup between LFO and SINISTER, a lot of aggressive roaming from LFO. Risk reward in some cases worked, most cases didn't.
I have a feeling, and I might be wrong here, but I have a feeling Akami are going to adopt, particularly on that Church and Arsenal bomb site downstairs, I have a feeling they're going to adopt more of a turtle-style defense. We know Akami are one of those teams that do like to use the Goyo and other operators that really help you to turtle and waste time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, mostly turtle bomb kind of style of defense, and really force Knights to go through that utility simulator, right? Utility removal simulator, clear out any magnet devices, any ADSs, and then just destroy the Goya shields, any other deployable shields, whether it's castle barricades, what have you. And maybe Akami's going to try and play for time. But yeah, I mean, it does definitely hinge on the bans, because if Maverick's in, it really changes the landscape of how you deal with like Kaid electroclaws on hatches, and same for Thatcher, right? Like if you ban Thatcher, if Thatcher gets banned out by Knights here, then maybe it gives a bit more opportunity for the teams on the defense to use like the mute and Mozzie information denial roam strategies. Very hard to predict, because we kind of need to know the bans before we can theory craft too much. But overall, I got to say, I cannot see this being a one-sided game on Clubhouse. I have a lot of reason to believe that this is going to be a close one. Akami are the ones who have decided, all right, let's go to Clubhouse. But Knights are the one, in my view, that actually have better results on the map. So it's going to be a close game. And yeah, definitely Akami is going to have to fight for everything that they want.
It's that meme, moments preceding unfortunate events. I feel like you're going to end up in one of those or something like that at the end of tonight, which is going to see like a 7-2 to like Knights or something on Clubhouse, and you're just going to look silly. But look, that just comes with sort of making predictions. That just comes with the jobs. And look, I definitely agree with you. I'm going to side with you. I think this is going to be close. Both maps, I think, will be close. I think we've got ourselves a very, very close series coming up that, look, at the same time, when you say it can be close, both teams are strong enough to take each other 2-0 and probably win those maps maybe one-sided. So it makes it very difficult to then predict and call it one way or the other. The other thing that we haven't maybe spoken too much about, and something I really did want to ask Enigma, is the fact that, LFO, they had a week off, and we're seeing Akami coming in now after a week off. How much that really plays into it. I wouldn't be totally shocked if they come into Clubhouse here and maybe they're just not quite at 100%. Maybe their foot's just slightly off the pedal going into this, which we are very shortly getting back into Clubhouse. Of course, we've still got the ban phase to also go through.
Yes. It's a good point that you bring up about what's the word? Kind of like staying frosty and feeling warmed up. And if you have that break where you don't have a competitive match, you just have scrims for a week, like it does change things. And I don't know whether obviously correlation does not equal causation, but LFO are that team that missed out on a game last week and they had their first double loss tonight that they've had in the season. So it may well play into the fact, and look, that might turn around and bite Okami here on Clubhouse. But we do get into their map pick finally. It is time. Good luck, have fun, ×2. Well, what is that, a hat? Is that meant to be a hat on a smiley
party
face?
hat. Yeah, like a little party hat.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Have you just
Guess I'm not down with the kids.
gotten the internet today, Dev? That's okay. I forgive you. The Capita comes out. No surprise there. Of course, we had already seen that earlier on.
Hey.
But since we haven't had a whole lot to talk about, we can maybe talk about the Thatcher. That's also not too much of a surprise. The mirror will then follow what's going to be the law. I look like
Did you say that before it actually came up? Because it hadn't come up on my screen by the time you said that.
No, I didn't. I swear, I'm just that good, Dev. But no, look, this is the one. This is the pick coming up. I'm very, very intrigued.
You're wondering if it's going to be an echo or something else. Hey, I wouldn't be
Probably it's going to be an echo.
To see a curveball. Come on, surely give me a curveball, Okami. So yeah, I mean, looking at the landscape of operators right now, Thatcher's banned out, so it does give a bit more opportunity for teams to do that information denial style roam with the Mozzie and Mute, because it's more difficult to clear that utility, and it also leaves all 3 hard breaches vacant, particularly that Maverick, which basically eliminates any chance of bandit tricking, especially on that cache kennels or the CCTV kennels wall. As for the defense, mirror banned out just means that you won't be able to place those mirror windows to create some really strong anchor positions, whether that's downstairs or upstairs. And the echo as well, just not going to have that last second plant denial and a bit less information gathering as well. But Ipistyle is going to compensate by 6 picking onto that Valkyrie off the Kaid, as the Kaid maybe not as impactful with that Maverick presence.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I did mention Maverick earlier, but I should have probably done a bit more of my homework, Dev Marta, because every Clubhouse game the Knights have been a part of, they've never banned Maverick themselves. That's generally been reserved for Cafe. So I guess I'll just have that one in the back pocket, ready to go in the ban phase for Cafe. But Clubhouse is going to be our first map here for the second series of the night. If you've just joined us, wondering how that first matchup went between LFO and SINISTER. SINISTER took it 2-0 on Clubhouse and Cafe. And it means if you've just joined us, we're also going to Clubhouse and Cafe in this series between Knights and Okami. Okami's pick on Clubhouse. Let's get us rock and rolling, Dev.
Yeah, and I mean, contrasting to what I had theorized, I had suggested that maybe we'd see a bit of an anchor style hold from Okami, but they're actually going to do the SSG roam. Yay, we got Mute, we got Muzzy, we got Castle. It is a textbook SSG roam, and on top of that, we've got a bit of extra information gathering from Ipistyle to enable some plays, maybe a bit of aggression, and a little bit of information gathering / entry denial from Mangoes as well, and he's likely to be that player on the site, throwing out those goo mines. I'm sorry, what? Ipistyle? I mean, he's the style we know, and he really kicks things off in style. Hayward getting taken out nice and early there.
Oh, sometimes it be like that. He's found a second one onto Juicy. And then typically for Ipistyle and Okami, this is usually what we see from him on the attacking side. Finding these early picks, early frags. He's doing it here on the defense, which is a great sign. And he's basically said to us, 1 week break, who cares? That doesn't bother us. No excuse. Finds the 2 early frags, and Okami are here to play. 1:45 seconds. As Knights have lost 2 early, and it's really going to stall out this attack from them.
Can I just point out, and look, we might need to change the observer view, go and have a look at the pool table, but the point where Ipistyle actually got both of those kills. It was both underneath castle barricades. He was playing kind of near the jukebox. He shot underneath that castle barricade in towards pool table to kill the player who pushed on from the other side. And then he did the same thing on the opposite side. So 2 kills by shooting attackers' feet underneath castle barricades. Now, that is one way to use the utility to the best of your effect.
The thing about that sort of play, though, is it's not one that you can probably repeat too often. You give away the play. You might be able to do it maybe one more time, but even then, a highly doubt he's going to find 2 more, right? That's just the sort of thing you set up, you come in. When do you want to try and use that play? In the end, they just go, why not do it in the first round and see if we can find something? It works. Josh will get mangoes as a return fire, but a lot of the damage has already been done from Akami because of Ippy style. 40 seconds left, pushing through dirt is Strider. He's got the diffuser in hand just to his left. Oh, Jack that. No one's watching behind him, and he kept his back at dirt, which ended up backfiring. Josh and Dino are low. The push is going to be very difficult, and, well, now just about impossible.
And finished off, Itby style, I believe that's 4 on the round. Man's unstoppable. Nice early 2K, and then as soon as Akami had that numbers advantage, they employed a very similar strategy to what we saw earlier tonight from LFO, where once you get that first pick, you just fully get back to site and use that numbers advantage to the best of your ability to prevent the attackers from getting any kind of refrags, and it worked to perfection. EP style functions just as well as an anchor as he does as a roamer, and a really nice SSG roam with 2 early picks, bit of oversights from Knights, is going to lead Akami really nicely in the start of this game.
A lot of aggression coming out, which is generally well received on Clubhouse, especially those basement holds. We saw it from LFO. They executed in one of the rounds, or I believe round 2 if I remember, but they tried it a few more times after that to very little success. But so hard to really gauge too much from that first round. A lot of it coming down to the fact that Ippy Star was able to get 2 kind of cheeky kills there. They weren't really like, it was. Yeah. It's hard to explain because I feel like it's not something you're going to expect from him every single round here on out. So Knights can kind of go, all right, you're cheeky, but that's not going to happen again.
5 seconds to insertion.
Definitely, Knights are going to be a bit more cautious on the entries. They don't see a castle barricade and think, okay, well, that's free. I can enter in there. I'm protected, because the castle barricade doesn't go all the way down to the floor. There is that little gap, and Itby style, he likes to take advantage of that. Once again, the Valkyrie being utilized to full effect by Akami. Jack Daddy placing one on the rubbish bins outside. Pretty common spot for a Valkyrie camera, but there's no IQ on the attacking side, so a keen eye will be required to get rid of that. This is really where we start looking at Strider, though, to open up this kennel's wall. I don't think there's anything really stopping him from succeeding with this Maverick trick. It should be fairly trivial, and once the wall has been unreinforced, Josh is going to open it up. Boom, and there you go. Kennel's wall is open. Magic.
Just like that. 2 minutes. Open pretty early, but then pushing onto sites, not generally going to follow pretty quickly after that. It's on this 3rd floor, getting control of garage, and whoever's generally holding up in rafters, if you get that person, then you can really put the pressure onto the defensive side. But this is the bomb site, CCTV and cache, where I'd like to see a bit more push through from construction, which looks like maybe the case. Knight's going to drone it out, and he's going to push through. Hayward as well to join him. What this does is now puts a lot of pressure from multiple different avenues onto the site, and kind of just squeezes Akami onto the site, and then they can come in from different angles rather than just funneling through from, say, Kennel's wall.
This is where we'll likely see Dino attempts to open up that wall, but Hayward needs to clear out the Electroclaw so that Dino can place his Kairos pellets on. Only 1 nade left. The first one misses, but Juicy does find mangoes. That's the Kaid. Now let's see if Hayward's aim can be true with this nade. Good arm. And it does clear out that Electroclaw. So, should be pretty trivial for Dino to open up an avenue onto the bomb site, but that won't spell the whole thing. Ippy style just wide peeks Josh on the Kennel's wall, and that's now an angle Akami just don't have to worry about as that player taken out.
It was a trade back, though, from Juicy onto Jack Dad. 40 seconds left remaining, but Knights have been able to clear out a lot of avenues onto the site. Although now they're going to see if the aim is true as they then now push through. Top of red is still in control of Cutie. Little angle peek. Doesn't elect to take the shot, just wants to keep his head intact. That's the smart option. Now he can peek it back with a pre-fire. Although not holding that angle this time is, I believe, Hayward. And it is, although Hayward pushed forward, going to get punished by Cutie. 2 versus 1. Cutie's in a tough situation, expecting to push from the red stairs. Unfortunately, Dev, he can't shoot both at the same time.
But it did get very close there by the end of it. A 2 versus 1, and Cutie very nearly got that. If he had injured Dino on the first peak, which I think he believed he injured the Hibana, that's why he went to peek the second angle. But if he had managed that shot, would have definitely been a salvageable round for Okami. But Knights, just to push in at the last minute and win out in their trade battles, was so essential for them.
Well, they're going to try CCTV and cash again, Okami, which don't blame them. Good sight, but doesn't always pay off. I believe we saw LFO do the same thing in theirs earlier on tonight, where they lost CCTV and they thought, okay, we'll try it again. They lost it then, but at that point, I think it made it something like 0-3. This is, of course, 1-1. But for Akami's sake, Ippy Style is certainly fragging out right now. 5 kills already in just the first 2 rounds. It almost feels like you can always bank on him to find a kill or two, even things up if you've fallen behind, or get that early advantage.
For the attack, I really want to highlight Dino in that last round. In fact, he was last week's MVP. Really stellar performance on both Cafe and Border in Knights' game against Elevate. But here, I mean, it's just on the 2 kills at the moment, but in that previous round, it really was essential from him, not only to open up that wall from construction into cash, but also to follow it up with an entry and then lock out that final aggression onto Cutie to lock out the round for his team. Sometimes these players are a bit underrated, but also essential, and Dino has been turning up for the Knights.
The price you pay to open up the wall for Strider, it's not a very large price. Although you don't want to get hit by Electro Claw too often. That's okay though. He's a tough man. He's a tough cookie. He'll push through. Should be able to break this down pretty easily, pretty comfortably. Josh just making sure nothing too cheeky comes through. But look, Akami should be ready for this second try at CCTV and cash. Although will Knights, you'd think Dev will play this a bit differently. Well, never mind. Dino, Hayward, around construction. So far, it's all a bit same.
Yeah, Knights making good time because they're committing players to separate areas. It's up to Strider and Josh to take control of the Kennel's wall, and Dino and Hayward together with some support from Juicy to take control of construction. So that kind of split push pairing up really helps enable that. Wait a second, Mango's just got injured. Another grenade's going to follow up, and that finishes the deal. Also Cutie as well. There you go. What is this from Knights? Hayward just stepping up, and it's a file on in. Juicy gets taken out. That's 2 for Ippy Style. Finally, there is the trade. That's Hayward third on the round. Finished off now. It's all on Jack Dad.
D4 goes out from Jack Dad. Doesn't use it immediately. Maybe he can push up. Oh, mate. Just goes for a bit of the luck play. Oh, the head's peeking. He sees it, but at the last second, Knights take the round. And a lot of that thanks to Hayward's initial entry frags with the nade through the hole in the wall. And a good round for Knights as they now take 2 in a row.
Can I just mention that this is something so distinctive of the Knights in a meta where people call this meta that we're in these days, people call it the 20-second meta. Because, and the mentality behind that is that the defenders have so much utility that the attackers have to just piece by piece remove it. And by the time they've done that and they can finally actually enter the objective, there's only 20 seconds left in the round. Well, I'll have you know, Knights had that round over within 2 minutes. They only used 2/3 of their allotted time. And that wasn't because Okami, the defenders, were just giving them free kills and playing super aggressively. No, that was just exceptional time management from the Knights. And they thought, look, as soon as there's an opportunity for us to execute, we're just going to do it. Just collapse right now. We don't have to wait until the last few seconds of the round, because that's when the defenders are expecting you to explode onto the bomb site. As soon as you see your opportunity, go for it.
I feel like I just got a lecture.
I'm sorry, bro.
That's good. You're right. 100% spot on. You know, you've got the nade in hand. You're thinking you're going to throw it anyway. You see the opportunity, the hole in the wall, and you think, well, that's generally where they're going to probably be standing.
10 seconds to go.
First one goes out, gets the injure. Second one finishes it off. But then also, you know, you get that, when you get that kill, you're kind of expecting someone to be close by to go for the trade.
Moving out to locate a bomb
And in the end, Hayward was very much aware that that trade was going to come from a very similar location. Peek to the left, found that second one, and you're right. Then it's an easy push in from there. This is going to be a bit different, though. We go down to Church and Arsenal in the basement for round 4. And this is where we saw two styles. You can either go for that turtle, all 5 down to the basement, or aggressive roamers.
And last round, Style got the nice 2-piece early on from Bar. He's playing in a similar area. Hayward's about to drone him out. Does spot him, no doubt. Itby's on camera, so he doesn't know his position's been revealed. He might have seen that drone. He does, and shoots it. Now watching for a player to enter from lobby. There are roamers upstairs as well. Style just holding in Bar as long as he possibly can. Juicy trying to drone ahead. Jack and Cutie upstairs. Dino about to drone out. Jack Dad, ooh, misses that drone. Trying to hack it now. There's a player just around that corner. He has to be so cautious.
I mean, he knows he's got to be cautious, but at the same time, when you're playing this way, you're not necessarily playing too cautiously. You're playing in aggressive manner, aggressive position, looking to find these peaks, ready to react quickly, move back, have an exit strategy in place as well. Cutie doesn't need no exit strategy. He'll take out Dino now to fall back peacefully on his own terms. Jack Dad now pushes through construction. The aggressive play from Okami, paying dividends right now. Josh, though, surely just shoots through. Doesn't get the injure, and Strider's able to get Cutie, but they haven't finished off Jack Dad yet here up on construction. Has he fallen away? He has, over to Master. Minute low on the clock, and the amount of time that these roamers have been able to take away from Knights has at least been effective, but they have paid for their lives to achieve this.
And notably, the player that was eliminated is Dino. Not only has he been very impactful for the Knights in these previous few rounds and last week, but on top of that, he is the Hibana. He is one of the prominent hard breaches. Mangoes is still roaming. Josh is going to get caught with his pants down. There's the freest kill Mangoes has ever had. He's going to get back to site. That evens up the man count. And now not only are Knights short on utility, but the man count isn't even in their favor any longer.
Yeah, and they don't have any control over really many of these locations as a trade out. Style got that opening one. Strider, the diffuser in hand, sprays through the wall, able to get Joker, traded back, but Knights win the round. They've got the numbers in the end. Hayward found 2 as he pushes through blue. He had at least help. And Knights have won 3 in a row all of a sudden. In a round, the Kami looked like they were going to win.
That was crazy.
Oh, they're speechless.
I mean, this is something that Knights have always been good at. And it doesn't matter what the situation is, let's just go and try and take the bomb site and refrag it out. And it's not just that they have insane aim or anything like that, because anyone can aim. Knights have chemistry. That's what they've got that so many teams lack. They have this coordination where on the flick of a switch, it's like they have a magic word, like the sleeper agents from like secret agent TV shows and stuff. And you say like pineapple and then they just like erupt and kill everybody. It's like Knights have some special code word. It just means, all right, everyone drop whatever you're doing. We're just going to go full send right now. And we're doing it together as a team. And it's beautiful to watch.
Poetry in motion. Knights. Well, they definitely don't want a close match. They don't want a close series. 3-1, perfect start. And it goes back to sort of, I guess, the games against Elevate last week where they had a close one in the first map, but then 7-2 finished it off. And of course, it's not like they've had a week break. They're able to come straight back in. Akami had that one round, but since then, it's been all nights. And that's what I did say it as well, that after that first round, you can't take too much into it. Ipistyle found 2 very cheeky kills, something that wasn't going to be replicated, at least not anytime soon, which so far that's proven to be true. And since then, Knights have just been in control. They've been able to find picks early on, get good position, push onto sites with relatively ease and time in the bank as well. And the one downside in that last round was, you know, it took a bit of time clearing out some of the roamers, but besides that, everything else has been perfect.
It might be early to call, but surely we're questioning Akami's map pick here of Clubhouse. It wasn't tried and true from their results. They had lost it just as much as they'd won it, and they'd even banned it against SINISTER, so it's clearly not one of their best maps. And Knights have had good results here. Akami really has to start giving themselves a kick up the bum, but there's a flank up the red stairs. Just silence. Juicy finds one, Josh for another, and Knights are ready to start gaming.
I think they were ready to start gaming as soon as we got into this series, taking control of both CCTV and Cash as they head over to Master Gym.
Bomb located by attackers.
Really not much else to say here for this round with only Cutie and Mango still remaining. Cutie's going to get 1, but it's all for naught, you'd think. It's all for a bit of a show. Knights take it out almost flawlessly. And now that's 4 rounds in a row here on the attacking side of Clubhouse. They are in sync.
Everything is covered. No way you're getting back upstairs, Kaid. Absolutely no way. Knights are in control. There is just not even a look in from Akami. You mentioned it was just that one first round for Akami on the back of a nice 2K from Ipistyle. Yeah, Knights got a bit ahead of themselves. You know, they jumped in windows, they started pushing in maybe before it was safe, and Akami punished them for it. Since then, Knights aren't falling for any of Akami's tricks. In fact, they have manhandled them through this attacking half. We'll see, and once again, a Church and Arsenal attempts, and in fact, it is the final round for Akami to salvage something out of this defense. Best they can be looking at into their attacking half is a 2-4 split. And, well, last time they defended this bomb site, it really didn't look so well. They committed to that roam. They lost more players than Knights. Knights were 4 versus 3 after that roam clear. And then Knights just absolutely turned up the heat, exploded onto site, used that numbers advantage to their benefit, and Akami had no response.
They're going to have to find a response, though. There's no choice now in the matter as we head into the final round of the first half. The response needs to probably happen here. 5-1, I don't give them any sort of a chance then if they go into this 5-1. This is not exactly like, oh, you know, attack decided, you're expected to win 3-4 rounds. It's pretty 50-50 from what we've seen recently. Might go for another castle play. Not sure if it's going to work, though, but Akami are down 1-5 at the half. I told you jinxed it, Dev, so we can all blame you.
I said that there was no way this is going to be an easy game for either team. I said this is definitely going to be a close one because we had such mixed results from both teams. And, you know, the previous results, the bans that we'd seen from these teams in the past really indicated it would be close. And, I mean, Knights are just saying, to hell with your predictions, Dev.
There's a lot of similarities between this series so far. I mean, I know we're only 5 rounds in, but between LFO and SINISTER, and right now Knights are looking very much like SINISTER in that they just seem like the aggressive, in control team. Not too fast, not too slow, well paced, all in sync. Everything's going their way. And Akami, like LFO before them, just look all out of sorts. And the two things in common for that is they're both the two teams that didn't play last week. I know I keep mentioning it, but oh, that's just not it. This is the response, though, from Akami that they needed. The C4 from Jackdad, the aggressive push out. I'm not sure if Knights are expecting this from Akami. And it's worked. And they've completely caught them with their pants down. Hayward and Strider the last 2 in a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, well, I think that's what we call a successful roam game. for Okami, and it all happened at once. A C4, a shotgun blast, not sure where that happened, and then of course that flank up from Mangoes, taking advantage of the fact that Knights was so preoccupied with those roamers that he could flank up through storage. But now, just Hayward and Strider, you can see they're in sync. They're deciding what the play is. Go grab the diffuser. Are they going to go through dirt? It seems so, but Itby Style, he's sitting in freezer. Hayward's going to have no clue. That's a freebie. Oh, Itby almost dies for it, but that's diffuser as well now. Strider has to address this. Surely Itby Style can win this gunfight. He does. And a flawless round to end the half. 2-4 for Okami.
Well, Itby Style opened up the half, and he closed it as well. Fortunately for Okami, but yet unfortunately, it was the only 2 rounds that they took on their defense. They switched, though, over to the attack, which might just benefit Okami more than usual. You know, you got the aggressive entry style of Itby Style, who usually finds those early frags, makes it easy for his team to then push in with a lot of the support around him. But the way that Knights have been playing, besides those 2 slip-ups, their 4 round wins were all one-sided. They were all dominant. There weren't struggles. They weren't tense. We'll see, though, if that continues to translate here now onto their defensive half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Knights are going to go downstairs to kick it off. And yeah, we're definitely looking at Okami right now and saying, you picked Clubhouse, show us why. You better have some good attacks in store. I really don't feel like that kind of left of field Capitao ban from Okami hindered Knights on their attacks at all. There was never a moment where I was thinking, Knights are really not looking great. If only they had Capitao, everything would be fine. So a bit of an impactless operator ban, perhaps from Okami. And well, we'll have to see how Okami do deal with this on the attack now. Knights feeling confident after such a strong attacking half. Where are we going to go from here?
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
I mean, the opening round kind of probably dictates where we are going to be going. 2-5 is very different to, say, 3-4. If Okami can open things up down in basement, which has typically been a decent bomb site to hold for the defenders, at least what we've seen so far tonight even, right? So it looks like Turtle Strat for Knights is going to be employed. We'll see how Okami can deal with it, but if they can push through and find these picks, get onto site, plant, get the win, 4-3, and then I guess they've also wrestled back a bit of momentum.
Look at operators. I'm just going to point out a bit unusual to see all 3 hard breaches taken from the attacking side. Cutie, Hibana, Joker on the Maverick, and Mangoes on the Thermite. So anything that could get opened will get opened. That's for sure.
Ooh, Loopy Style's going to open up Strider's head. That's the opening pick. That's what I was talking about prior coming into this round. He just knows where to place himself, where to get these picks. Now, you know, 5 versus 4 is very different. Now 5v3.
It's unfortunate. Real shame.
I mean, it's just the Itby Style effect in play.
So, Dino, Josh, and Hayward. I know on the attack they were good at dealing with numbers deficits, but defense is a whole other can of worms. 5 versus 3. Okami can't let anything slip, and Itby Style is going to further that man advantage, leaving just Josh and Hayward to clutch up. Likely that's blue control also sacrificed with all that hard breach available for the attack. Everything is going to be opened before too long. Josh might have 2 impact grenades in the pocket, but surely all 3 Hibana pellets will trump that. Oh no, just a missed shot from Hayward, and he will be punished for it. All on Josh now. Surely this is not possible.
Well, it's not over till it's over, but it's looking pretty over for Josh. Gets tagged up a bit, able to get Itby Style at least. I'm not counting him out just yet. If you can find a few wall bangs, he doesn't even attempt it though. I mean, they know where he is as well. Could have easily had a try and tried to stop the plant, but Cutie will get him down the hallway, and that's going to be the round in favor of Okami. And going into this half now, 3-4 doesn't look so bad at all.
That's a great point. It's crazy how we went from a 4-1, and we're thinking, oh, this looks really bad for Okami, and then we go to a 4-3. Yeah, that's actually basically nearly even scoreline. So hey, maybe Akami can have a run back on their attacking side, but to be honest, they just got the opening picture to an oversight from Strider. I'm sure that Knights is going to buckle down and not let that happen as badly. And of course, they had that disconnect from, I think it was Juicy. So, I mean, surely that's not going to be replicated here. And maybe that was a bit of a free round for Akami. Knights surely going to buckle up from here on.
Defenders, protect your
I mean,
bombs.
and I know that I said this as well for that very first round that Akami were able to win because of the double kill for Ippy style. But technically, you know, if you have 7 or 8 rounds that can't be replicated, who cares? That's all you need, right? So for Akami's sake, okay, they've had 2 rounds that probably can't be replicated, and it doesn't really tell the whole story. Knights' 4 rounds were very convincing. They were very much on point, a lot of opening picks that were quite normal to see. But Akami don't care for that. It's now 4-3, and maybe for them it's like, okay, we had a couple of bad rounds, things didn't quite go away. I won't say the L word, which is lucky, because they haven't necessarily been lucky, but they've just played a bit different in a couple of their winning rounds. Now it's time for them to play maybe more convincingly in a more normal manner, but who cares? You know what? If they want to keep playing strange, keep getting lucky rounds or whatever, who cares, Dev? As long as you get 7 or 8 of them, they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if that kind of a bit of aggression is going to pay off, then you know, all power to you. Make it happen. But for Knights' perspective, right, they're looking at this and saying, okay, we lost that. Strider got picked early. We had a disconnect. We're going to do exactly the same strat down to the operators and the positions, and we'll just do it better. And that tells us that Knights realized that the reason they lost was just due to those 2 little early mishaps. And if they rectify those, then they can continue with the same strategy. Ooh, nice job there from Akami. Ippy style found that Valkyrie camera. I mean, surely Knights are going to have a better chance on their second attempt here.
You say that. I mean, you'd probably think, if anything, surely Ippy style doesn't find the same opening frag from the same position on the same bomb site, which is kind of what we were talking about in terms of replicating things. But, you know, replicating things is also the operator picks for Akami this round exactly the same. So all those breaches in play makes it really easy to open everything up. You got a lot of time. And this is where in that last round by now you'd have that opening pick. And it just changes things. And what you're saying for Knights here is they're just probably playing a bit safer, turtling a bit more, making it say, all right, well, we're not going to give you that opening pick this round. Let's go 5v5 and see what happens.
Oh,
Located.
was that
That's
a
what
double?
happened.
It is.
Got a double. Oh, no.
Yeah, that ain't gonna help. That's Jack and Cutie down, and I'm pretty sure the hatch was not in fact blown. That's correct. The Hibana pellets were denied successfully. Man, that's a numbers advantage that Akami's not gonna forget about. And well, fortunately, there are 2 hard breaches remaining, but I just don't see it possible that hatch is gonna open. Dino on a 4K. He's on for the ace. I don't know how this has happened. Surely it be. You can't let him do it to you.
Surely they just give him the ace, though. 40 seconds, not a lot of time. Ippy style, to his credit, pushing in. Takes out the Goom line. To his right now, he's going to check behind server, though. Flawless round. Strider won't give the ace. But Knights will take the win. And they do say, Dev, you're 100% spot on. We weren't going to allow that again.
Dominating that was, and all on the back of, I mean, we didn't see Dino's 2 nuts shots. I don't know what happened there. I don't even know where those players are pushing from. I guess they had opened up the Moto hatch, so maybe trying to push from Moto, maybe they dropped, and well, no doubt it was information gathered from that Valkyrie camera that enabled Dino to get that double kill. Yeah. He got the double C4, and then he got killed people with the MPX. And I think that the 2 people with the MPX he killed was maybe people who dropped Moto. Perhaps he was even in Arsenal and he just looked at that long angle. You can breach from that main stairs, kind of near the main stairs, looking down towards Moto. I don't know. Doesn't matter. That's surely something that Akami is going to be scratching their heads and be like, okay, let's not let that happen again. And I mean, we've seen some pretty nuts Valkyrie plays, haven't we? Ippy Style and Dino have both given us a real treat.
100%. 5-3 now. Knights deservedly in the lead. Kami trying to claw their way back. Really right now what feels like on the back of Ippy Style and Cutie, who The main fraggers currently for Akami. Back up into the second floor with CCTV and Cash.
Before insertion.
We'll see if they can have any success here on the attacking side for Akami.
Left before insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Dino once again on the Valkyrie. Valkyrie cameras, no doubt, will be the black eyes will be used to try and give him a bit of extra information so we can enable these plays. That's going to be feeling pretty comfortable, but they can't let this lead slip too far against them. Attempting the Cash and CCTV bomb site for the first time. And it's fairly trivial for Joker to open up this main wall. Nice straight line at the top, nice straight line at the bottom with the blowtorch, and, well, that reinforcement will just dissipate. Strider getting a lot of good information from below, however. Calling out to his teammates exactly where those players are. Particularly on this rappel out towards Kennels, but Strider also late round could have an impact, calling out player positions and maybe going for a C4 to deny that plan.
Bomb located by attackers.
Baghdad's got to be careful as he pushes through bedroom over towards construction. Still needs to open up a lot on this side of the map, but if he just takes a couple of shots through the walls or peeks wrong, nade or anything, he's going to go down. Could breathe on him and it'll go down. Mangoes has got the diffuser. Might be looking to eventually push through the window, go for a quick plant, pop back out. We've seen it before. Over at that balcony. And Joke has found a double somewhere.
What is it with double kills happening and us just not being able to see them at all? I guess Joker on that rappel must have been a player at top red.
They didn't run out, did they?
No,
They did run out.
They did, man. They're trying to make plays based on Strider's information, but it doesn't seem to be playing into their hands. It's all on Strider and Hayward now. Hayward tries to go for that aggressive peak, but it doesn't find its mark. Completely concussed, no audio to speak of, and he's shot in the feet, all on the pulse, and Ippy Style closes that one out. A flawless round for Akami, one step closer to tying it up.
Ibisal just celebrating there, and well, they continue to just hang around like a bad smell. 5-4. Every time it looks like Knights are going to pull away, Akami get one back. But every time it looks like Akami might go for 2 in a row, Knights pick the same site, and they're just like, okay, we're going to just do it better. We're going to do it better. We're going to win it. We're going to go 6-4. But the pulse being picked is interesting. You brought up the good point. It gave the information. You use that information to think, oh, he's repelling. Let's push him. He's not going to expect it. But he's repelling in a way that he's then able to get that quick double. I don't know what to say about that one, Dev. I mean, running out there, Kennel's balcony, bit of a strange one. But as you said, maybe baited by the pulse.
Yeah. I think Knights are trying to make plays, and Strider's trying to coordinate them using that scanner, giving information to his team, but it doesn't really matter if Knights have that information, because going for those plays is something that Akami are just watching by default, even though they're not necessarily aware that Knights have the information to make those plays. Like, it doesn't necessarily make the difference, because Akami are just watching for aggression and holding those patient angles, especially when you get the wall open so early. You just can sit there and it's nice and easy. Ooh, I like this. It's going to be a pre-play C4. Indeed it is. So that's lovely from Dino. However, if there's any drones down here in bar, they would have seen him place that. But yes, thank you very much, Marshall, our great observer. He's going to spot out the fact that that C4 will destroy anyone standing near that bed, between the bed in Master and the doorway towards construction, right where Dino's standing. So Dinos will no doubt have a camera, and if he sees someone pushing from their late round, he will detonate that C4. It should be a free kill.
Should be, that's the plan. A lot of the focus from Akami, though, has been more around this east side, around Kennels, Garage. I mean, we saw in one of the rounds earlier that had a bit of presence, of course, going through construction with Juckdad, who was low, so he was pushing through a bit slowly. Josh going to take back that C4. Going to be careful to watch out for his legs. He probably feels trapped right now from Ippy style, especially after what happened in that last round where he got a couple of kills through those small holes created by Joker. Drone waiting patiently to go in.
Ooh. That C4 used. Ooh. The wall hasn't actually been properly opened. The wall wasn't properly unreinforced, so that means the Maverick missed a spot and will have to go back and do the very dangerous task of trying to fix that spot. Where is it? Is it right in the middle there? Nope, still hasn't found it. Oh, this is an embarrassment. Finally, he gets it. But Joker gets taken down really low on HP thanks to that Electroclaw zapping him as he was repelling. But finally, the job's done. Minute and a half, and Akami have completed step 1 of this attack.
See you on the other side. Drone ready.
Well, you were waiting for the Dino free kill. Doesn't quite get the C4, but he does find an opening frag onto Jack Dad nonetheless. Not a lot of pressure coming from that construction site, so I'm not sure if that C4 is going to be used in this round. Great idea, but in the end, it obviously depends on how the attackers are going to attack and where they're going to attack from. Beauty
That's just these
sitting
Hibana
at the
pellets
kennel's
from
wall.
Cutie. And those Hibana pellets are going to enable him to spot out if Hayward stands up. Really nice usage there.
35 seconds though. They haven't really got a whole lot of time to just keep holding an angle. They've got to make a push. They've got to make a move. Cutie, I think, understands that. Elects to push in. Clears top red, but immediately to his left, he's going to be fragged out by Josh. And now in a 4 versus 1, it's Knights that are going to go and take match point here on Clubhouse going into the next round. It'd be style though? No. Doesn't quite get the job done. Knights will indeed get that match point. 6-4.
As you mentioned, the time did really tick away there, and I wonder whether Akami felt a little bit rushed. They didn't get that main kennels wall open for 1:40, which is quite a long time. And in contrast, when we saw the way that Knights dealt with that attack, they had 2 players dealing with the main wall on kennels, and they did that in about a minute and a half, a bit less. And meanwhile, 2 players from Knights were also pushing from the construction side and taking that control. So really efficient time management from Knights, and we just didn't see that demonstrated from Akami. And then following that, just pick after pick going the way of Knights and sliding that numbers advantage away from Akami. We're on match point here on Akami's map pick, and to be honest, Xenox, I'm even more puzzled as to why Akami would have chosen to take us here to Clubhouse.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, we went at pretty great lengths speaking about it. I thought I converted you. I thought I made you understand. And I don't know, I'm already assuming I know what your question is going to be in the interview. Why not Villa? Why did you pick... Yeah, I'm not surprised, but hey, look, we spoke about it. We could go probably for another hour speaking about it, but ultimately there wasn't a massive amount of decisions to make. It was really a 50-50 coin flip, and it's not like Clubhouse has been stomped 6-4, and so far on Knights' defense, they haven't been able to get 2 in a row. So you're now thinking, okay, the way we've been seeing this play out, Akami are going to make this 6-5. And then if it's 6-5, you can't really criticize the map pick too much when it was down to this or Villa. And Villa's not, at least in recent times, been all that great of a success for Akami.
Look, Xenox, you make some good arguments. I'm not
But
gonna,
I can't convert you.
I'm not gonna pick a fight here. I'll wait until we see what Jack says after the game. But who knows? There is, as you mentioned, still definitely an opportunity for Akami to get a leg in here, because 6-4, like you're saying, it's just 2 rounds to take it to overtime. I said Knights are returning to Church Arsenal. If you recall, Akami won this on that first time around, and that was when Juicy disconnected and Ippy got that nice early pick onto Strider. And as soon as Knights didn't give away those early advantages to Akami, Knights were just so much more favored in this defense, and yeah, Akami just didn't have an answer. So will Dino be able to get 2 kills with the C4? I don't know. But surely this round will play out quite significantly differently to the previous 2 times that we've seen it played.
A bomb has been
Watch it
located.
play out exactly the same.
Well, that C4 has been prepped. That C4 has been pre-placed. I think Dino's on the camera watching for it at the moment, just waiting for Cutie or Jack Dad to push in. Jack has to be very careful. It's walking all on destructible floor now. I think he's throwing a grenade in to destroy that nitro cell. I think that's exactly what it was intended to do. No, but the nitro cell's still alive. Does get blown by Dino, but doesn't find anything. Juicy actually taken out by Cutie, so the roles are reversed, and Akami find that lead-off kill.
Located by attackers.
Well, there's still a minute in play here as well. Pushing down into the basement's going to still prove to be difficult, but with the amount of hard bridges that Akami have got available, there's all of them. I think that it's only a matter of time now. Josh, this looks a little bit out of sorts here on Clubhouse, ever so slightly. More utility being thrown in Hayward's direction here at Church, as Toka continues to make progress on this wall. 40 seconds, don't want to leave it to the last second though, Akami. Try and get a bit more presence towards these sites and get some shots in. Otherwise, that 20-second meta is about to be coming into fruition.
Dino does find a kill on... Goodness, getting aggressive now on Moto. It's a 3-on-3 all of a sudden. 20 seconds left and no diffuser in Okami's hands. He can find another one, but how much further can he take it? Trying to duel with the player on the hatch, and Josh wins that one. 2 versus 2, it's a trade once again. 2 versus 1, but 5 seconds. Jack that has that diffuser, and Hayward can just wait patiently. Can he deny this plan? He hears it, but Akami do just steal it away at the end. It be Style and Jack Daddy for the clutch. And that takes us all the way to the 12th round here on Clubhouse.
What did I say? What did I say? Still, no 2 in a row on the defense for Knights. 6-5. But if we're going off this theme, this trend, 7-5 is potentially the resting place of where Clubhouse will finish in favor of Knights, of course. But Church and Arsenal, and in fact, this would complete the entire trend, which has been lose site, win site, exact same site. We're going to choose it again and then win it the next round. If it happens, well, I mean, you can sum up this entire match just based off around that motto.
Yep, the attackers win it the first time. The defenders fix up the mistakes and win it the second time. That said, I've got to credit Okami. It wasn't like they... the first time they won Church and Arsenal at the very first round of this half, like I was saying, there was a disconnect. So Juicy was just a null factor. Strider was picked early by Ipistaha, and then you're basically playing a 3v5 for most of the round. So of course Knights aren't going to win that one. But then the second time, they did a lot better. Dino got 4 really quite crazy kills at the start of the round. And Akami, like, you're not going to win that one. Those are the things that... The way that those rounds played out, like, that's not going to happen every time, right? And then finally, we saw a round which kind of played out more naturally, more realistically, and more consistently with how we'd expect it to be played out. And Akami did win it. So that does give me confidence for them here. And I can totally see us heading to overtime. We spot out 2 of the Valkyrie cameras placed by Dino, both used to try to engage those C4s. Managed to miss his C4 last time, but hopefully he might do a little bit better this time. And from Akami, I just want to touch on their attacking strategy here, and part of the mentality of bringing all 3 hard breaches. So Cutie uses all 3 of his X-Kairos pellets on that kitchen hatch, because Josh is going to try and impact trick it, but if Josh only has 2 impacts and Cutie has 3 X-Kairos, then, well, Cutie's still going to have more utility by the end of it. And also, particularly how Joker used his Maverick to open up just a low hole along that church wall. It allows a player from the attack to go prone at bottom of main stairs and just nullify most of the positions inside of church. Didn't end up really making a difference, but it's a nice strategy that Akami implemented. We might see it again here.
Already down to the 2-minute mark. There's Akami make their way in. It's going to be Turtling Knights, no roamers, playing it safe. Saying that, we have seen that roaming from basement has been successful for multiple different teams over the course of tonight. Knights aren't going to elect to do it. They don't want to go to overtime, but at the same time, you also need a player to win this round. You can't play and hope that Akami mess up. Because as you made very, very evident, Dev, for once Akami didn't quite just get, not lucky, but something that couldn't quite be replicated. They actually just played sublimely well won their fights in a very even manner. There's the C4 though from Dino. We've been speaking about it the last couple of rounds. He takes out Cutie. And that's going to give the edge to Knights. It's a very, very cruel game sometimes, but Knights now got a 5v4 advantage. 1 minute left. Akami have been done by Little Nitro Cell.
Yeah, and it being Cutie that was taken out means that that hatch is never going to get opened. 50 seconds for Akami to figure out how else they'll deal with this, but fortunately with running 3 hard breaches, they do have several other avenues open. I believe Jack Daddy was entering Dirt, which is opened no doubt by the Thermite previously. He's used both of his charges. Joker hasn't opted to open up those angles that he previously did on the church wall. He may do so now. Jack Daddy attempting to flank in through Dirt. Cautious Elysian Mines, but I don't think anyone's aware of his position. 25 seconds, and match point is on the line.
2 nades still in hand as well for Jack Dad. Even if he doesn't really find a kill here, at least he puts a bit of presence over in Dirt as the kill feed is going in favor of Akami. They now actually have the numbers advantage. The nade, but he just steps on the Q mine, still throws it in the right corner. Juicy's just holding right side though to Jack Dad. The numbers just continue to go the way though of Akami. They turn the tide. It was all in favor of Knights for the majority of that round, but Ippy Style and Co just walk in, they waltz in, and they send us to overtime.
What a way to get that round going. Mangoes with 2 and Ippy Style to close it. Man, that was, I mean, I feel like that should never have happened from Akami. Knights had such a strong hold on site. They had numbers advantage, and yet Akami just piece by piece managed to push on in. There was no answer from Knights whatsoever, and slowly the sand started to tip out until there was just nothing left in the tank for Knights.
Wow. All I can say is at one point it was 4-1. Since then, it's been, what, 2-5 in favor of Akami. A very different storyline. I mean, Dev, imagine if we had started this match on Clubhouse and it was 5-2 in favor of Akami. You'd be thinking, Jesus, what's going on? But this has been a hell of a match on Clubhouse. We've definitely gotten what we thought would happen. It's lived up to the bill now. At one point, it looked like maybe it wasn't going to, that you jinxed it. Well, I can say, Dev, you haven't jinxed anything, buddy. We've got exactly what we thought we were going to get.
Yeah, and one thing to note is we've had 2 4-2 halves on Clubhouse that favored the attack. And now with Knights starting out on the attacking side on paper, that does give them the upper hand here, as the attacking side has been favored thus far 8 rounds to 4. But it's on Akami here to come out strong on their defense. They're going to do this SSG roam that we did see from them so early on when they were on their defense in the first half. And look, it wasn't very successful, to be honest, at all. They did win it twice, both times on the back of very aggressive plays. And look, it's Knights who will try to get aggressive here. And Akami seemed to be putting a stop perfectly in its tracks.
Maybe they were expecting that roam to come out, so they thought, let's just push straight for the bomb site. Instead, though, Mangoes and Co. ready for it. Only Josh remains. Oh, that's backfired dramatically for Knights. I didn't even really get time to talk about what I wanted to talk about that round, but in the end, what I was going to say, Dev, was that this was a crucial attack for Knights. You mentioned it. A lot of the round wins in this series have been attacker-sided. They lose it now. Akami have got overtime match point, and they're on the attack.
If Akami win this map, they're going to leapfrog straight over Pittsburgh Knights and retake that 3rd place on the standings that Knights stole from them last week. Remember here that Akami have a tough end to the season with some serious opponents still on the gate with Elevate and Wildcard next week. They need to lock out as many points as possible here. And for the first time in this game, they're seeing match point after what we could call a reverse sweep. Akami need to lock this out here for their chances of holding on to that top 4 spot they have resided in for the majority of this season. And it really came down to that previous round. Knights making a really unfortunate judgment call for that rush. It just was not the play. And Akami punished it so rightly. Now Knights switched onto their defense. They have the pressure on. They need to hold on to this and take it all the way to round number 15, because if not, Akami are going to leapfrog them on the standings and take that third spot away from them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but did not Knights lose every single defense round first up before they rectified it the next round?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
That is correct.
Yeah,
But
and
that
now-
pattern was broken at the end when Akami won both Church and Arsenal attacks in a row.
I just leave that part out. Besides that part, right? Now, they're going to have to win their defense first up to stop this match point of Akami. This is where it gets tricky as well. Then you look at the pulse from Strider. First time we saw that, didn't quite work out. Potentially baited a couple of his teammates to head up onto Kennels. And with a very similar bomb site, well, the similar bomb site, it's the exact same bomb site, CCTV and Cash. Might that just happen again? In fact, he's even looking straight at Joker, Ippy style. This is the final 2 minutes potentially, and Akami have completed a very, very strong comeback there if they go on to win this match on Clubhouse. And I think you're going to have to find a new question for the interview.
You see, Josh was so desperate there, contesting the Kennels wall. He wanted to kill Joker. He wanted to get something out of it. But he knew it was just too dangerous. Now, I wonder whether Dino has a pre-placed C4 back in bedroom like he did previously, because Mangoes and Josh have both droned that side up. Sorry, not Josh. I'm not sure which player it was from Akami, but no doubt before long, Jack Daddy and co will start to push in from the con side. There you go, Jack Daddy and Cutie together. Drones to watch. Jack Daddy on flank watch, but there's a lot of action on this Kennel side. Knights are just lying in wait. Strider down below as well, ready to go for a C4 if needed.
Strider doesn't need the C4. Just take out Ippy style. That's probably the one player that you really want to take out first up. The entry fragger of Akami is down. But there's presence over in construction. Clear out these ADSs. And the utility of Knights, who are still 3 strong on site. 1 in rafters as well of garage. So it just leaves Strider roaming around down below. Mostly turtling, for the most part. Juicy takes a bit of damage, has to fall back here in Cash. Considering how low Josh is as well, never mind. As soon as I mention it, he does go down to Cutie. Now it's a 4 versus 4. 35 seconds remaining as we're starting to see the entry, the push, the shots from Akami. And they've completely cleared out this construction side, this west side of the bomb sites. Everyone is now fallen back over to, say, like top red, for example. I think there's still 1 in garage, and then Strider roaming down below, second floor. As Dino takes out Mangoes, the return fire has to come from Jack Dad. Cutie's going to get Hayward, 17 seconds, the double kill. 1 versus 3, Strider, overtime match point. It's yours to stop. But the barbed wire, that's in his way. And along with that is going to be Joker in his way. Top right, Akami. What a comeback win on Clubhouse. It was 4-1. They take it in the end in a very convincing manner, 8-6.
This is my first time seeing the beautiful Zephyr Elite animation. Brand new, well-deserved MVP for Ippy style, and that was a grueling experience. 23 kills!
Wow.
What? I had no idea. I hadn't kept an eye on the score. 23 and 8. What is that? An 8-6 hard-fought victory for LFO, proving me wrong, proving me the skeptic about Clubhouse. And, well, it wasn't easy for sure, but they do nail the coffin for which they wanted to seal in Knights. And, man, that was just a non-stop ride. And to come back from 6-4 to 8-6 with a 4-round win streak, incredibly impressive for Akami.
Really, if you take out those first 6 rounds, it was a 7-2 win technically from that point onwards for Akami. And we had at very different times different tunes about how the round was going. At 4-1, it was like, man, like legitimately Knights were like all over Akami. The rounds that Akami had then subsequently won weren't something that was, say, dominating. They got a couple of cheeky kills, and from there, Knights were able to then respond, say, in the next round. But did they ever step up on their attacking side? That's to say, ridiculous from Akami.
I think that the real key round there for both teams was that failed rush on 6-6 overtime. Knights saw that Okami were doing that SSG roam strat, and they thought, "Look, guys, let's just do a blue rush." It's the most tempting thing. Whenever you see that, oh, blue is just free, we can surely go in, and it did not work. And I mean, what a hard fought map. Okami well deserved on the win.
100%. We've definitely got a series on our hand in the end. Okami do actually get their map pick as a win. 1-0 in the series. Cafe on the other side of the break.
Bomb located by attackers located the bomb by attackers. Attackers bomb. A bomb.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
This time, I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, I give you my heart. You rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
once, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any.
Three maps in the books tonight, one more still to be played, and well, we had an absolute barnstormer of a match between Knights and Akami. Dev, as we head into what is going to be the final map of the series, end of the night. I'm excited. We got a 6-8. It went in Akami's favor. Will we see it replicated though heading into Cafe?
I mean, we could see Knights come back. They were so strong, especially on their attacking half on Clubhouse, which was Akami's pick, but now we're back on Knights' home turf. It is Cafe. They won it last week 7-2, oh so convincingly against Elevate. They also won it against Kanga, the same scoreline. So we know this is a map that Knights are good on, and we know Akami has been pushed to their limits despite some good performances on Cafe, a 7-5 against Sinister. And then earlier in the season, they actually almost lost it to Kanga, just clawing over 8-6. So I think that this is going to be another map where both of these teams are really good, and they're going to have to fight tooth and nail for those 3 points at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, 100%. Look, at the end of the day, though, both are 2-1 on Cafe this season of 6 Masters, and it's very much a reason why, as you can see, the poll vote, this was always going to be a bit of a split. Right now, though, for the 45% that chose Knights, that's no longer a possibility. They dropped Clubhouse. Akami ended up picking up their map pick. The 13% that said draw, I'm part of that 13%, Dev. I don't know. You're making the case now for Knights coming into Cafe. If that happens, the draw is then likely.
I actually put, for my snowball predictions, I put draw for every single match this week. Partly because I thought that a lot of them, had a chance to be a draw because 6 Masters is super close, but also as a bit of fun. And I totally think it's possible here, especially with how good Knights were on their attacks, how in sync they were. They could definitely take it on their own pick.
We head to Cafe for the final map of the night. I'm sure it's to cook up a storm between Knights and Akami. Clubhouse definitely brought it. It was 6-8 to Akami. The Knights now look to bounce back. Have fun, and good luck, Go into the ban phase. And, well, now this is where I'm sure we'll probably get, the usual bans, which isn't too surprising. In saying that, my guess this one's like Maverick, Mira going to get banned out. Those are my 2 guesses.
Yep, and Thatcher's also another pretty safe bet. I wouldn't be surprised since the Thatcher's been banned out. Maybe you want to leave that Maverick in, otherwise you're just really hamstringing yourself on the attacking side. So maybe we'll see a bit of variation there. It is Knights, so I mean, if it was Akami, I would just say they're probably just going to get rid of the Ying as a comfort ban. But I mean, let's roll it out and see what we reckon after it comes through. Maverick, wow, okay. There you go. I'm going to give you a little bit of a golf clap there, Xenox. You can't see it.
I mean, you still brought up. I can't see it. That's fine. I can feel it in my heart. But you brought up the point, the Thatcher, the Maverick, kind of counteracting each other. But look, I think I expected the Maverick, not you, but I expected the Maverick mainly because it's been banned out a lot of times on Cafe. For Maverick itself, that's the map he's usually banned on. The Mirror, no surprise, especially with the way that sort of Mirror's ban rate has gone up now that Ying's ban rate's gone down. I know they don't really sort of correlate between each other, but it's like someone's got to rule them all in terms of being the most banned, and Mirror's now taken that sort of throne, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and I mean, covering those defenses, Mirror and Echo, pretty staple stuff, a lot of good information gathering. Really strong anchor operators, Echo for plant denial, Mirror just for fortifying those anchor positions where you can play aggressively around those windows. So yeah, just going to get rid of those. But yeah, I mean, talking about these attacker bans, which I think is really what's interesting here, we've got Thatcher banned, and then Knights had this decision. Do they want to get rid of the Maverick, as you're saying, very common and very powerful on this map, or do you want to get rid of something else? And they did get rid of that Maverick, and where that kind of leaves us is a position where wall denial operators, there is just almost no effective counters for them. And you really have to try to change the way that you attack. If the defenders have a Kaid, a Mute, maybe Jack is going to pick a Kaid here. There you go. So I think that's a read from Jack that he's saying, look, Maverick's banned, Thatcher's banned. We're going to abuse this wall denial as much as possible. And so, for example, if you're talking about bar backstore and that wall that so commonly gets attempted to be opened up from piano into bar backstore, there is a soft floor below it, but with you not being able to Thatcher or Maverick off that electric claw, you're really just going to have to go downstairs into reading, maybe with your IQ, and try and remove that electric claw. But there are some cheeky little places that you can put these Kaid electric claws where they can't actually be shot. So there's going to be a huge task for both of these teams when they're on the attack to try and figure out how to deal with this wall denial.
10 seconds remaining.
I like the Goyo pick as well. We didn't see it, I don't believe, at all on Cafe in the last series between LFO and Sinister this evening. Typically, you might just see the shield placed down over it. Yeah, I don't remember it either. He just plays that shield down at pixels, the usual place, or just above white stairs. If you're going to play a bit further back, depending on how you want to sort of play this bar cocktail defense. Not sure exactly. I'm assuming he's placed it for Ippy style.
I mean, I can't tell at the moment. Yeah, it is a Goyo shield. There you go, Vulcan shield, I should say. I don't know where his second one was, but yeah, Goyo, actually one of those operators, came in quite powerfully into the meta when he was released. And of ANZ teams, it really was Akami who embraced that Goyo. Look at that. Ippy style just protected, but finally the Vulcan shield is destroyed. A lot of utility filed in from Knights, but very efficient stuff. And then a Capital Firebolt on top of it, really to just burn him out of that corner, and the first pick. Man, Knights, they may have lost that heartbreaking map on Clubhouse, but they're coming in with a storm here on Cafe.
Can't get ahead of themselves, though. They started amazingly on Clubhouse. For those who missed it, they were up 4-1 before Akami literally stormed back 7-2 from that point onwards. So a fast start here in Cafe may not tell the entire story. In fact, the round's not even over yet. Josh is low. I know Ippy Style's about half health. That's a bit better, though. Dino gets cutie, and from here, it should be easier for Knights. Bar and Cocktail has not been the defender's best friend this season. That might just be the case. And for Akami, I don't read too much into this. I want to see how they play, reading in Fireplace, for example. Are they able to make that really difficult to take for the attackers? And the kitchen's the deciding factor in a lot of this as well, where more mixed results. Minute left. And there's at least something back now from Ippy Style. Joker roaming below. He does spot someone outside, repelling. No, just standing. A minute left, though.
Joker loitering downstairs with the C4 in his pocket, ready to use. And Dino, been such a hot fire player recently, gets aggressive and takes out Style. Jack and Joker both low on HP. Dino as well, but he pushes aggressively into bar backstore. SMG 11 in hand, and oh my goodness, this is going to be one hell of a kill cam right here.
Well, from our point of view, I was expecting the trade back. We actually just saw where that second Vulcan shield, if you want to go into the correct terms, was placed in Cocktail. I was expecting the trade from the angle that we were being placed at, but well, never really in doubt. Never in doubt in my eyes there. Great start for Knights on their attack for Cafe. Bar and Cocktail going to be switched over to Kitchen, service and cooking. And I mentioned it in that last round, Dev, but this is where, sort of the coin flip can lie depending on how, the C4 game's played, a very, very prominent part of Kitchen, and how we're going to see Akami play this on defense.
Well, I think it's telling in itself the fact that they have rotated downstairs instead of loitering up top. I think partially just because of how proficient Knights were, particularly in clearing of the utility and eliminating that spot at Pixel just so quickly. But now on top of that, of course, I've talked about how that Maverick and Thatcher have been banned both, which really does change the kind of layout of things for the defense of this particular bomb site, because there are so many walls that come into question for the attackers to attempt to hard breach. So you've got the bakery wall, you've got the garage wall, depending on how the setup comes out. And this really does mean that the attackers with no Thatcher, no Maverick, you really need to be going upstairs and clearing out utility by opening the floor above the objective and taking out those players. Jack Dad is actually in a position where he wants to Bandit trick, not opting for the Qayyid, but this Bandit and his batteries will have to be cleared from above if Knights want any opportunity to open that bakery wall.
And I'm also just looking to see how much presence there is on that second floor. We haven't seen it too often. But at times, some teams do elect to maybe place someone around, say, train, mining at times. But typically, if you're going to have any sort of presence, it's maybe around the stairs, red or white stairs. Probably more so white stairs, whereas it looks like Joker's holding, because it gives you more of an avenue to fall back. You can hold the stairs, say, like second floor, and then fall back down to the first floor really easily. Whereas if you're sitting in train and mining, you're just not going to have that easy accessibility to get back down into the first floor. So Joker kind of roaming around white stairs, going up and down, depending on how he's feeling at any given time. Mango's close by. Although Josh, now the top of white stairs, is going to be pushing down. Minute 47 seconds. Knights just clearing through.
It has taken quite some time, but that's primarily due to the mute jammers that Joker has placed upstairs. A smart move. I think that's a... I was going to say Valkyrie camera, but there's no Valkyrie. I guess it's maybe a hacked drone from Cutie. Ooh, C4 comes out. Oh no, that's going to be a freebie. Surely he spots out the player on the camera, but he just can't get it around the bars. Oh my goodness. There's absolutely no idea that Cutie realized what just happened.
Been given a lifeline, a second chance, a reprieve, a minute remaining, still alive. It could have very well been 4-5 in favor of Knights. Cutie stays alive, just barely. And as you said, probably not even realizing how close he was to be taken down. And because he stayed alive, he's able to go on and get Juicy. The trade after losing Jack Dad. 4v4, 45 seconds. Eventually does go down to Haywood, who almost got him in the first place. But there's the push-up. Ippy style takes out Haywood. Mangoes will get Dino, who was also electing to push up onto that second floor. And while they didn't start on the second floor, Dev, they were always ready to push up the stairs if need be. 27 seconds, Knights in disarray.
20 seconds left and just 2 players for the attack, but only 2 players to find on the defense as well. As you mentioned, Mango had rotated upstairs. Joker in an unusual position. Josh not likely aware. The flank comes around and the mute does find that kill. It's a 2 versus 1 and oh, the trade comes out. Strider still, there's a chance for him here. 4 seconds in the round, 3 seconds left on the diffuser to plant it down. Mango's trying to retake it now, but Strider so low on HP. This is definitely possible for Mangoes.
Strider just sitting on the diffuser. That I don't know. Maybe felt like he had nowhere else to go. Either way, Mangoes probably always had an easy task to counter diffuse. As you mentioned, the low HP.
I mean, it was a good effort, right, from Strider. It was a 1 versus 2. But yeah, maybe you could say, what if this, what if that, about that kind of last moment there, where after it got that diffuser down, how to play the post plant, but just such a difficult position. I think he was so worried about trying to relocate that he decided, if I'm going to be exposed while trying to move, I'm just going to stay here. Pika's advantage and low HP were not his friend in that final engagement. But Akami, look, they continue the trend of losing 1 defense and then rectifying it, but they will eventually have to go back to Bar Cocktail. We've talked about how it's maybe not as popular as it was in the past, but here reading is going to be next on the agenda.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
The 1 defense curse has afflicted both sides now. Although, this is where, if Knights can break the curse, and, well, not break the curse, actually, if the curse continues here, then, sorry, I should say, then that would be horrible for Akami, because this should very well be the hardest site to take. The Goyo as well, if he's going to place it at Pixel, and then I presume the second one's going to go at Cocktail again, like we saw in the first round. There's going to be a lot of presence up on this third floor. It takes so much time to clear it all out. Usually you've only got 40 seconds left at that point, and if you haven't then lost anyone either, it makes it so difficult for the attackers.
Interesting to see 0 reinforcements placed on the bar backstore wall from Piano, but fortunately there is from top white into bar backstore. That's fully reinforced. A mute jammer means that there's absolutely no way Knights can get that wall open because there's no Maverick and no Thatcher, so it's just not going to happen. Likewise on the wall in washrooms, Ippy style aggressive at Pixel. He has this Vulcan shield to protect him, but we know Ippy, like, he always plays aggressively on these angles. He's not just going to sit there and take it and play safely on the shield. He's going to get aggressive.
It's also the situation where Knights should be pre-firing that and being aware of the playstyle of Ippy style and sort of the... they'll definitely know all about the strat. And completely clear out Pixel. Power of the Capital. 2 minutes. Well, they're not going to be able to get through washroom, but they're really just going to get funneled back out to bar. Regardless, like you said, because the bar backstore wall's not going to be able to be taken down. Regardless, I guess, for Akami's sake, they get everything that they still wanted in the end, regardless of this current push from Knights.
And 2 more picks come out. Joker ready with a pre-placed C4. Does get Dino there, and another one for B. Mangoes for his 2nd kill in the round. All Strider now. Finds it B, but surely they won't give him any rest here. Cautious of every angle. 4 versus 1. Strider, what have you got for us, mate? Let's go out in style, surely. A little bit of a drone there. Keep him company. He's going to lose this long fight. No way he's winning this against Cutie. Surely not. Low HP now. Just delaying the inevitable. Come on, Strider. I mean, it really fell apart when Akami just had pick after pick, right? And I mean, there was just no chance of Knights furthering this. There you go. Finally. I mean, I feel like the anticipation was just killing me. It went on for like 30 seconds. Just trying to get in their heads, I guess, with Strider. But I mean, what happened there? I mean, there was just pick after pick. Mango's got one nice and early onto Hayward. We didn't really call it out while it was happening, but I'm pretty sure that was a player repelling out on the... oh, I don't know, is it the east side? Yeah, the east windows. So the windows of Cocktail. I think there was a player out there, and Mango's got that nice early pick. And then Ippy, despite being forced off Pixel, the Knights were pretty quick at clearing that utility and pretty efficient. It didn't really matter for Akami because Knights just didn't seem super proficient at actually taking control of Cocktail itself. We saw that C4 from below thanks to Dino, and aided somewhat by that barricade that was placed on the bar backstore wall into bar, really restricting the movement of the Knights players and funneling the attackers into the avenues that, well, the avenues that Akami wanted them to be in.
Well, we go back to bar and Cocktail. Akami were unsuccessful the first go around. It was the first round. Knights on that one pretty convincingly. I did take the time. Don't take too much note of that one round, though. We needed to see a bit more. We needed to see how Kitchen was going to play out. 2nd floor with Reading and Fireplace. We've seen those now, Dev. And since then, now 2 rounds in a row to Akami. We come back to Bar and Cocktail. You win this 3-1. And Akami continue to sort of roll on from Clubhouse if they can win this round. Knights need to even it up here. And the pressure is definitely on the back of them, right? This is going to be one of the last chances they're going to be able to take maps, because next week they've got Wildcard. Wait, no, they don't have Wild... Yeah, they do have Wildcard. I looked at the wrong for a second. They've got Wildcard next week. And
Elevate.
We kind of...
Oh, sorry, you're talking Knights or Akami?
No, Knights.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I mean, look, okay, both of them have got Wildcard next week, but from Knights' perspective, it's actually their last match, right, against Wildcard, and that's going to be difficult. I'm not going to say that they're going to get, 2-0'd. They might get a map at best. I don't see them 2-0 in Wildcard, so the fact that they've already dropped one map to Akami here, they need to get Cafe. Otherwise, I'm going to call it. If they lose this map on Cafe, I don't see them making top 4.
Fighting words there, but I think you're right, Xenox. They're really, it comes down to this for Knights. I mean, you can't bank on getting points off of Wildcard. They are the #1 team in the league, or at least, I mean, Sinister have technically taken that mantle, but Wildcard are yet to play as many games as Sinister. So I think it's safe to say Wildcard are the most esteemed team in the Six Masters. No chance that Knights can guarantee they'll get points there. They need to get points here. Akami on the flip side, they've got challenging games next week as well. Not only Wildcard, but also Elevate to face. So in order to secure not only top 4, but Akami are a team who are pushing for even further than that. Top 2, no doubt. They need to make short work of Knights here on Cafe.
Yeah. And, oh, geez, it's been a pretty quick round already. 1 minute 20. Not a lot of time. It's a stall, it's a standstill at the moment. Dino's got Pixel, but hasn't really been able to confirm White Corridor, White Stairs from there. Only with a minute remaining. This is not really looking great for Knights, but on 22nd meta, all it takes is a quick push in, a couple of frags as Josh gets mangoes, and it can quickly turn in their favor. Now Kami are on the back foot. Very much so at this point. He's just going to try and smoke out washrooms for as much longer as he can. But this is just pick after pick, but in the favor of Knights. The round that they had to win, looks very likely that they could go on and win it. Only Jack Dad and Cutie remain. They do have a lot of presence here, but never mind. Cutie goes down in washrooms, and Jack Dad needs a 1 versus 5. Not going to happen. Shiner goes for the plant, and Knights will tie it up 2-2.
Does eventually happen. It's locked out from being a flawless round thanks to Jack at the end there, but as you mentioned, Knights, they won the round that they also needed so strongly. It looked a bit worrying there for quite some time. Akami seemed to lock out Knights any opportunity of progressing forth. Really strong hold, particularly from Cutie inside of washrooms with, I think it was Joker playing on the shield, holding down White Hallway, and it looked like Knights that just had no opportunity of progressing forth. And a lot of kills happened off screen, no doubt towards the bar and cocktail side, and that really just left those few players who were still safe in positions much more exposed, because the ground that their teammates were previously holding was just taken away from them. And of course, that numbers advantage continued to slide towards Knights. So even Stevens here, 2-2. We need to see Akami continue to knock this one out. On the flip side of that, it is, of course, Knights' map pick here, and you mentioned what's at stake for them. This could be their last opportunity to get more points, and in the league at the moment, sitting on 18 points. It's quite commendable for Knights, but there are teams, Elevate, Akami, look, even LFO, who do have the opportunity to still edge out more points than Pittsburgh Knights still have the possibility to get.
5 seconds left before insertion.
100%. Playing with that pressure.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Some teams it elevates them, others you can crumble under it. For Knights, we're about to see what they're made of, because they're in a tricky situation. Clubhouse turned against them after a great start. Fighting tooth and nail here against Akami now on Cafe, but if this trend continues, we might see 2-4 if Akami can take and hold, not necessarily take it, but hold kitchen and then second floor, reading in fireplace. After that, you'd think is obviously going to come after. That would be what, 2-4, then going into another bar and cocktail. Well, actually, no, then it would switch halves, but you get my point here. So if they can close out this half 2-4, this is not looking good for Knights. They've got to break even here. They've got to get one of these, either kitchen or reading in fireplace after this.
And remember here that Knights actually have come off a recent roster change. Josh was brought on the roster and made his debut just last week. And he's been playing quite well so far. I can't really say that I've seen any amazing impact plays, but the guy's been having his debut in the pro level quite well, and I think Knights have been really happy, especially with last week, the 2-0 against Elevate. And I think winning both maps against Elevate last week really set an expectation for Knights heading into the rest of the season. It got them that third spot on the standings, and now there's almost an expectation that they're going to stay there. and potentially progress forward. But as we've mentioned, it's Akami and Wildcard, which Knights are still to face. And I mean, it's already proved to be very difficult against Akami here. And no doubt it's going to continue even more so next week.
Hippie style just roaming up red stairs. May catch someone off guard. He does, but he doesn't confirm it. In fact, he did like almost no damage to Hayward. How did Hayward almost survive? Not only how did he survive that, but how did he take such little damage? Hippie style must be fuming that he wasn't able to confirm that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Hayward's been taking training from Morpheus, I guess. Learning to dodge bullets. And now we really see Knights opening up above the bomb site, attempting to clear out these anchors. But you'll notice that a lot of players from the defense of Akami have moved to different positions. Joker, rather Mangoes, on this flank has been spotted. Knights haven't found any picks here, and that's really the problem. Time's ticking away, just under 30 seconds now remaining, and still no prospects of actually executing onto the bomb site.
Well, 13 seconds remaining. No prospects or not, you're going to have to push in, whether you like it or not. And getting that early pick on Nippy Style is certainly going to help. There's a second one that's bound, but immediately traded back. Losing 2. Strider's got in. He's going to get that plant down. Choosing walking for cover. Never mind, he's not getting anything down. Akami. Not much of a surprise considering the way that round was going. They didn't have a lot of time, did Knights. They win kitchen. We go 2-3. And most likely we go second floor, reading and fireplace.
And while it did take a very long time and Knights failed to find any picks onto Akami, it did look like there was an opportunity there on the back of opening up those angles into the kitchen from Bakery. And I think that's what we didn't see. You know, when we were spectating above, we didn't necessarily have full visibility on what was happening on Bakery. But, you know, Knights did make some good progress there. But as you mentioned, just time was running out. And there was, by the end of it, so many players from Akami still up that even as Knights attempted to force that plant down, even under cover of smoke, there's just so many players from Akami who can keep refragging, keep pushing that and making it absolute hell to try to plant it.
But this is the test now, isn't it? Right? Can Knights tie up the half 3-3? If they're able to do that, I think then it comes down to their defense. If they're able to hold, then second floor, first floor goes a long way. If Akami win this, all they gave up was bar and cocktail. That means they just have to replicate that on their attack. Take bar and cocktail plus one more, either second floor, first floor, and then they'll go on and win the map, which would then be a second win of the night. It would be a 2-0 to Akami. Still, a lot of time to be played, a lot of rounds to be played, but you kind of back Akami to take this site, right? So Knights are on the back foot coming into this round.
And I did mention the newest addition to this Knights roster, Josh, in the previous round, but he's actually been showing up on this map so far. I know it's still pretty early days, but he's got still 1 kill per round and 5 kills at the moment, and 3 of those have been opening engagements. In fact, the last 2 rounds in a row, as an entry fragger, he's found the opening. So he has been pulling his weight for his team and helping to fulfill his role. As you'll see, Josh, just so frequently the first man to be taking these angles, the first player from Knights to be getting aggressive. And here's the utility spam coming on out to clear out that pixel position. Dino's inside as well, another player who's been showing up hugely for Knights. Nice and aggressive inside of Piano. Hayward as well. Knights wasting no time at all. But we know how much they can stall when it comes to that bar and that white hallway. It's really fell apart in their last defense. We know how good Akami are when it comes to this position.
The goal is to just try and flush them out as quick as possible. You might even have to trade 1 for 1. If I'm Knights in this situation, I'd rather go down to a 4v4 but gain position of this this third floor. And then obviously entailing that, you're going to get cocktail. Goodbye to Josh. All that praise from Dev, and then he gets blown up from Jack Dad with the C4. And the entry fragger that, as you said, had been getting a kill around, and for the last 2 rounds had opened it up, is out. Makes it hard for Knights. Hayward gets caught backstall. Fires a few shots back, but they've really not gained any sort of position here on this third floor. Minute 10 seconds remaining. To the credit though of Akami, they're really holding this longer than some other teams may have. Around the minute mark, most teams would just drop down the hatch and back off. Because of reasons like that, you don't then want to give away any of your players that you could have just fallen back, repositioned down in the second floor. Now it's a 4 versus 3, 48 seconds. Knights have been giving a reprieve. They've got a chance here.
That said, Strider and Hayward both just so low on HP. We also know that Juicy attempting to go for these plants using that cover of smoke just hasn't been working out for Knights. Ooh, spots that player through the floor, takes a lot of damage. The Joker gets out of dodge in time. Another player holding down pillars. Akami, with just 20 seconds left, is still in a great position to clutch this round away from Knights.
15 seconds remaining.
3 versus 3, 15 seconds remaining. Ippy style, straight back into fireplace. You mentioned that Hayward and Strider are very low. It makes it super hard for them to sort of get into a firefight and push in. Strider's going to go for the plant. If Dino goes in, does get an opening frag, but not much more to follow after that. 1 versus 1. Joker, shotgun. But a very low health Strider. Double kill. Not sure why he's still checking the door, unless the ghost of someone comes rushing through. Joker, you're going to get the defuse. And Akami are going to take the first half. 2-4 in their favor for the defensive side.
Down to the wire in those last moments, and Akami just played the patient games. They had those positions, and Knights didn't know where those remaining Akami players were. Managed to get the plant down, but as you mentioned, in that 1 versus 1, Strider once again just coming off that plant in such an unenviable position, and Joker to clutch it out. And a good start for Akami. Now, I won't say those rounds weren't close, because a lot of them really were, and Knights got very close, but you've highlighted that Knights, this is their opportunity right now. Next week they're playing against Wildcard, who are by no means undefeatable, but it's going to be a serious challenge. And if Knights want to assure themselves that top 4, well, they need to get points here, and that means they need to have an incredible defensive half starting right now.
And starting on Bar and Cocktail too might be the wise choice. Making sure that if they can then win this round, builds a bit of confidence, goes 3-4, put a bit of doubt into the minds of Akami, because really when we look at the 3 bomb sites that are being played, this is the weakest one compared to Kitchen and compared to Reading and Fireplace. And so if Akami don't win this round...
I just want to say, like, a lot of people are probably sitting there thinking, what do you mean? Bar is always the first choice bomb site. But you've got evidence to back that up, right? In that first half, Akami won both of their kitchen defenses, both of their Reading defenses, but they didn't win Bar once.
But that's not just in this matchup either. This has been going on for weeks now in Six Masters, where it's proven to be the weaker of the sites. Kitchen's a bit more of a flip. We've seen Kitchen go both ways, but this is very much a test now for Knights on defense. You win this round, you go 3-4, and you build a lot more confidence then going into your next 2 bomb sites. And then that means a 5-4 scoreline looks very viable.
Ippy Style had a huge first game, 23 kills, 2.75 KD, I think it was at the end of it. And he's on the Ash now. I coined the term Ash license. It's when you get 10 kills, you can switch onto the Ash. You get your Ash license because, you know, if you're popping off, you just get that license to frag out. Bit of a meme, but, you know, Ash in reality is actually a very powerful utility operator. She has 3 flashbangs, which are great for wasting magnets and ADSs. And on top of that, 2 explosives, which are great in this meta in particular for clearing shields. But there's no shield at Pixel from Knights. None at all. Ippy Style going to get himself into Piano Nice on. Quite a few players from Akami beginning to set things up. Ippy Style to drone out any potential pressure from below. Cautious of C4s. We know how deadly they can be on all this soft floor. Also spotting out those Maestro cameras is Mangoes, and that's what we'll see. No doubt Ippy Style's utility used to destroy. Line up the shot. The breaching round's going to come out after clearing that ADS. Oh, chewed by the ADS. That's unfortunate. Oh, he got it. I think he got it. Yeah, he got it. Good on him.
Job done, put it on the back. 1 minute remaining. The electric claw goes out onto the reinforced wall. I was going to say, actually, washroom was open, but it's not. They just decided to... I mean, because technically you could block off the wall close to where Ippy style is close to Pixel, but the way it doesn't make too much evidence. He does actually just take the risk of running through white corridor and gets in. 39 seconds. They may not be aware if he wants to push this. Of course, it's Ippy style. Why wouldn't he? But he gets immediately headshot from Juicy. He was a bit higher elevated. That gives him the more likely chance that he's going to sort of shoot down onto the head of Ippy style, and it plays out that way. Half health for Juicy to take a bit of damage. But 23 seconds, not a lot of position gains. You lose your entry fragger. Cutie's low. He does get Dino, though, from Cigar Balcony. 4v4, but 15 seconds left. There's not a lot of time.
10 seconds left.
Mango's just this plan. Oh, it's almost in Piano itself. Opened up these angles, but the C4 does take out Mango's, and Knights with 4 players still up. Jack Daddy, surely there's no chance, and Knights, oh, it just came down to the wire there. I thought that plat might go down, but great utility usage to lock out the end of that one, and Knights are still in this game.
Well, they're not just in this game. They're right back in with a massive chance now to take the lead here on Cafe. Going into Fireplace and mining.
Wow.
Well, I mean, that's something we don't see too often, but well, take us through this one, Dev, because I haven't seen mining for probably 3 weeks.
Well, that's the thing, right? This bomb site, it's actually the least changed bomb site since the old Cafe, if you remember many years ago, when Cafe was reworked. Oh, you totally remember, don't you? Well, one thing to note is often when more unorthodox bomb site choices are taken, we see the castle come out because you can remold these maybe more typically not defendable bomb sites to how you would like to see them. So the usage of these castle barricades is going to be really what I'm going to focus on. On top of that, also the fact that basically everywhere in both the B bomb site and the O bomb site, so in mining and in Fireplace, the floor is actually destructible. So any players, particularly Hayward playing on that pulse downstairs, can use C4 or just shoot players who are upstairs trying to get that diffuser down. So there are lots of opportunities to deny the plant with C4, like we saw last round. And yeah, there's also a lot of opportunities to hold from above as well inside Piano because the floor is soft there. But of course, you just have to remember that this bomb site relies so heavily on roaming. This castle barricade placed to protect any roamers downstairs using C4. He's still got 2 castle barricades in the pocket. It's almost like Josh is just making this up as he goes.
I'm sure there's a plan in place. This is the sort of bomb site pick, right, where you've got to have a plan in place. I mean, I know you're always going to have some sort of a plan going into any sort of round, but in this case, you think, right, we've been working on this strat. Let's bring it out here. It's not a must-win round because they should be favored to win this, but considering they're doing the mining, how much pressure can they really put on this 3rd floor compared to normal? You said that they need to roam more than anything, and we look at that 3rd floor, and it is empty. Besides Dino around white stairs, which is sort of just part of the roaming strat, Joker's looking into Cocktail like, okay, this is free.
Notably, though, that train hatch into Piano has been reinforced and protected by an Electroclaw from Dino. And with no Thatcher, it's going to be, and no Maverick, mind you, it's going to be very difficult to remove that Electroclaw and open up the hatch with the Hibana pellets. You might need to use some kind of grenade to destroy that, but all right, Juicy's going to find the lead off there. Mangoes goes down, and that's all the hard breach eliminated. So doesn't matter about that Electroclaw. That was an angle contesting onto the roof. What a risky play, but for Juicy, it pays off. He's still got 2 mute jammers in the pocket. I don't know what Knights are doing right now, but it seems to be working.
Expect the unexpected. A phrase you've heard before, but you mentioned that Josh was making things up along as he goes. I don't know. I think they've planned this one out, trying to throw a spanner in the works here against Akami.
Attackers drop the
To
diffuser.
tie it up 4-4 in what is a very valuable series for them, a very valuable match. Ippy style, though, as his usual style is, walk in, get frags, and with Joker to his side, they're able to find Dino as well. And now, 3-4 on the scoreboard. It was 3-4 for a moment in game, but now it's tied 3-3. Ippy style, can he find another one? Very low health, can't really get into a duel. Needs to find an instant headshot if he's going to do anything, or maybe find Hayward, who's also very low on health. Flashed for a moment. Jack Dad's got the push up from Juicy at red stairs. Who looks into mining. Couldn't find anything initially, and a double kill for Hayward comes out in a 2 versus 2 now against Cutie and Ippy style, who's now injured. 2 versus 1, Cutie full health against the 2 half health Strider and Hayward, 20 seconds.
Both players lit, but of course Hayward downstairs does have the pulse scanner. He also has that C4 still in the pocket. The C4, I think that just blew up, and yeah, he's wasted it now. Still a 2 versus 1. Cutie not favored here, and he's not going for that plant. 3 seconds left. What's he doing? He's going for kills. He finds one. Hayward has to hide, and he does. It may have been a weird one, but it worked. Knights take the rounds.
Wasn't expecting to see hide and seek played out, especially going into what was going to be a potential reading fireplace. Now it is going to be a reading fireplace, and the opportunity to now make this 5-4 becomes even stronger. If you suspect that Knights played the more stock standard, hold up at cocktail, white corridor pixel, and from there it makes it very difficult for Akami. They got their cheeky win to give them one over Akami. Akami didn't really do anything special on their attack there. They lost bar cocktail. Sorry, on their defense. They lost bar cocktail twice. This is a big chance that Knights were able to hold that bar cocktail originally the first time they were up there. Then they win mining. Now they got their stock standard one to go up 5-4.
You make a great point, in fact. Knights have won the 2 bomb sites that Akami either never won or never even played. So from here on out, in theory, you know, the only bomb sites that they're yet to defend are the ones with an 100% defensive win rate on this map so far. So that kind of gives you a bit of confidence, doesn't it? Moving forward into the rest of this. Maybe Knights can actually lock this out and really steal ahead on their defense. Akami set the standard of 4 defensive wins in the half, and I think Knights are going to raise them potentially for even more.
Well, it is Knights' map pick. 7-2 Elevate last week on Cafe. This has been much closer for them. Probably too close for their liking, considering they had already lost Clubhouse earlier. In another reality, though, maybe they don't kind of throw away Clubhouse. Maybe they go on and win Clubhouse. But that's the way it was looking at 4-1. Knights could have been in position where they 2-0'd this series if they win Cafe. Of course, ifs and buts, but in the end, Akami got the job done when it mattered towards the end of Clubhouse. Can they do it again similar on Cafe, where now they're being pressured? They had a good start on their defense, 2-4 in the first half. But since then, 2 in a row to Knights, and now a very tough location to take for Akami. They need to find an early frag, or they need to punish maybe someone like Josh if they hang around too long in Cocktail.
Also, gonna keep my eye on Juicy. He's found the opening pick. Both defensive rounds this far for Knights, and well, from Akami's perspective, they need to make sure to shut him down. Joker repelling on these windows, vulnerable to a jump out, but no doubt he's used his air jabs to protect him. Juicy, so keen, he wants to go for it. Is he gonna do it? He jumps outside, but he gets killed by the Claymore. If only he could have finished that spray before, but no, he only lands 1 shot, and Juicy meets his demise.
Fortunately, there's a trade elsewhere. C4 in hand for Strider, expecting a bit more pressure up on that 3rd floor. Greedy from Juicy, but understandable. You mentioned how eager it seemed he was wanting to do that. Can't get the C4 up because from below. Hello. There goes an Ippy style, both at the same time in 2 different areas, are able to find frags. This is impressive from Akami. They've sliced through the defense of Knights on the one site that they didn't lose, and on the one site that usually is hard to take. This has been a very intriguing defense from Knights. Winning rounds they shouldn't win, losing rounds they shouldn't lose, although 1v3. Josh can still drop down Cocktail if he wants. You can change it up. Just over the balcony. 27 seconds as he keeps pre-firing for these wallbangs. Not going to find it. Akami win the round.
Every time Knights tried to make some kind of aggressive play, it was shut down. Of course, we talked about Juicy going for that jump outside. There wasn't an air jab, and perhaps the fact that Juicy couldn't hear an air jab, because they do make a tiny little whistling noise. You can hear them. Perhaps him not hearing the air jab made him think, okay, this is a freebie. I'm going to jump outside. Of course, the Claymore doesn't make any noise, so boom. And then, of course, we had players like Strider going for that C4, attempting to make some kind of aggressive play and stunt out the attack, pushing in through the bar. But, of course, that was droned out and countered quite effectively as well by Okami, who, might I add, are quite decisively in this lead. 5-4. I know we've hyped up Knights and talked about how strong their defenses were, but yeah, you can win some interesting kind of a bit unusual defensive bomb sites, but you need to be able to nail down even the more standard ones as well, the ones you should be winning. You can't just win out on cheese. You need to be able to be thorough. Otherwise, Akami will look to take the second map in this series.
Once again, the test presented though to Akami, in this time a bit more of a reward, potentially laying on the other side of it. Bar and Cocktail, they were unsuccessful in their attack last attempt. But if they are successful this time, 6-4 match point, Akami then would be on the verge of a 2-0 in the series. At that point, Knights would have what? Kitchen? And maybe if they want to try mining again. Both were, of course, successful.
I don't think they'll go mining again. I just have a feeling, you know?
Hey, it's an option, right?
It's there. Take it or leave it. Maybe leave it. So I'm going to be looking for Akami though on this one because, of course, Bar Cocktail was quite a decisive victory for Knights previously. Again, Juicy got that first pick. Nice on early. Dino actually very aggressive at top red stairs at the moment. Is he perhaps holding a C4? Waiting for this hatch to get destroyed so he can toss out a C4. You can see Knights are just so eager to make some kind of aggressive play. However, he is droned out, decides not to go for it, but he does take out the drone in the meanwhile, and never underestimate the value of killing a drone. It's a very limited resource for the attackers, but so are heads, and Hayward just lost his.
I'd rather get a player than a drone, but I understand your sentiment. Hippie style once again with an entry frag, although there's no entry just yet. The frag nonetheless still came through. 2 minutes remaining, still a lot of time, but not a lot of pressure around Cigar or even top red. Let's assume that they're going to start to drop down soon. Hippie style maybe we're likely to see if he can find someone rotating, clear out these ADSs. Maybe try and flush out the player in backstore, which is Dino.
He's trying to use an Ash Shard to destroy the Electric Claw.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. There's something of an option. But that's a lot of time being utilized to try and get rid of that claw. Minute 20. There's more to this bomb site than just getting rid of that one Electric Claw. If he still does find a kill.
Juicy wants to peek on out here. Oh, and he's punished. Nice headshot there for Itby. Really great round for him at the moment. And Cutie also piles on. Josh, last man standing, manages to rotate up back to Cocktail. Nice on easy, but 1 versus 5 and a whole minute for Akami to work with. There's just no way this is going to happen. He spots out one player, a C4 in hand, but punished from every direction. Akami spearhead themselves onto match point, and in such a fashion with the flawless round.
Match point for Akami. Knights have been thunderstruck here tonight. We had the poll vote earlier on. A lot of people favored either side. I mean, to be fair, no one really expected a draw tonight, apparently. Everyone was either Team Knights or Team Akami, except you and me. I said draw as well. Thank you very much.
Hey, okay.
But regardless,
we can be wrong together.
I think we're going to be wrong together here. Match point down to Kitchen. Akami are just 1 round away. And for them, I mean, looking forward to the next few games next week. They've got Elevate followed up with that is Wildcard. They needed these rounds. They really needed these maps.
Oh yeah, that's it. I mean, Akami got to be happy with themselves if they can close it out here. It's been tough against Knights. There have been some roadblocks, but
Attackers have
to close it out and get
location
that
of the
full
bomb.
6 points, we'll put Akami on tied points with Wildcard. And, well, obviously them not having played each other is then going to put even more stake on the game that they play next week, which will be insane. But of course, every point that Akami gets, every map win, helps secure their spot in that top floor, running away from the likes of Elevate and the Knights, of course. But Sinister and Wildcard and potentially Akami looking to be in a really strong position going into our final week of Playdays next week. But of course, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Akami still have to secure it here, and Knights really not too far away from taking us to overtime. It happened on map 1, might be in the reverse, but I definitely wouldn't count out the possibility.
No, but it's a very real possibility, and that's the startling fact for Knights. And the other startling fact is, unfortunately, well, not necessarily unfortunately, Knights did a lot of work last week taking care of Elevate, but moving forward, they've now only got one more Playday, and that's going to be next week against Wildcard. And again, we've touched on that earlier on as Ippy Style finds Dino. I believe it was Ippy Style. I looked away at the last second. It was Joker. That's how much I'm used to Ippy Style usually just finding the first kill. Can you really blame me there?
No,
But I was looking at I was looking at the matchup, of course, next week for Knights, and it's going to be a very difficult one. So, and now it's going to be a very difficult round as well. 2 minutes, 4-5. It's looking good for Akami.
And I mean, what is this from Juicy, right? On the top floor, playing Vigil, obviously trying to evade drones, but... And surely this isn't going to work. Surely Knights need to rely on something more reliable than, I guess, a kind of cheesy play, having a player unsupported. Obviously, someone flicking onto his camera to try to help him out. Benefit of the Vigil, of course, is that any pre-placed drones that Akami are flicking through while Juicy is using his ERC-7 disruptor, it does protect him from being visible there. Strider actually getting aggressive now that Juicy has called out there's a player way out. Hayward does find a kill. Numbers even, and that's Mango's poor man once again taken out nice and early. Strider's droned out, so he tries to back away. But still Juicy keen to try and find this player. Gets peeked from up top, and there you go. That's Joker to find his second on the round. Joker for 3. 4 versus 2 now, and Akami still on match point, edging ever so close to getting this 2-0 on the series.
Joker's had enough. He just wants to go to bed. He wants to put Knights to bed as well. The timing, though, unfortunate for Knights, because really Joker may not have even got to that point. Had they not looked away at the last second. 40 seconds remaining now. Hayward even just struggling to get the drone. This is sort of indicative of how this is now going. Unfortunately for Knights, it's all upside down. It's a mess. 30 seconds left. Akami edging closer and closer to the series win, to the map win.
Edging on through, you hear the G8 ringing out from Jack Dad Ippy style for another all on Josh, holding this long angle in the crossfire, and he is eliminated. Akami take the series 2-0. It was hard fought, but they deserved it, and will be preparing for their matches next week after that impressive performance.
Definitely hard fought, definitely deserved for Akami. They had to fight back from a 4-1 deficit on Clubhouse on the first map. Since that point onwards, though, they seemed in control. And what was it? I think 23 kills on Clubhouse for Ippy Style, 11 here on Cafe. It's like, what, 34 kills? Ridiculous night from Ippy. Not too much of a surprise, though, but Akami pick up 2 very, very valuable map wins going into next week, where, of course, they've still got 2 more play days, one against Elevate and one against Wildcard Gaming. That series against Elevate may dictate between those 2 teams who makes top 4. Juicy stuff. But what a series and what a night so far, Dev.
Oh, it's been crazy. We are really getting to the end of the season, and you can just see the movement that's possible within the standings is making every single round just a nail biter. And I'm holding my breath just to see who's going to edge out on top. And Akami, I think they're going to be proud with how they've performed tonight. Sinister as well. Both teams that won these series have really shined tonight. Oh, shone. I don't know. It's the past tense of shined. I mean, it's been great to see. We've been witness to some fantastic games, and I mean, Knights and Akami was one that was always going to be close. I think we didn't know quite what to expect.
Yeah,
we were a bit befuddled by the map veto. Map 1 did not disappoint at all, and I think Map 2 also set the stage for Akami going into the end game of Six Masters quite strongly.
Definitely agree with you. Akami will solidify that third spot for the time being for Pittsburgh Knights. It's a real opportunity missed. I mean, they came into tonight dependent on what happened between LFO and SINISTER. Obviously, in the end, we know SINISTER ended up winning both of those maps. They had an opportunity to take top spot themselves. Had they, of course, then won both maps against Akami. In the end, they don't win a single one. In the end, we don't have a single draw in either series tonight. 2-0 to SINISTER against LFO and 2-0 to Akami against Pittsburgh Knights. And in a way, almost, I won't say directly answers my question, but indirectly, right, doesn't then give that excuse over to LFO about missing last week and their play being rescheduled for next week because Akami were clean, they were precise, and of course they didn't play last week either.
Yeah, well, I mean, despite having that bit of a break, it certainly looks like Akami has gone well. Let's have a chat to Jack Dad from Akami about the match tonight and see how he's gone.
Hey lads, what's up?
How's it going, Jack Dad? How's it going?
Quite well,
Congratulations on the 2-0 tonight. You guys were very, very impressive, and you get a massive opportunity now going into next week to solidify a top 4 spot.
Yeah, feels pretty good. My team amazing. They did very well. Shout out to Jaden, Ippy Style, who did 23 kills on the first map, which was insane.
Yeah.
Carried us to freedom. Yeah, really proud of everyone. Fun games.
Jack, can you just like lean back? I want to have a look at what you're wearing there.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, so
did
it's looking pretty fucking fly.
All right, sit back down, mate. Don't flatter yourself too much. I like the suit. I respect the grind. We have a full suit night so far on Six Masters interviews. So, mate, what I want to ask, why Clubhouse? I mean, on paper, I didn't have a lot of confidence behind you guys. I mean, you proved me wrong by the end of it, but man, that was a tough slog. You guys have previously banded against SINISTER. Why take us there?
Yeah, just felt like playing it. We're all pretty comfortable on it. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Jack. That's very insightful.
I mean, I'll expand onto it, but was there any thought about Villa at all, or was it just always going to be Clubhouse?
No, yeah, it was going to be Club Cafe, which is what we prepped for mostly. And yeah, worked out in the end.
Before I let you go, though,
Yep.
You guys started off a bit slow in Clubhouse 4-1. Is there anything you sort of thought maybe about why that happened? Just a bit slow out of the gates?
Yeah, just a bit slow out of the gates. I felt on some of the rounds it was just tiny mistakes that cost us everything. Yeah, so it's pretty easy to bounce back if where you'll just keep calm and frag, keep a good mindset going forward, and yeah, brought it home in the end.
Alrighty, well, thanks a lot, mate. Best of
Cool.
luck
Thanks for the
next
chat.
week in both of your matches.
See you guys.
Yeah.
I was not expecting him to stand up.
No, I was gonna say, if you ever see someone wearing a suit on broadcast, especially at home, they're probably not wearing pants. I think he was wearing pajama pants. At least they weren't short, like little shorts or something. But hey, answered your question a bit there, Dev. Villa never even in the frame of mind, so I feel a bit vindicated there.
Yeah, I'll let you have this one, Xenox, but can I just point out, this week on Six Masters, the players were dressed more fancily than the casters. And I mean, how does that make you feel? As the guy wearing a hoodie right now, how does that make you feel?
Is that even a word?
Fancily?
I don't know if I've ever heard that one, but
I don't have a go on my vocab, all right?
Listen, okay, I like my little Six Masters shirt. That was hard to see, but my microphone blocking it the whole night. But look, yeah, what can I say? They've got style. They play with style, and their fragger was Ippy style.
Certainly was stylish, man. Well, let's have a go in chats to Strider from Knights.
How are you going, Strider? A bit of a rough one tonight, unfortunately, having this conversation. But just take us through, I guess, your thoughts for yourself and as a team.
Yeah, we're a bit heartbroken, especially on Clubhouse. We started off strong. We came out shooting, but we felt as though we just couldn't secure the rounds when we were defending. And I mean, hats off to Bistar with 22 frags, but we knew what he was going to do. He was going to sit in blue, and as you saw, like, it really hurt me in particular. And all the other sites, it wasn't really anything special. It was pretty default. I think we were just not playing to the best of our ability tonight. So yeah, like LFO definitely deserved the win.
So while you are a bit modest with how it went on Clubhouse, like, you guys took that so close, and you guys had a few match points in there as well, especially starting strong on your attack. You made me and Xenox, mainly me, question why on earth Akami would take you to Clubhouse. And by the end of it, you guys had some really strong attacks, but once you hit overtime, straight out of the gate, you saw that SSG roam and you went straight for the rush, and it just, you fell flat on your face. What was the thought process there, and what went wrong?
There was probably a little bit of miscommunication on what we actually wanted to push in that regard. We felt as though the clear for the SSG roam was like, it did work on the previous round, but it kind of relied on a few gunfights that we didn't quite want it to be like that. So we just decided, let's go hard and make them force them into doing something different. But yeah, we definitely just like got turned into a shooting gallery once we dropped blue. But on win a few gunfights in sight, and then that's a different round.
Going into that map then on Cafe after losing Clubhouse in a pretty close fashion, were you guys aware of any sort of, like, I guess, pressure that may have been on you guys as a team to sort of take that map, considering, you know, you've only got one more play day next week and it is against Wildcard? Obviously, you guys will back yourselves to get something from that series. Admittedly, it is going to be tough, but to get nothing from tonight really does, I guess, hurt your chances for top 4. So did you feel that pressure going into that map?
Yeah, it definitely hurt. We felt as though we did not perform tonight, and at the end of the day, tonight's just going to be remembered as a 2-0 when we felt as though we could have at least brought a 1-1. At least taking them to Cafe, we knew that it was just going to be like Ippy flank and Cutie with the vertical play, but they didn't even get to that stage. I think we saw that they were quite strong against Sinister, so we always knew it was going to be a tough one to take them to Cafe, but it didn't quite work out as what we expected, and you saw, like, they punished us for picking it.
Thanks for coming on, mate, and sharing your thoughts. Wish you the best of luck next week. It's going to be tough, but I know you guys will give it your best.
Thanks, boys. I'll catch you later.
A little bit somber, Dev, and definitely agree, you know, and I think it's fully respectable to say, you know, they're heartbroken from that, because that's the case. This was a big opportunity for them to get a 2-0 themselves. A lot of people thought in the poll vote that, you know, this could be a 2-0. I said, when we both said it could go either way, which is why we kind of went towards the draw. But in the end, Akami just too strong, and for Knights now they're left reeling. They've only got one more play day, which will be next week against Wildcard. Let's go and have a look at recap today's games that we saw play out. We had two 2-0s, both going on the right-handed side of your screen. Sinister took out LFO in a pretty convincing manner, 7-3, 7-2 on Clubhouse and then Cafe, and then Akami 2-0'd Pittsburgh on, you guessed it, Clubhouse and then Cafe.
Yeah, we like Clubhouse and Cafe, don't we, in Six Masters?
I do, I love it.
Yeah, I know you do. Sinister really were the ones who impressed me tonight. You know, dispatching with LFO as they did, and really securing that #1 spot on the standings. Really impressive stuff. And also credit to Akami. Look, it was really hard fought, especially on Clubhouse. Let's have a look at the standings now. And in fact, 3 out of those 4 teams we saw play tonight are still within that top 4. Sinister, 24 points, edging above Wildcard. But keep in mind, Sinister only have 1 more game remaining, or 2 more maps rather remaining, whereas Wildcard still have quite a few more to go. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential here for this to get shaken up as well. Do you have any expectations going into the final week, how we'll see things shift?
Look, I mean, right now it's hard to say it because you don't want to assume things. You don't want to say, okay, Wildcard's definitely going to like 2-0 Pittsburgh Knights. Things can happen, right? Pittsburgh might just have the best night ever and go and pick up a 2-0 against Wildcard, or even a 1-1 21 points, is that going to be enough? A lot of that then comes down to how Elevate play. You know, we've got Elevate tomorrow night. They're going to be playing Wildcard, and then Elevate have got Akami next week, right? So maybe Pittsburgh, they got done by Akami this week, but maybe Akami will do them a favor and kind of do the exact same thing to Elevate in the final week.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And in fact, you know, the second place, third place, and fifth place teams are all playing each other in the next week. So Wildcard, Akami, and Elevate. And it means that, you know, if you're a team like Knights or Sinister that's really feeling the pressure from one of those teams, even, you know, LFO to some degree as well, you actually want them to kind of beat each other so they don't go too far ahead of you. And there's definitely still an opportunity here for Knights. I know we've really painted this loss tonight to LFO as kind of that nail in the coffin, but as long as they can stay ahead of Elevate and LFO, who are the ones who really have a chance of edging in, and remember that Elevate in particular have some tough games still remaining with Wildcard tomorrow night, which is going to be insane, and then next week against Akami. There's a total possibility here that Knights only need one more map to stay ahead of Elevate, and that's what they're going to have their sights on for next week against Wildcard.
Yeah, but then I think that also comes and brings us back to this series against Akami, where you mentioned if they can get one map against Wildcard, that might be enough. Well, then they could have just got this one map against Akami tonight. That would have been enough as well for them. They didn't, however, get that map. It was a 2-0 to Akami over Pittsburgh Knights, a 2-0 for Sinister over LFO for this Playday. Of course, we got more games coming tomorrow night. Kanga versus Ferox, the bottom two will duke it out, and Wildcard versus Elevate. Will Elevate be able to bounce back after their defeat last week? Join us tomorrow night for more Six Masters action.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you. It beats again.
5 seconds.
Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to life.
love.